Okay, who brought me a walking stick? Come on, like, you guys turn up, you haven't even got presents? Like, this is the worst party ever. Hello! That's right, apparently I don't even take days off my birthday. What am I thinking? That's right, it is, of course, Finals Thursday for the midweek muster. A busy week we're going to have as well, because not only have we got this today, tomorrow we have got Showmatch between Anatan and B, featuring some of our recent new maps, and an overall map poll that has a bit of a bolding theme. So, pretty busy end of the week, but we always do work that way. And then, of course, getting into the Sunday, we'll be doing the third place and grand finals for EGC. So, yeah, apparently I don't really get much time to chill. Just kind of non-stop. Good to see me back again. What happened? What do you mean, what happened? Did a day really change my look, my age that much? Like, happy birthday! Jesus, you're a car wreck. Thanks. Not that old, right? Yeah, I'm gonna even increase the white a bit so it's less obvious that I'm getting old. But yes, we have got a fun day, guys. We open up with Louis MT versus Scatterbrain. Winner of that will go up against B straight afterwards. Interesting as well, Scatterbrain, the best run that he has had. A little bit, I don't think you'll mind me saying, a little bit of an asterisk towards best run he's ever had, as he did have quite the fortuitous situation. We had an impressive series actually from him against CSO where he just stomped the crap out of the Chinese player. But then Anatan was meant to be his opponent, and Anatan could not make it this week. So that was a default and a move on through the next round. So yeah, that's how we got to this situation. LUMT, of course, being able to annihilate Numadan 3-0 on his side of the bracket. I'm just going to get the game started up now because my Steam was doing something weird again. Let me catch up in chat. And thank you for all the happy birthday wishes. Come back from like 3 weeks and I asked what happened because my stream went back like 30 seconds. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, I was about to say, we've definitely been live, if that was where you're going. We've been live a lot. Kind of a degenerate amount. I've really got to get a life. He did beat CSO, but benefit from a forfeit. Yeah, and I will say, like, the CSO's game's a little bit weird. I think game one, Scatterbrain definitely, just outplayed him. He earned the victory. Game two, of course, still, his series to win. But we did say at the time, it felt like a very early GG from CSO, so I'm not really sure what was going on there. There is, a fair tinfoil hat theory that maybe CSO is trying to avoid Louis MT here, because that is going to be his opponent on the weekend. That is a fair, assumption, but it was still very... I think CSO is like this sometimes, where just, it reminds me of a Vortex Lucifron, I've played the situation out. This is done. And then they just call it. So, I'm interested to see how CSO develops as a player with that, because I just don't envision him as the small percentile combat player, if that makes sense. You have the same birthday? Oh, you poor soul. Now no one's going to say happy birthday to you. That's just how it works. Because, it's all about the content creator, blah, 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 blah. We are so important. Do you see how I just sit here and talk into a microphone? And apparently it just, some people just call me Jesus. What can I say? God, I don't have to put an asterisk and a sarcasm next to that, aren't I? Someone's going to be like, KP said yesterday he's Jesus. And that was a perfect time for that. What is up, Anatan? Hello, my friend. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you very much for the raid. Of course he had to raid through to see his boy Scatterbrained, about to be the bane of China, able to take down CSO, now going to look to take down Louis MT. Best run ever for Scatterbrain. Happy birthday to the boy. I mean, just because I've got, the weird, I don't know if I'm that boyish anymore. I feel like the beard kind of gave it away a while ago. I just checked my viewer count. It went to 322. That was perfect. Thank you. But yeah, I'm getting too old for this crap. Yo, what's up, Scarecrow? Appreciate the prime sub. That's a smart man right there. He doesn't want to have to deal with the ad crap. He just wants to listen to me waffle more. But yeah, it was a rough day. I woke up not feeling too well. So, a really crappy start to the birthday day, actually. I was just all right, I'm going to have to go back to bed because I was just, up most of the night. So I didn't really celebrate in the morning. We just got, straight into the AoE4 action. It's a bit of a weird one. How old am I? I am 32? 32. I had to double check that in my brain. I'm definitely not 33. Yo, what is up, Fawn Tiger? Thank you very much for the sub as well. Welcome to Swarm. New members? I dig that. I respect that. And you know what? It's time to respect the players and get to the games. All right. Do we have a mod who can set up predictions? I guess I'll do the first one and hope that they arrive afterwards. Because now that I have the YouTube chat overlays and everything, there's like so many extra things on my screen just to facilitate that. Y'all don't know the hoops that I'm jumping through. Finals will be today. They will indeed. We kick off here. Ooh. Yo, what is up, Brit Boy? Thank you very much. Appreciate the pint money. Thank you, thank you. Yo, this is crazy. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Masters. And for the first time ever in the semi-finals, it is my pleasure to introduce you all to 3D Clan's Scatterbrained. That's right, this man is making his deepest run ever in the Midweek Masters. He opened TSO and beat him 2-0. He did get a bypass on the Anatan series, but semi-finals are still semi-finals. And what's more impressive to me is this. He got the Ottomans against Louis MT, a person who values them incredibly highly. Opening map is going to be Excavation in this best of 5. That is the map that has the 8 ruins relic points where when you gather from them for 6 minutes, it will turf up a relic. So, with that in mind, typically what you're looking at here is civs that use their stone early, whether it's military schools, double production, 2TC efficiency, and not necessarily civs that rush age 3 for relics. So, for example, HRE to a certain degree is kind of off limits, and oh my god, dude, off limits or rather off the screen. I don't understand anymore. I'm going to try to update... I think I'm going to try to update OBS tonight and see if like there is a new version that will just miraculously fix this. It literally just moves the minimap every time. It's driving me nuts. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, like legit, every time, without failure, it just jumps to the side of the screen. I don't even touch the scenes. And then I always forget at the end of the day to go and look at it again. It'll happen again. I mean, dude, I'm getting old, so like, you know, you kind of have to forgive it. Now that I'm old, it's understandable like 10 minutes later, I just don't remember things. But yeah, this map is really cool. I do enjoy it. Ottomans does make sense here for the gradual military school scaling, like it seems like a very efficient idea. I'm curious to see if it's as impactful as if you'd save this for something like Enlightened Horizon, where you would have the merchant camp wolf meta, which Ottomans are kings of. On the other side, we have got Louis MT just doing the standard Mongol Open. I think Mongol have remained the most popular pick on this map this week, followed up by House of Lancaster, actually. Now, the interesting one is actually, like, on the other side of the bracket, and we'll probably see it today as well, is that B likes to pick Abbasids here. Sounds very wacky, but he convinced me, man. It looks pretty damn good. What do bits do on their birthday? Like bits are just like the same as any other day. It's just I can use it for a birthday pint today. Okay, so how did you guys do on predictions? I got a funny feeling this is going to be a bit Louis-oriented. Yep, 91%. Wow, you guys are just dirty fanboys. But he got the Ottoman pick. How can you not believe in this Civ, folks? Like, right now, Ottomans, I think there's just so many elements of the game that really favors them when you've got these points of interest, plus the deer shove meta. Ottomans have been looking pretty solid. And also, those type of elements lean into the idea that you can actually play a long feudal. Long feudals are actually where I think Ottomans thrive the most. And oh my god, why am I playing in the background? Sorry about that. That was very loud. Okay, so we are going to get the military school beginning pretty damn early here. Yeah, you see the difference it makes compared to like your vanilla flavor maps. And he's going to lame the deer a little bit early. Doesn't shove them all the way to the TC, which is a little bit curious. Does suggest he's probably dropping Madrissa here. This map would be awesome in ranked. Agreed. I think like we're at that stage. We just need the developers to react to the great maps that community members are making. Let's stop ignoring them and then, worse still in some cases, acknowledging them and making worse versions of them. And just use what people know works. I mean, the crazy thing is, like, most people don't even want credit for that type of thing ever. It's not like Avali is going to be, oh, yo, I need you to make sure it's called Avali's Excavation on the rank ladder, right? Like, when they finally, like, realized that what we'd done with Pigeon's View is good for High View and changed it that way, it's not like I went, yo, I need that map to now be called KP's View, right? Like, we just want good maps. This map is bugged? Pilgrims couldn't get on the sacred site? Really? Did you test that multiple times? I haven't heard of that at all. Then again, we haven't had any Knights Templar picks here so far. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like a map designed for them per se. Looks like we have got the minimum Madrissa on the way. Okay, but things get weirder. So he lames the deer here, but then puts the Madrissa on the north side? That's very curious. You could have put the Madrissa, like usually you put the Madrissa north or south side based on which side of the map you spawn on. The idea is based on the location where the berries spawn, it will put your villagers close to immediately garrison the TC. So it offers extra protection here. So like berries should spawn up here, right? So normally when you are the northward facing player, you put the Madrissa on the south side of your base. And then when you're south side facing player, you put it on the north side. It's just much quicker to garrison people. Pilgrims act weird in Boulder Bay? I mean, it doesn't surprise me. We've all seen the trade route paths in Age of Empires 4. Thank goodness that got improved. Okay, so a lot of spears from Louis, by the way. Does this prove worth it? I mean, the Forgotten Ruins have already been abandoned, so Scatterbrain is happy to actually just stop at enough stone for double military school, which just makes sense, right? Like, when he ages up, he can only have a second one anyway. So overall, like, I quite like Scatterbrain's position. I feel Louis maybe slightly over-blobbed here in the spears. It will be a good counterplay into Sipahi. But your opponent's almost mirroring spear count already. Now, the Vizier point, he should be quite feared. Yeah. Ooh, whoa. Hold on. Scatterbrain, he actually goes straight into the Imam point. Now, this is interesting. This is a leaf right out of B's book. But the timing is quite surprising here. He hasn't done anything to justify it yet. Normally, like this type of Imam play, I think it feels a little bit better to wait to see what your opponent's going to do. But maybe his paranoia is if he's going to march out into the map, waiting to see what his opponent's going to do would mean his army would be at the enemy base and the Imams would be at his own. So, like, they just wouldn't be able to help him. And we are going to get archery range on both sides. Okay, so Louis has his own advantages here in terms of movement speed and range, but the movement speed is capped on the area you play in. Trade-off on the other side is Ottomans, the efficiency of this. A meta could be coming in quite soon. In fact, it would be quite advised here because he'll get the ranged armor. And on top of that, the other thing is he added in the blacksmith super early, which means he's already going to be technologically ahead. Remember, this is actually a very efficient play for Ottomans because they only pay 90 wood, not 150. Yeah, and that might not sound like a lot, but then you remember that's a third of the cost of a level 1 blacksmith deck. Gives you a much cleaner timing. Wait, is Louis... Louis been double producing? Whoa, what? Yo, no. This is crazy. This is actually crazy. Louis' brain is so big. I don't think... If I ran my own LAN in an apartment and I bought merch and I got like all your hat sizes, I wouldn't actually have a hat size big enough for Louis MT. Louis MT's head is so big, he cannot fly public. He has to basically travel by sea because his head's too big to get into the compressed doors on the airplanes. This is sick. He has 4 Forgotten Ruins generating between them 240 stone a minute. That means that he can double produce about roughly twice out of 3 per minute. This is like having a second TC. It's really not that far off. That is crazy. Actually, he can produce like more than 2 because he's got the Uvu as well. Like, this is actually crazy. I haven't seen a Mongol player try this yet. I honestly, like, I've seen a bunch of different ideas on this map. I think Louis' brain might be the biggest, genuinely, with this one. I wonder if this would be better than Bees of Acids. I mean, Bees probably sitting, waiting, watching this right now, going, oh, well, that's different. Because most people pick the Mongols here to add in more military units. What he's doing instead is putting the onus upon Scatterbrain to do something. And that's smart, because what did we say is his edge? His edge is his aura, and his aura is attached to his base. So if you do something like this, you say, hey, yo, you, Cheeks, come over here. He can't just sit there and watch you, right? So Scatterbrain either has to choose greed himself by, like, castling, or as we can see, he's choosing aggression. And by the way, he has achieved 100% uptime on double production, right? I think he's maybe just shy of it. It's close to, though. 300 plus stone a minute right now. That is wild. He's sitting on average in what? 4 minimum? 5 sometimes? Oh, but he didn't reset. Okay, so Louis, this might be part of the plan, is that he actually might be looking for a double greed where he switches castle and rushes relics. Because if you want to keep this strategy up, you could just keep ungarrisoning the villages. Instead, he's fully depleting the ruins. So there's clearly an intent here to pivot into the next stage. And when he does, he's going to have a crap ton of relics to rush for, but his opponent won't. Yeah, I said like this is maybe an S tier map for Lancaster. I might have to downgrade them to an A. When I see a strat like this, and you think about the diversity between this and military, I actually think this might be an S tier map for Mongols and Excavation. What a cool strategy. Okay, so Scatbrain is sticking to the age, I guess. Which is smart in a way, it keeps Louis here, but there is a paranoia. If you both keep scaling archers, Mongols win. Because what's going to eventually happen is there will be a tech, right? Because your economy is just getting so big. If that tech happens, Kurtai. So Scatbrain, there's a very specific timing in mind he has to be conscious of. And we have got another Vizier point to work with, and he is actually just going to go for the safe Anatolian hill. So gets the sheep. Nothing too big here. Louis. Deerstone is moving in, so he's looking for the full assault. Shaky position for Scatbrain. He only has 6 Sipahi. And wait, did he actually go pro scouts? No, he just feels a need to build more scouts for some reason. Guess he wants to raid with one and keep others at home. Speaking of raids, nice hit there. The worker kills are adding up, actually. Like, he's been decapping on the points of interest. This is about to be the 6th kill for him. Nicely done. Okay, meanwhile, there needs to be some return fire soon. Because that has basically sacrificed most of your economy lead you built up off of this Forgotten Rune strategy. That's a little bit wonky for him. He's just going to keep camping for the time being. He's waiting for the undermesh. Smart loud here, like he'd be at a military disadvantage. You'd be pushing into a defensive opponent, which means their production is going to fully be fighting. And then on top of that, they'd have better tech. Especially the meta. Like, it's an overwhelming edge at that stage. I know it sounds crazy to say, what? You don't think 43 Archer can beat 21? Not really. Not as the fight slogs out long term. Louis actually... Is he going for the gold? Oh. Okay, so he's a little bit paranoid that Scatbrain's trying to skip out on the age. This is smart then. Look at the gold veins. They're all slap bang on this screen. The other ones on the north side are super far out the base. And he'd know if he goes there because he's gathering from the Forgotten Ruins over on this side. Oh, this is wild. Deerstone is going to deploy. Oof, good cart, man. Scatbrain is doing a great job with his Sipahi. A little bit of an awkward terrain to fight on, though, due to the cliffside. And Spears, that actually comes back to bite him in the arse a little. Louis MT needs his Sipahi going fast. Archer's going to start trading out with each other. He essentially lets the spears in. Sipahi could try to engage here. The archers aren't even taking out the enemy spears first. Backstab comes through. Louis MT. He's looking a bit overextended, actually. Spear's pretty much gone. Sipahi looking good. Scatbrain, is he going to do this again? For the 2nd time this week on Excavation against a Chinese pro. It's looking good right now. Archers are following this up. The Deerstone Yam aura is about to be gone. He actually doubles down into it. But the Sipahi have got his number. Louis MT, army to be wiped. Value in the Forgotten Ruins is depleting, which means his ability to remass may be a little bit weaker here. Scatbrain, he also has been farming up a lot of his ear points along the way, so this just benefits him with longer feudal now. The Sipahi count is going to look to reinflate. Does throw away the last few. Imams were not able to remain alive, so Scatbrain definitely took a hit there. But considering Louis MT's position in this game, like economically, the fact that Scatbrain takes fights like this and now finds himself, I'd say, ahead from an influence standpoint is crazy. Yeah, especially with this strategy that Louis had. I mean, I saw it, I was like, wow, this looks gigabrain. Incredible. But Scatterbrain, just like he did against CSO when he picked a Civ that did not matter on this map. Obviously, this Civ does matter. The stone's useful, but the concept of I don't care about your big advantage that seems logical has once again come into effect from Scatterbrain. This map feels like a gimmick. Every map could be seen as like a gimmick in some way. I actually like that Avali created a map that utilized the Forgotten Ruins heavily to see how they could be used. Like, you could argue every map is a gimmick if there is a certain Civ that does not feel viable, right? It has a feature it focuses around. I don't think that's a bad thing, though. Deerstone's going to start getting knocked out. LuMT has managed to remax. Has got Keshix added in. Now, that was missing last time due to how many spears Scatterbrain had. Now, Scatterbrain is doing something a little bit greedy. He's looking for the tech up. It does make sense with his current position. Louis, I don't know if he can actually re-aggro here. No, he's in trouble. He's being hit on the flanks again. Spy, just an absolute pain in the ass. This stone is going to be gone. Okay, so LuMT will not have an aura to push up with. I think trying to tech could make a lot of sense for him, but he probably senses that he's going to be weaker on his timing here. Scatterbrain now on the way with the age up. Mehmed Imperial Armory coming in. He even has one relic to the north side that has been excavated for him. Yeah, looks like Louis did realize what he was doing, by the way, and I think he left some Forgotten Runes. Or he just got ejected. Because he didn't take all the ones around his base in the end. So the idea of just parceling off the back of this now doesn't feel as strong because there isn't an immediate relic hoover of 4+. Actually, it's knocking on the door. Looks like Louis will find a single kill. Army's coming, though. Yeah, he knows. And look at Scatterbrain's army. It's only archers. No front line to block the Keshix. And there's a decent number of them coming here. Archers are going to retreat to the back of the base. Woodline is going to be forced idle, but Scatterbrain does have the gold necessary for veterancy. Now he just needs 55 seconds. And the Khan, I don't think he's used his arrow yet. It's coming off cooldown in 10 seconds. He's going for the full dive. TC fully garrisoned. Scatterbrain needs to make his stand somewhere. He chooses an open field and he forts with the meta. Armor removed. Keshix commit. Attack speed arrow is going to be activated because Louis sees that he's not running away anymore. Sipahi are wrapping around the back. The reserve spearmen are being held there to deal with that. Keshix count is getting low. Veterancy is still 20 seconds out, though. Yeah, there's an opportunity to wipe here. If it's an equal trade, Louis is happy with this. Meantime, TC still idled. Spearmen are blocking reinforcements, and the second wave of Keshix comes on in. Scatterbrain, he should have about probably 20 archers left by the time veterancy completes. That is going to mean a raw outnumber. Yeah, Louis, look at this right now. It's no longer a trade between backlines. He wastes all attention on the Keshix. So Scatterbrain, the Ottoman's Imperial Army, well, Castle Army, is practically gone. Knights are going to be queued up behind this. Louis MT is slowly scaling towards an age up. More archers on the way. Okay, so not a bad timing. And he did also add to the worker kills. Got 3 additionals, now finds himself ahead by 9. More Keshix are also arriving. And on top of that, Scatterbrain, I think he's running out of food here. Yeah, no sheep. Okay, this is a problem then. He won't be able to afford many lancers at this rate. First few are going to come out, but there are Keshix in the mix. If you're attacking the archers, it means the Keshix can beat you. They sustain off of it. Like dirty, vicious vampires. Finally does switch onto them. Archers are going to get stuck in the choke points of the base. But Scatterbrain, man, this is awkward. Has 0 wood income. Food income is now a giant question mark. I think, yeah, he moved out for the berries here. What? You've got to be kidding me. The Keshix didn't see that? He must have missed it by a matter of millimeters there. So Louis MT's army is going to get tossed aside in the end. The crazy thing, folks, is that he goes Kurultai behind this. Yeah, I mean, usually when you see an army wipe like this, step readout would make a lot of sense, but the reason Louis thinks he can get away with this is look at the economy. Idle time plus the villager lead. It makes sense for Louis. He already has his eco upside because of the town center. So now, he just wants to get his military upside. Pretty crazy. And thank you everyone for the birthday wishes. Yeah, my ass is getting too old for this crap. You know what I've never thought of? And it's probably dark that I haven't. Do content creators have, like, retirement fund plans? Yeah, let's not think about that one too much. Like the Kurotai's out in the villages right now. Just in case they need to fight, you know? Okay, so Scatbrained has finally got the nuisance, the Scourge out of his base, but fair to say the advantage he had before he hit age 3 is gone. He is going to have his veterancy sooner than his opponent, but might be difficult to dive these static emplacements. Of which more are going to be on the way, LuMT. Just ignorantly builds in front of them. The crossbows do counter out the first night. Not the best of exchanges for Scatterbrained. Like, this is the awkward thing about this map, I think. And by the way, this is why I don't necessarily agree the idea is gimmicky. What it actually does, the whole design of this map, isn't about enabling stone sieves. It's more about disabling fast tech relic sieves. Scatterbrained, you know, he wins a fight. Then he loses one, but it's a reset and he should have map control. What does he do with that map control? If he hasn't excavated the relics, not much. He has to attack. And that's what Louis is looking to leverage. The fact that he knows his opponent has to come directly to him. Spoon replacement now on the way in. The Kurotai buff, allowing a reasonable exchange here. The men-at-arms are actually absorbing way too much damage. And the Knights, it just feels like trickling them in here is a quick way of losing. That extra stone held in reserve, going a long way for Louis. Not just that. Wait, what? 3 archers got into the tree line. And they are vetted up. Oh, no. I mean, Scatterbrained, in some ways, this does make the most sense, but also can feel quite dangerous if the archers just start kiting. And it did distract him long enough that he looked away from the fight, so ends up getting pushed out of the base. Louis now very stable. Like, the beginning of the age felt shaky, but now he's got static emplacements directly on his base. Gold is a little bit shaky on the flanks, as we're seeing here. But he does have the east corner to play towards. Like, this would be worth it just to build some outposts in. In fact, he gets caught on both. Scatterbrained. This guy's wild. All right, 1s if you think Louis is going to win this. 2s if you think Scatterbrained is. Because every time you feel like Louis got a clear edge, something happens. I'm really impressed by Scatterbrained this week. You know, we said like the CSO 1, game 1 felt very earned. Game 2 felt like I'm not sure what CSO's plan was necessarily. But like this opening game against LuMT. LuMT, who is one of the most consistent players to feature in the grand finals for Midweek Muster. And in G1, it's fair to say it feels like he's got him on the edge a bit. Oh, did I say Fablop? Did I say the Fablop? Thanks for the gifted sub. Thank you to Fablop, and also thank you to Camion for the 5 gifties. Legends. Always appreciate the support. Makes our content creator journey more and more feasible. So what's going to make a win feasible here for Scatterbrained? Crossbow plus Springald. Yeah, makes sense. So LuMT, he must be sensing that's coming. It just makes sense after you reveal the men-at-arms. He's going to keep scaling his own crossbows, which can be an edge here. Remember, he has got, with the Khan Hunters, included an extra 0.75 tar range. Can't really afford a horseman either. The pasture setup isn't there yet. He's now fixing that. And remember, Mongols received a quite noteworthy buff to their castle age. It's just subtle if you don't play long castle. But they now do have the monastic shrines available to them in the castle age, which means he can buff the gathering rate on all his pastures. He does already have a monastery up. Yeah, here you go, guys. Monastic shrines. It's not too bad on pricing either. 325, I mean, it's definitely worth it by the time you have, like, what, 4 or 5 of the pastures. I think that's when it just starts to feel quite justified. And this chip damage is adding up, though. Scatterbrained has reduced the lead that Louis had down to just 6. Mangonels are definitely parked, camped inside the base right now. And Louis, it just feels like the answer would be horsemen, but where do you ever get the food for that? We'll need to address this raid unless he wants to be -5. This is the beauty of Yam, by the way. You know, we talk about Mongols being a sucky defensive civ, and it's true. But I think the thing that at least makes it sometimes palatable is that movement speed buffer. Just imagine how impossible this would be if he couldn't run around with the aura. Then again, has he been baited into an overextension? The Monk is going to zoom out and immediately regret it. The army is just trying to finesse a retreat here, but it looks like Scatterbrain is having none of it. Engages. The Sapai laid in there as well. There's actually no direct counter to Sapai here. This is an overwhelm. Mangoes are going to get hit, but it's only Spearmen, so not the quickest kill. The crossbows are being traded out with. Yeah, no, it looks like Louis kind of stuck by the long curlies here. He is buying time for the gathering on the pastures. He needs more. And a new wave of Scatterbrain's boys are also going to bring more pain to the Mongol Empire. New wave of Sapai, he pretty much seals it. He has to retreat. Shaky position, though. Scatterbrain now wrapping around the back of the primary TC is not easy to do here. Does need to be a little bit careful. Will instead turn onto the relics. Military score count is still only 2. What? He went military campus, but he never added in an additional one. Yeah, this is just raw push power. That's crazy. So Louis has at least got the backup tree line. Now, this is important. If he loses this wood, I think game gets very shaky. Because he now needs spears to answer the Sapahi. Still, it's a little bit difficult for Scatterbrain because there's still trees on the east side as well, so he has to keep pivoting if he does that. Instead, he's going to send it all in underneath the Kurotai. Hello! Springles are going to be here to answer the Spearmen. But remember that 25% damage buff goes a long way. So Scatterbrain, it's just about raw numbers. He can't really win in a quality situation with the backline. The Man-at-Arm's quite tanky, but it's a flood. If he pushes him outside the Kurotai, this feels like curtains. Louis MT, a lot of gathering here that will just be stopped entirely. And he's pushing through. Like, there's just not enough Spearmen. It's too many Sapahi. Villager garrison comes through. He's going to keep chasing the army while using the crossbows to idle out the villagers. Sprinkles are starting to get sniped from the dive, but there's just more and more knights coming. This is non-stop. And the ridiculous part about it is this is non-stop with only 2 military schools. He done it. He took it. Game number 1. Scatterbrain's best performance ever in a midweek muster. And he's already making it all the better by getting one up against one of the scariest players we have seen throughout this entire circuit. Oh my god. Dude, Scatterbrain is a monster. This guy. I mean, the focus has still got to be Louis' biggest brain, right? I think on a YouTube video. That is like... that right there, that response through the chat, all the people like, what, is exactly why I run tournaments. I don't want the obvious to win. I want the underdog shocking every single time. Louis MT was that once upon a time, but now big things are always expected. Scatterbrained, this is by far, like, everyone's looking right now and going, who is this guy? Where'd it come from? %. Yeah, we got to pay that out now, haven't we? We got to cha-ching the change into some... Oh, wait, yeah, it already got paid out, did it? Yeah, nice. Thank you, Faplap. Really looking forward to Louis versus CSO. CSO has some really creative surprises up his sleeve. Yeah, and also, like, in practice, like, actually, like, based on their practice, the surprise would actually more likely be Louis MT beating CSO, believe it or not. CSO scrims with Louis a lot, and playstyle-wise, CSO is a bit more aggressively aligned. That can be a very big advantage when you know the moves that someone's going to make. So yeah, I think I would worry for CSO against probably Marine Lord or Beastie, actually. I think Louis has a better shot against those two, but I think CSO has a better shot against Louis. So yeah, probably just Marine Lord back on top, right? Wow. Guys, it's a good thing. Have you ever tried to interview people who do not speak English with an English interviewer? Mess. Yeah, that's still like an awkward thing to solve. Like, some people say just hire interviewers that can speak both languages. I don't think that always works, though. I think, like, the best way to do those type of interviews, you almost want to pre-record, and then you want to have translations. So you'd have, like, maybe a bit confusing, or maybe cool. You'd have, like, different colored subtitles. You'd have the English subtitles when the, like, Chinese player, whoever it is talking. And then you'd have Chinese subtitles when the English person's talking. We should just all learn Chinese. No, I refuse to play that, Civ. You'll never make me. All right, so anyway, Mongols versus Ottomans done as a G1 win for Treit. I still haven't had... I forgot to ask him to add Excavation, didn't I? Let me message Cal. Can we get Excavation added? Banger of a map. Definitely getting used more. All right, and G2, we're going into Lakeside. Order the Dragon for Scatterbrained. He loves this Civ. China actually coming through for Louis. I don't feel like we see China too often on this map, actually. All right, let's get the predictions rolling. We're already in. Having 2 and 1 goal, 1 is the goal. Bro, why are you trying to get me hired less? Chill. That brain works until, like, it's not the country dominating that you think it is. It's someone else. What was the shirt, bro? You're looking sharp? Thank you, man. Thank you. I like this shirt. It's a really cool one. It's got, like, the little butterflies on the wings. All right. Wait, did he have Templar? Yo, he did. Oh, and let me flip the score. One and all, I'm not even going to question it. Okay, a fair point just got made by the chat. Scatterbrained, who, by the way, is leading this series against the Chinese prodigy kid Louis MT, had Knights Templar. He did not pick it here on Lakeside, a map which has fishing and has sacred sites. It's pretty much the dream combo. Instead, he trusts in his Order of the Dragon. Meanwhile, Louis MT is going to be Chinese boy playing as Chinese here. China, actually, like, I feel like the Civ isn't really picked too often here, mainly because it's useful in so many other maps. So those that haven't seen Lakeside or have forgotten what it is, there is water. Calm down, though. Don't freak out. Don't click off the video. It's not a lot of water. Usually, we see a maximum of 3 military boats per player, if that. Because it can be worth harassing your opponent off the fish, but there isn't this overwhelming economy level that you need to play into. It's definitely very beneficial, but normally you only have enough deep water fish here to supply you for 4 fishing boats. So it's an advantage, but not crazy. Now, instead, usually the focus point on this map becomes relics and the sacred sites. Oh, wow, that sacred site is super far back as well. Might make it a little bit difficult to widespread cap. But we do have the fishing beginning from both. I think we're just a few seconds behind. I'm going to hit the 2x speed so we can catch up. Can ChatGPT do live translations? Maybe. We were just talking in chat about the idea, like, you know, doing other language interviews is very, very difficult. Honestly, sometimes it's better to just actually interview the person. If they speak a little bit English, use their light English to interview them the best you can. And then send them off to, like, a secondary stream for, like, a true Chinese interview for the Chinese crowd. The problem is, like, unless you create a system where you would pre-record the interviews and then subtitle over them, the people watching are just going to get bored. We've all sat there and listened to someone, like, speak a very long monologue. Even if you have, like, the 2 and 1 where the interviewer speaks English and speaks Korean or English and Chinese, they still have to explain to you what they're going to say, and then they have to say it, and then they have to hear back, and then they have to translate back. So, like, it adds so much overhead. I think with that 2 and 1, it adds maybe, like, let's say 1.7 overhead compared to, like, 2 overhead, but it's still pretty rough. Wait, you think I'm 35? Bruh. Alright, chat. It's time to see who's going to get banned. How old am I? It's my birthday today. Get your guesses in. $45? Maybe 50? I mean, if I was, I'd be seducing your mum. Hey, look, we got the comment. Wow, some people are trying really way too hard to get on my good side. 18, 19. Actually, I don't even know if I feel like being called 18 or 19 would be a compliment anymore. You know, like, when some people think it's like, oh yeah, just call them the youngest possible. Nah, bruh. That's like spotty face, can't grow a beard, etc. I am 32 today. Sorry, let me say that correctly. I am 32, and I don't feel a day over 29. There you go. Did I do it right? Yes. I think usually because of how I try to enjoy life, I can sometimes be perceived. Actually, I don't know. I used to be perceived to be a lot younger than I was, but I feel like, I don't know. Esports bullcrap has matured me like freaking white cheddar cheese at this point. It's surprising what like happened to me. You guys, a lot of you didn't know me before when I was, I'd say, more naive. And I feel like in those days in esports, a lot of people took advantage of that, and I just didn't realize at the time. Either for their own betterment or my own worsening. Stuff you wish you knew, right? Wait, how do you win the guessing contest? Was no one else closer to 32 than you? Because you went 30. And yes, I am indeed younger than you. There you go. You don't have to wait until you're 40 till you lose your virginity, guys. You can even have kids sooner. Anyway, let's see if Scatterbrain is going to have us losing our mind here. We've entered the feudal age. We have got the archership coming up from the UMT. Scatterbrain is not engaging, by the way. It looks like it's going to be a fast castle. Even sets up the outpost to guarantee it. And Louis onto stone. So for Arrowslits, curious, because he's not actually being attacked. Yeah, it surprises me a little. It could just be hand cannon slits on the gold, though. And yeah, the chapel for the Order Dragon is a little bit different than HRE. It's not as big of a buff because, remember, your villages are already inherently more efficient than HREs. So it's not a 40% buff. It's only 15. Archership is going to be knocking at the doors. Scatterbrain doesn't want to react, though. Like this feels so horrible if you have to now build a boat this close to castling. He's not defending well either, though. Yeah, that was... Poor Micro doesn't pull the fishing boat back quick enough. Guess maybe he was distracted. Yeah, his scout was being attacked, so I think he looked away, didn't realize what had happened, and then Louis MT gets the kill. But there should be Burgrave happening in just a few seconds, but... You sick son of a... Louis. You know what this is. He's going for the gold, surely. Oh my god, it's so much more toxic than that. He's going to go for the gold plus the tree line. And if he times this right, Scatterbrain... Okay, he sees him. Scatterbrain actually losing that fishing, idling that fishing, was bad for Louis because it meant that Scatterbrain's timing was a little bit later. Ergo, his villagers haven't moved further away yet. Can you actually stab down these villagers, though? No, okay, that's sensible. Louis MT, he went for the logical start here. Some people just rush the Barbican, but it takes so long to build. So it's outpost first, into Barbican afterwards. And wait, does he maybe hold the wood? Villagers are being pulled with the shivs out. Louis? This is greedy. Go straight after the builder. There we go. Good reaction out of Louis. So outpost going up. Scatterbrain, no way, surely. Is he actually going to commit? By god damn, he is. Okay, this is kind of sick. There's one repairing. He hasn't noticed yet. Shiv's out. He's going to get a kill. But he's lost a lot so far. That's 2 workers down for him. Soon to be a 3rd. And wow, that's greedy. Louis MT, he went hand cannon slits instead of fortification. The villagers need to get the repairs in. Remember, though, Order of the Dragon villagers hit a lot harder. He's trying to play tricks with this, with the formation shuffles on the garrison. He's barely keeping this outpost alive, but it's adding up, guys. This is ridiculous. Hand cannon slits is now paying off. More villagers have to be pulled. He's still out repairing. Louis MT was not happy about G1, you can tell. Barbican has to be cancelled. But he's wasted so much time and got so many kills that he can now just mirror the castle play. That is wild. Are you actually serious right now? Look at the economy. This is ridiculous. Scatterbrained. Oh my god, he wasn't producing. Think about the maths, guys. It doesn't make sense. He has 3 fishing boats compared to 3. You've got 3 Imperial officials. So take that down to 28. There's a, 9 villager gap here? There should only be, I think, about 4 plus the 2 at this stage. Maybe 3 max. This is bad. Louis MT. Remember, he's also playing a Civ that can rush and age up super fast to the build speed, as we saw courtesy of the repair and build speed on that tree line. Say over and over again, repair speed should be reduced while under attack for siege for buildings. I think, no. So I would say it's different. I would say Siege shouldn't be reduced, funnily enough. I would say Tortures should provide a debuff. Per Torture, 5% decrease repair speed. That way, if there is a substantial amount of units, then it's very impactful. And then obviously with the Dragon, make them like 7.5 instead of 5. But you'd have to make the debuff a very small window. Like, actually, you'd have to probably make it about like 1.2 seconds. So some things like spears would be worse, but it's because certain units are much faster on attacking. Like, if you were to do it, that's the way I think you do it. Or, hear me out. Do we just nerf China? Okay, so Scatterbrain, he has got the minute arm slot on the way. This is a one and done type maneuver, though. He is picking up relics behind this, but the eco lead, you just can't ignore it. This is ridiculous. He needs damage done, and he needs it fast. Repairing cost res plus. Yeah, so if you use more than 3 villagers, you end up burning additional resources. That change was made a while back to fix the repair meta. Because it used to be that keeps could just be repaired with, like, 20 villagers, and there was no downside. But, like, now if you use 20 villagers to repair a castle, it costs you a lot of stone. A crazy beginning of this game. Louis is up to shenanigans. Yeah, we've got an outpost maneuver to try and block food sources. Second relic being pulled back by Scatterbrain. He does have good map control to make it the 3 center ones, and he's going to do exactly that. Okay, so Scatterbrain says, don't count me out just yet. It may look bad, but it'll look worse for Louis a little bit later. Which, in fairness, is kind of how game 1 went, right? Like, we had Louis MT with this insane edge off of the back of the double production. Very interesting strategy on Excavation. And then Louis MT gets a crazy edge off of an interesting execution of a Barbican attempt in game 2. But Scatterbrain getting 4 relics here. I mean, it's not going to be Regnant, sure. But it's still a lot of safe gold gen. On a civ that uses gold quite well. Why is using 20 villagers to repair punished? Because the problem with the old system before they changed the repair to cost more with more than 3 villagers is it enabled defensive civ play way too much. You drop a keep, and because you maybe built 3 TC behind that, the keep couldn't be killed. That's bad design. Like, you're making it way too easy to get away with just not participating, right? So that was a very positive change. In fact, there has been some controversial talk about banker repairs maybe being a bit too good because of that still. It's like, I would have won the game too if I just palisaded around the outpost first. This guy in his outpost is bloody ridiculous. Most people, you don't let them pick China because taxation, pro scouts, and then FC late game. China on Louis is a little bit different. I wouldn't let him pick any civ that builds walls quicker. He does it so abruptly that by the time you realize it's way too late on these type of civs. Unless that sprung placement is going to get scouted out. Scatterbrain will end up losing his Vision Maker for it, though. And you dirty son of... He's going to turn this into a wall crawl, isn't he? That would be kind of wild to start a wall crawl from the opposite side of the enemy base to where your base is going to be. Because you still have to get the troops in here first. This room was in here first. So he continues to posture. And wait, did he... No. Oh my god, for a second I thought he'd actually stolen the relic from Scatterbrain's corner. It was just an attempt to lance a raid, which is now going to be loading up. Makes sense, actually. You'd expect your opponent to move to the corner soon, but you have to remember this is 4 relics for Order of the Dragon, so they don't really tap in the gold as quickly as you'd like. LMT's Congo line continues. We have got Spearman getting added in. Scatterbrain's Cav component is going to get counteracted, but the Landsknechter look really good for Scatterbrain. The Landsknechter haven't been cleanly answered because it's crossbows, not like archers, so a bit harder to kite. In fairness, usually the problem I find with like Order of the Dragon these type of games is once your opponent does have, say, 20, 25 crossbows, the fact you have so few unit entities actually completely hinders your ability to play the game. Because think about it, Landsknechter don't take bonus damage, but if there's 18 crossbowmen, they get one hit killed. Yeah, and considering how slow the gap close is, it just means Louis MT... I think compared to any other Civ, the idea of target microing as you start a retreat with range units is doubly effective against Order of the Dragon compared to any other Civ in the game. Okay, that's not great. The Louis MT, wait, what? Uh-oh. Panic. Spearman on the way. Does end up losing a Springald, though. And the Landsknechter. There is still one left alive. The spear count is low, though. This is not looking great. 6 to play with. He does pull him to the backside of the formation. Horsemen are going to rotate around, though. And the Springalds... Okay, this is great. Yet the Springalds, they weren't attacking the men-at-arms. The healing kept them alive. The crossbow count is too low. And Louis MT... Surely he can't hold on to this area here. The horsemen are still alive. They're going to clean up the last of the crossbows. The men-at-arms can easily deal with the spears. That was sick. Scatterbrained is... Well, he's not scattering my brain. He's actually blowing my brain right now. Because I am feeling mind-blown by this lad. Game 1, now game 2. It's a little bit shaky, though. The horseman count has gone low. And it feels like the reproduction rates behind this don't really support the idea. Damn. It looked so good for a moment there as well, but the gold is turning into a bit of an over macro. Like at this point, I think for Scatterbrain, it would be worth just constantly queuing prelates so you can heal up the few units you have. Because right now, you're just losing way too valuable of units. Now Landsknechter goes down to Springald placement. Now the prelate's being targeted. And crossbows are gonna start to feel the pain again. But behind this, Louis' economy... There's so much more to like. He won the water. Yeah, reduced him down to just one fishing boat. I don't think he dropped off the Lancer in the end. Speaking of which, he has got additional Lancers now queued up. This is a valiant last stand. I'll give him that. Lansk, again, just not finding high value, though. I think when Louis had a big army, there was a bit of panic there. So the Lansk got great value through retention, if not cleaves. But now, when it's a trickle of troops, you see Lansk just tend to feel a bit of a scam. I think the only reason Scatterbrain is producing them is because he can't really afford the food levels of some units, but he can justify high gold. Yeah, so this is more, I guess I'll build this, then it's nice, and I really want it. You know when you go and order like a doner kebab, and you look and you go, well, I mean, a large is good enough for me, folks. You know, like large at £9.60, that'll fill me up. But then you see the extra large is £10.80. Like, okay, I guess. You might as well for that small of a price, right? I think that's how the Landsknechter feel in this situation. Logically, like, well, yeah, Men-at-Arms does what I need right now. A Horseman does, but I got the extra gold laying around. I might as well. Okay, so Scatterbrain has done a good job of buying space, by the way, with his Horseman play. And, ooh, he even finds Louis out on the berries. Well, Spear following this up. A little bit slow, though. I love that maneuver. And that timing there was important. Scatterbrain, he could have been greedy and gone for an extra worker kill or two. But then Louis would have got the option to get shivs out. At which point, the Spearmen catch up. So Scatterbrain's respecting the fact that his units are very good raiders. It's better to just keep them alive and consistently raid. Kind of like you would with a French Knight. It's not worth sending a French Knight to his death to get a worker kill. Better to keep him looming for the next several minutes. What better defensive Civ than Order of the Dragon for this? We have got the E-repairs. Trebuchet spam is underway from Louis. Third one getting added in. A Barbican drop now on the front line. He's like, how this game began, it shall end. Dun, 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 dun. What's up with the undertunnel? I guess that's meant to be... Yeah, that's the gateway through. But there's like, they don't even leave any doors on the inside. So how the hell do you get to the upper levels? I feel like this whole infrastructure is a sham. Apparently he agrees. Cancels it out. For good reason. Look at the Lansk. Oh, and the horseman around the back. He gets on the trebs. Does clear them. At least one of them anyway. I think the second one is a bit moot. A bit difficult to do. But Lansk, this could turn into a crazy time. He's got 3 alive. Springs have been reached. I think the Lancers are just going to slow him down too much here. Louis MC, he does come back in with the horseman again. Gets the second trap kill. Costs him 2 of them, though. Damn, I mean, I think this is the raw pain of this game, is Scatterbrain, militarily in these fights, has played so well. It's economically where it just feels like he's getting a bit shunned. Shows you how good Burgrave is, though. I think without Burgrave's discount, this would have been over by now. Because he's already on the back gold, and you think about that discount of, what was it, 30%? When you consider how expensive Lanchkar, you're saving 70 gold per, and he's built, I want to say 10 at least. I think where Scatterbrain could still really feel in this game is if he goes for raids again. Because he did take out the siege. That slowed down Louis' timing. And he knows that Louis is playing out of his base. He's not setting up farms, which means he has very exposed economy. So yeah, just a few horsemen. Horsemen are going to feel better than knights here because the crossbows won't count you. You can then also take out siege a bit more cleanly. And you just have more raw entities to attack with. I find when you send 1 knight versus 2 horsemen in, it might seem like the knight's going to perform better, mainly because he can't die, but the reality check is it can feel a bit clunky trying to maneuver and get kills. Louis. I love watching this guy, man. I think Louis probably has, without a doubt, the sickest garrison micro in Age of Empires 4. I just don't see people leverage it as cleanly and often as he does. Oh, second wave of horsemen are going to dive into the main, actually. Call me surprised. We didn't talk about, by the way, but Louis has gone pro scout, so like realistically, he should actually have some runway here to be safe. Maybe that's why Scatterbrain felt a need to dive the base instead. Does make it all the more curious that he went out to the berries as well. You build a house, you get a save point. What a civ. Oh, man. Tribes are back and operational, so LuMT is going to resume the siege. Scatterbrain has done a good job of getting farms in, folks, so he has his ability to keep pumping horsemen. Honestly, I don't think he's out of this at all yet. It's crazy. So the important thing is, like, he's survived the hardest point in the game. Now, it sounds weird because of the exponential nature of mistakes, where you make a mistake early, it hurts you more. But there's a different way to think about this. And it's that those early worker kills, as we go deeper and deeper in the game, and the eco numbers get bigger, that early hit matters less. It's more that it matters a lot because of what you can do in the following X minutes. And LuMT did look strong in those following X minutes, but I gotta praise Scatterbrain for this, man. His recovery arc has been impressive. Definitely anyone's game. Especially with these horseman raids just getting bigger and bigger. Now 10 in total in the field. Landsknecht count up to 13. Love to see a spear transition. I think the problem with a spear transition is you're playing spears into Springolds. So, if you weren't playing Order of the Dragon and you didn't have Landsknecht, you'd have a range unit by now as Scatterbrain. Because the problem here is against mass spear plus Springolds, you just lose. Because the Springolds are like China's Gilded Archer. So instead, this idea, Lansk is just an AoE clearer. It gets rid of the front line straight away. And if there's no front line, then Springolds can't beat. So I quite like this idea. It is a bit wacky to be doing mass melee into Springolds, I'll agree with that. And it does kind of feel like I'm watching a release HRE game where they used to only build men at arms. Louis. We didn't talk about this actually. The timer was down to 145. It feels like so much has been going on that just kind of drifted by unnoticed because there was never an investment to protect them. But good decap. Spearman's getting some good shots out, but the Spearmen have to retreat all the way. Lansk getting in. Springles, they're not even retreating anymore, so he's going to throw away the siege. This is actually quite a scary fight for Louis right now. The crossbows are trying to carry through. Line is finning. And I think, yeah, Scatterbrain will say, okay, that's good enough. I no longer have a Sacred Site win condition lingering over me. It definitely was expensive, but let's just walk away. Let's just walk away. Wait, what? Okay, let's not walk away, apparently. Meanwhile, let's also lose our monastery. We've got LuMT set on the walls. What is going on? I am so lost in this game right now. Scatterbrain is 1, building Springles, but 2, rallying them out into nowhere. Oh my god. Worse still, LuMT, he sees what Scatterbrain is doing here. This is not the sneak that SB thinks it was. Why did he choose this tree line over the safe one? I guess he felt like he needed both. So we talked about him not having a range unit. Apparently this is Scatterbrain's solution. He looked at the springles and went, hey, those are pretty good. I'm going to build them too. Can we please stop? No. Re-rally the buildings. Oh my god. Oh, no, this is... Okay, thank goodness. He realized this time. This has been really expensive, actually. He lost several units just kind of doing that. Yeah, Scatterbrain, scattered troops, right? Oh, and now I'm going to be scattered ashes because we have discovered that tree line. Yo, Sacred Site's now locked in again. I think LUMT is going to look to fix the mistake of last time. More static emplacements is what he needs. So we have got outposts being set up. Sprint emplacements can be locked in on those. He could even just gradually move towards like a keep timing. I don't think you have to rush it. You just wait until you're like 5 minutes on Sacred Sites. And then you say, okay, this is a win condition again. So let's actually build a castle. Barbican has been taken out, by the way. So Scatterbrain definitely hasn't just sat here taking blows and not returning fire. The firepower is definitely on Louis' side currently. Even the walls now. Smart by Louis. He's walling himself in, but then also walling his opponent out of Sacred Sites. Just kind of devaluing the horseman, actually. Like, Scatterbrain, the thing that has kept him alive in this game so far has been his ability to rotate. So you take that away, what is he left with? Ponies for display purposes? Arkan's down, by the way. Oh, okay, so Louis is going to try to force Scatterbrain to fight before he's ready. Maybe that's not a bad thing, because I feel like if you wait any longer, it's going to get unwinnable. Farms now set up by Louis. Lancers punt in. They do find what the army comp is. And Louis MT? Okay, I like that. He's reacting with Lancers. See, now's the point where you say, why doesn't Scatterbrain have spears? Because now he's going to need them. Before it actually made sense, but with Night Play, should be able to hold back a lot of what Scatterbrain is pumping in. On top of that, it gives Louis MT a hybridized unit between frontlining and siege sniping. Oh, damn. What a crazy series this is already turning out to be. And we're only in game number 2. Oof. Wait, what, Louis? Huh? Was he trying to move them here and they pathfinded the wrong way? That's a very odd throwaway. And not exactly cheap either. 550 a piece. Oof. I think what happened is he clicked them here and then he expected them to go around the back of the tree line. But the trebuchets were in full we object mode. Horsemen, they would have bloody out the lancers here from the body rotation. And we are now getting Scatterbrain squaring up. He doesn't really need to in a rush now that these trebs have been removed. But I think he's expecting a reinvestment into them, which means Louis MT would have less bio units. On top of that, he doesn't want to let that timer get down towards 2 minutes again. Horsemen are trying to sneak in, but he discovers the walls. He's going to break them open. Louis MT's retreating into the choke point, though. However, he is going to start leaving the swimmers behind, so he needs to choose. You either let him towards the sacred site, or you let him towards the siege. Instead, he's going to protect the siege. Oh my god, it's Scatterbrain. That's all ponies gone. A rewall coming in. And now the Lancers just chow down. Spear reaction starting to arrive, but it's only in the infant stages. Only 3 in total. So instead, Scatterbrain looking like he's going to lose all of his Springall contingent. He can't even finish this one Lancer off quick enough, and he calls it. GG comes in. Scatterbrain, despite a valiant effort, which is the one that honestly at this stage, I cannot really begin to predict the outcome of. Damn. Well played, Mr. Louis. So 1-1. It was all going well until... Hey, what's up, Crackety? Thank you, thank you. How long do pigeons live for? Dude, I'm like the oldest pigeon in the world. I've probably just been dead already for 15 years. It's just no one remembered to cook me or throw me out. Domestic pigeons live for 15 to 30 years. There you go, dude. I've beaten the averages. I am statistically an anomaly. Although, like, we already knew I was an anomaly. You just, like, all you need to do is ask my mum. I still remember, did I guys tell you, like, the time I was just sitting there? And she just, like, randomly out of nowhere turns and goes, we always thought you were autistic. Out of nowhere. There was no context for it. We were just kind of sitting there watching TV, and then that just came out. People in the UK cook pigeons? I think people in a lot of countries cook pigeons, mate. It's not just a UK thing. It's not that regularly eaten. Like, I don't think... I've never eaten pigeon because I'm not a cannibal. Oh, there you go, Panic Sword. You got, like, the whole... Like, what's the third... Like, if you had to choose the trifecta, what is it? I'm trying to think. Autistic game and what? Is there another thing that you can add in there? Yo, what's up, Koppenschneller? Thank you very much for the sub, mate, and welcome back to the Swarm. Thank you, thank you. Or did you get it in two? You know, like when you have the trifecta, like, oh, dude, I'll never forget the time I learned what tripling yourself means. Are you guys familiar with the term tripling yourself? Streaming 8 hours of AV4 every day. That's why we don't do every day. We try to balance it out a little bit. Only partially, you know? And thank you, guys. Appreciate the birthday wishes. Was she right? I've never been diagnosed as autistic. You know, the word, like, I like to avoid tags and just be me. And then, you know, like, you can, if you want to use a tag, you can just go with the word eccentric. You know, that sounds nice, doesn't it? Just refer to me as eccentric. Thank you. Yo, and thank you there. What's up, Better Than Surge? Welcome to the Swarm. Thank you. That's 6 months now. What a legend. And he's got a streak going up to 4. Smart lad. By the way, guys, reminder, another person that helps inject money in this channel to make it possible is our sponsor, Opera GX. If you haven't checked them out yet, !Opera GX. I know not everyone can afford subs, so an easy, free way to help the channel is to use my link, download, and create a free account, and check out their browser, and let me know what you guys think. I've been using Opera GX for a little bit now. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at this handsome birthday lad. I can even get him on screen. So yeah, it's got a lot of cool gamification elements. It even tells you like when games are releasing and coming out. They do have their own little mini games. I don't really focus on that too much, but things like the VPN built in, the optimization around CPU and RAM limitation will be very handy for a lot of you gamers, because I think we can agree Age of Empires 4 is abnormally heavy on the performance hits. Is this semis or finals? This is semis. I'm being very me. Exactly, dude. Like, I don't attune to a tag or whatever. Like, I'm just like, be me, brother. Be me. Okay, so let me check, because they should have thrown out the draft. So I'm going to open up my Opera GX, wink, wink, which you guys should have as well. And we're going to have a look at what the draft for G3 is going to be. House of Lancaster versus Knights Templar. Wait, what map is that? That must be Lancaster Knights Templar. Sunken Lands, maybe? I don't rate Knights Templar that great there. Wait, is this Enlightened Horizon? I think this is Enlightened Horizon. It feels like an Enlightened Horizon pick. Which, by the way, like, that's what was really crazy about the Ottoman pick in game 1. I don't know if Louis really expected that. Louis, looking at Scatterbrain's draft, he knew he picked Shuji before, maybe expects that. Or what else would you anticipate? Maybe Order the Dragon with like a 2 TC. No. Actually, I just realized this. I'm going to type that out to the devs because there's something very important I just happened upon. Aren't OTD inherently disadvantaged by Forgotten Runes compared to any other civ? Yeah, so think about it. Order of the Dragon villages, there's less of them and they're more efficient. So like you basically lose out on using Forgotten Runes as Order of the Dragon, at least like mathematically compared to other civs. Like it still, I think, is mathematically better on gathering, but like nowhere near as good. And hey, we got a guest. Oh, Ezra here. Hey, yeah, buddy. We'll show you after the next game. Yeah, that's right. Just give me the smiles. All right, so we were right? Yes, we were. All right, let's get predictions up, please, and thank you as we get underway with G3. Watch me play through the campaign today. Something tells me people wouldn't want to do that. One and all, it's time for your favorite map of the expansion. Let's be real, this one is a blast. Enlightened Horizon on your screen to break the tie in our best of 5. Louis MT on the House of Lancaster up against Scatterbrained on the Knights Templar. That's right, new map, new civs. I'm loving life. And we are going to get that standard Rax play by both sides. They even both do it out onto the sacred site. Now, what makes this curious, guys, is take a cheeky look at the draft, and you might notice that Scatterbrained had the Ottomans, a civ that is considered king on this map, yet he chose to not save it for here. I am curious to see what he has in mind. And what is up, Johnny Spanish? Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, if you have got Prime subs, drop across the Twitch side, drop them in there. It gives Bezos less money, and it helps you support a content creator in his full-time journey. Win-win. So, is there anything Scatterbrain could do different here but Kingdom of France? That's what I'm scratching my noggin about here. Probably not. I don't think the other two choices make sense against House of Lancaster. House of Lancaster is a range-leaning civ. They either go for the Lancaster Castle and have all the archer shots, or they scale Yeoman. And either way, that's bad for anything but the French, because you end up with your Axemen that have 0 ranged armor, or your Knights Hospitalier, which have less ranged armor than melee armor. So yeah, we're probably seeing the normie choice. And sorry if you can hear Ezra, he is a chatterbox at this time of the day. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, guys, I can't. I honestly can't begin to tell you just how adorable his smiles are all the time. I am going to miss the goofy stage of, like, you know, when there's the gummy smile and then they get teeth. Like, have you guys ever seen those pictures where someone, like, photoshops teeth on a baby? It looks so weird. Show you? Oh, do you guys want to see the baby, even though we are in the middle of a Dark Age skirmish? All right, I guess we can get the baby, because we have just got a little bit of a back and forth spear spam right now. I have to take the headset off as well. Whoops. All right, here he comes. Yeah. You want Daddy's microphone? That's right. See, you have an excuse to cry like a baby, but the people who don't like these points of interest and the fact that Dark Age is relevant don't, do they? No, they don't. No, they don't. All right, I had the Gigabrain idea to monetize my kid. I think in future I'm going to set up my second Elgato cam to be looking at him when he's out here. Okay, so Wolf Spam coming out. Looks like we have got one secured so far. Second Wolf Den has not been claimed, so Louis MT actually snatches away from his opponent. All right, you guys misled me. We chose the wrong time to look at adorable Ezra. Because Louis MT is about to make Scatterbrain cry like a baby. He's got double Wolf Den available. A complete blast away. And now I love this. Louis MT, he goes into the Abbey of Kings. Damn, what a monster. All right, I was busy holding the baby and putting him down. Was that a one spearman pull or was that the full spearman pull? It's a good thing babies are cute because they aren't good at anything. Like, can't you say the same about a lot of celebrities? It was free. Okay, that's still pretty impressive. Skybrain, though, man. This is tricky now. Completely outnumbered on spears, and you think, oh, yeah, now I just play into, my own archers on a delayed tech timing. But the opponent already has enough spears to counter out the Kingdom of France, and he wants to play Yeoman. Oh, you madman. That's crazy. Principality of Antioch. Are we about to see the Axemen? Guys, like, no one likes using the Axemen. They feel like the most clunky unit in AoE for alongside Genitors. In theory, it would be a really cool unit, and I think it would actually have applicability if its attack point wasn't so delayed. Like, the problem you'll find with the Axemen, guys, is normally you think they've thrown, and then you look to move, and then they haven't actually thrown their axe yet. Yeah, so we'll see if this actually pays off, because the other problem is, like, you're doing this into Lancaster. Now, it is Lancaster without the Lancaster Castle, but remember, that doesn't mean they're without the stone, and Louis understands that perfectly. He needs the 3 manas, and then you can easily afford to spam Yeoman into this. Meantime, Spearmen are going to be a pain in the ass. They're going to show up, capture the Merchant Camp, and also deny one of the Raxes. And there we go, Scatterbrain, already queuing up the first of the Sergeants. Has got a deer shove coming. Okay, so that would be good for Scatterbrain because this is a little bit of a meaty comp. 70 food. The bigger issue is going to be the gold, guys. You only have enough gold per vein in your starting base for 32 Axemen. It sounds like a lot, but obviously you're not just building Axemen only. You're teching, you're getting extra researchers. You don't really have as much runway as someone spamming, say, spears and yeomen, for example. Now, on different maps, that's actually an advantage. Spending almost half the resource for the unit being gold is really good on maps like Dry Arabia, etc., where you have a 4k vein. Yeah, the fact that between your 2 starting veins you have less than a standard map starting vein, it's pretty crippling for a lot of matchups. It's why, when we've seen Japan on this map, I think it has to be about the Dark Age pressure just because they run out of resources to go for the mass night spam. Also, exactly why something like a French pick here wouldn't make as much sense. Okay, it looks like Scatterbrain, well, he's got a bit of Bream Room, has started to Pilgrim. Makes sense. Louis not going to contest him right now. Louis needs to set up for a transition, either tech or unit, and it looks like it's going to be tech. Yeah, it's going to be tech while mannering, though. So this is mana spam. I don't think he looks to level it up past the first 3 before an age up. We've got to be looking at White Tower here, right? White Tower's a little bit weird. Allsguard are going to be a bit odd into Sergeants because they already have decent melee armor. Then again, the Dagger Throws are strong. You will still trade out really well because you are 4 melee armor also. And also, you have the same movement speed as Sergeant, so you should be able to gap close. What's the Templar win rate on this map? Unsure. There isn't an easy way of checking win rates across multiple tournaments. And I don't trust ladder statistics. They're very unreliable compared to tournament data. And I love how every single one of these series games, every single one of these games in the series has been a banger so far. And now it's time to start sieging the... No, we're not going to do that yet. If we get up to like 20 sergeants, it is quite feasible to snipe them. Because what you can do is, like, and it's kind of crazy to micro it, but if you have 2 different groups of sergeants and you stagger their attacks, you can always try and catch repairers between volleys. Whereas sergeants, because their attack speed is a little bit weird at 2 seconds, there is windows for repair if you attack all at once. Because reminder, these guys do melee damage from range. They can actually kill buildings. Pilgrim denied. Didn't even cost Louis anything either. Reminder also, if these troops ever get home, he does have the Abbey of Kings to heal with. But Louis, this has to be White Tower, man. This is so greedy now. Food drop-off needs to be forced, and he has enough. Bit tricky here, though, folks, because if Scatterbrain looks right now... Oh my god, he's actually going deeper? This man is a psychopath. I can't believe that. This shouldn't be happening. So remember, the thing here is the sergeants, they may not have ranged armor, but they don't need to dive because they have got tile range. If Scatterbrain had looked into the base there, and even this White Tower's location, if he'd stood here, He could have killed everyone attempting to build that. Unbelievable. So instead, Louis MT gets the greed he needs. He secures all the stone, the deer extension, the berries behind. This is easily wallable. The difference maker of a white tower here versus here is completely game-changing. And Ezra agrees. Yeah, guys, you see, the reason why those shields don't give any range protection is they are merely replicas. You know? You ever try picking up one of those fake ones in the museum? You're like, I will fight you, sir. And then just all of a sudden a cop shoots it and it just breaks. Who would have thought gun beats shield? And yeah, Louis had to stop at 2 manas because of the panic timing. There's a lot of sergeants coming towards him. This is wild, man. Does this work? Because in theory, like, there's not much food right now for Louis, is there? 12. Okay, no, he's fine. He's got 12. 12 sheep plus the stone to generate manas. Ah, this looks rough. To go full British about it, I think this one's a little chalked. Elsgard are arriving. He also does have the Lord of Lancaster just to make any kill a little bit harder. And I have a feeling that in about 5 minutes, Scatterbrain is going to be crying more than my baby. He has got a tech coming behind this, in fairness to him. Genoa? No, he goes Angevin. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. He does see the spears. It's just unfortunate because your opponent can easily pivot into Earlsguard to counterplay you now. But he has to address the threat he sees now instead of the one down the line. Ezra is just non-stop blowing raspberries at me. Okay, so how does Scatterbrain make this work? Because now, like, this timing is pretty brutal, actually. Heavy spears are pricey, they're slow moving. You're trying to play wide map against knights. You also need to start moving out for resources against knights. Like, there's a lot of shaky elements to this game now for Scatterbrain. That worked out perfectly. The knights, the staggered garrison, they're actually attacking towards the wrong target, so keeps the bulwarkers alive. I think it's fair to say at this stage, Scatterbrain can't really afford any losses. Might not have a choice in it, though. Louis is going for the double dive. Not many spears here to protect, either. See one outpost going down. Villagers a little bit slow to move away, so it's going to cost him. In fact, they all go down. And yeah, you just A-click into this. There's only feudal spearmen. Only 3 of them. So knights dive in. With the infantry assistance, it's going to be a wipe of the army. A wipe of the bulwarkers. By the looks of it, a wipe of Scatterbrain in game number 3. I'm not really sure what you're left to work with here in the corner. Because there's the other thing. By going heavy spears, you're putting an additional gold tax on your base. Maybe if he gets enough spears before being seen, that could be good for him. But your opponent's playing knights, so like after he's done raiding here, he's going to want to start poking at the base, logically. And yes, pilgrims count the worker kills in the bottom. It's a bit weird. I wish it didn't do it. I'm starting to feel for Scatterbrain a bit, man. I think game 1 was phenomenal for him. Game 2, he done a good job of rallying in like a pretty demoralizing position. And G3 just felt a little too linear in that opening. It's definitely something you have to practice. If you want to play at pro levels, you really need to figure out Enlightened Horizons openings and timings. And I don't mind that. I don't think every AoE4 map has to be this traditional random anarchy where early plays don't matter. It's nice to have some maps that almost have that more technical element to openers, where there's still some diversification, but you understand, yes, it's a good idea to have a Rax out here at this time, capture the merchant camp for this time, go for the wolf den at this time. Because those are still interactive points for you and your opponent. And the slightly random elements does skew it a bit as well. Alright, what's going up? So Scatterbrain is going to go full lockdown. And I have got a very grumpy baby. I might have to pick him up in a sec. Is Pumba play? Okay, so Lumium T a lot of food to work with. And oh my god, he's not happy. Okay, we're going to try to one-hand cast now. The things that he does to me. God, he cries more than some of my Twitch chatters. And wait, cancel that, please. Wait, what? Louis MT's going Hobblars. Against heavy spears. What in the deuce? Like, is a good counter to crossbows. It's just a little bit surprising. Louis MT went knights, and now he's going Hobblars. So he's playing full dynamic comp. I guess his thought process is that Scatterbrain will have to come out of the base soon. So he's trying to punish him for that. But if Scatterbrain can linearly move out piece by piece with, say, fortress drops, then your comp isn't going to do much. Okay, I like that we've got more coming from Louis. So it's going to be crossbows as well. So this makes a bit more sense. If you just spam knights, you're not going to have surplus economy. But when you spam Hobblars, you have wiggle room for crossbows as well. So he's just trying to turn a 1-unit comp into a 2-unit comp. Well, in this case, 3, because the knights will still be alive. I don't know if that was a burp. Did you guys hear him burp? I thought I heard him burp. Okay, we are being very secure in our walling here. See, the problem with my son is Ezra's in the grabbing stage, so he's sitting on my lap right now trying to yank the cables out of my headset. It's not very helpful. Do you not like Daddy making money so you can afford all your milk and food? Would you eat me out of house and home? No? No? And there's the first keep drop. Okay, so Scatterbrain, he is edging towards his win condition here. But Louis MT is edging towards Imperial already. This is ridiculous. It's full mana spam. He sees that Scatterbrain has to take this slow, so he's turning it into a macro game. Also, wait, you guys think I get to retire? Nah, dog, we're going to be stuck streaming when we're 90 years old. It's funny, I was saying earlier in the stream, like, I haven't thought about retirement fund at all. I wonder how many streamers actually do. That feels like fancy pants stuff that only people that earn hundreds of thousands can afford to do. Knights have broken in. The spears aren't going to be able to react quick enough. And in fairness, like, it kind of feels as if Louis is looking in the wrong place. He's completely blind in this area, so Skybrain secures some vital resources for free. I mean, I say for free. He did expend a fortress for this, but that's the beautiful thing about playing Knights Templar. The castles pay back eventually. I like that Louis just setting up for later in the game. We've got him walling the 8k in the corner. He knows, man. He knows. Trip Sacred Site locked in, though. And one thing that is a bit depressing for Scatterbrain is on a Civ that benefits a lot from relics and Sacred Sites. He has 0 Sacred Sites. He has 0 relics. His opponent has all of them. And by the way, this is now a blocker to additional pilgrims. Remember, pilgrims cannot walk towards a captured Sacred Site. So that last one in is the only one he's going to get unless he quickly decaps this. Should be able to. We can see by the minimap it is a freebie, but there's probably paranoia for Scatterbrain. If Louis MT wasn't playing for Imperial Age, he would have likely been on those sites already. Okay. Does Scatterbrain have a way of catching up? Fortress spam takes some time, guys. And time is not going to be on his side here. I'm wondering if Louis is considering a Berkshire drop. You could go for a Berkshire drop quite nicely here on the edge of your opponent's base. And that would set you up for an easy win condition. You just rush the TC with Siege, and then you move over here. So, like, the win condition location for Louis is this. If he drops a Berkshire about here, even, you can secure the gold, siege the TC, and then siege the fortress. I don't really feel like Wingguard is necessary right now. In some ways, it might slow you down, actually. Oh, there is a lot of heavy spears, so there's definitely value in Robotiquins, don't get me wrong. I just think if you get that Berkshire, your opponent has to come to you. Sacred Site decap is being attempted. Hobblears have been revealed, so he notices it now. The count is really good, so Scatterbrain does have to show some respect here. 30 plus Hobblears actually is threatening. It's when they're around 15 or 20, they look really, really bad. And now, wow, okay, he just takes the greed. It's going to be Wingard. So Louis says, mate, I love the late game. KP, why are you trying to rush me out of this in 25 minutes? I want to play an hour-long game of Alliant Horizon. Wahoo. Meanwhile, look what I've got again. Yeah, so the way he keeps trying to grab that mic is like my face. Imagine my face and the wires to my headset instead. This kid will not stop. Okay, so we do have a second fortress drop now coming in. So he's getting that creep towards the sacred sites, but he needs another one at least. Probably 2 to feel like he's secure. All right, I think he's calmed down now. So camera work should improve by at least 10%. I know, that's a big sell. Military Academy to follow us up. Louis is looking for the full pump. And check what he's going for. Yeah, it's going to be the Wingard armies. So he's going to be setting up the Trebs in a very organic way. Remember, this is how you get trebuchets super cost efficiently. It costs less than you pay for a Treb to get a Treb and extra units. Oh, nice little one. You say that. He keeps getting cranky because he keeps dropping his ball. I like how we didn't even give him a baby toy to play with out here. Emma gave him a cat toy. My kid. My poor kid. Scuttage on the way, by the way, as well as mass Yeoman spam. Oh, boy. Yeoman are going to be like pseudo-raiders here, no? Also, it's because he revealed so many Hobblear, he's assuming Scatterbrain might try to add in normal spears as well. The Yeoman, given the age advantage, can be pretty good against heavy spears. They do have a lot of ranged armor, but your damage is going to be notably higher. You just scale into elite, you get incendiary, and then you sink shot. And it's still really, really good at killing crossbows. So yeah, I'm fine with this for Louis. I think like when you get into the late game, I feel like Yeoman peak in Castle, but they still remain viable in Imperial because they are very hard to pin down. Starting to feel like we've got a Sacred Site victory on the way, by the way. Castle drop to come in from Louis. If you start spamming castles here, this does open the door for an Earlsguard switch. But wait, what? Scatterbrain. Surely not. He's really trying for this. Lords of Lancaster are there as well, bulking up the army. Louis, a little bit hesitant to commit into this, actually, so he's going to show some respect. At least temporarily. He did have more troops nearby. The Trebs could have wheeled and dealed across. Instead, he's sieging elsewhere. Okay, so it gives way, and Scatterbrain is a greedy mother ducker. Never happy with what he gets. He wants more. He dives a bit deeper. Remember, he hasn't had pilgrims this whole time. He needs that decap. It's not just about securing the area, but I'm not even sure he can secure it. Hobblears are wrapping around the back. The heavy spears are very immobile, and the Hobblears in on the villages now. No textiles either. Scatterbrain is going to lose an arm and a leg for this. Crossbows now lead up. They do the engage. And the villager count going low. Scatterbrain, it's a castle, but it ain't going to be a keeper. Army is gone. Scatterbrain's hopes of winning this game quickly scattered alongside it, as he is now one game away from elimination. Damn. Pour one out for SB. It started off so well, and now we here. Oh, man. That was, pretty impressive start. I did like the attempt at Axeman. I guess that's the focus point for the YouTube video. Can Axemen just win a game already? Yeah, sorry, we didn't have focus on the wolf steal because my son is an attention seeker. Yeah, you are. So let's mark it up. We have got Louis now in the lead. 1 game away from a final showdown. And I do not know what you just put on my microphone, you dirty bugger. Anyway. Left side win. And we've got, what, Coastal Cliffs left over? And, oh my god, this import draft feature still needs some serious work. We've got, Himiyama. I think you just go, well, these picks, you could do Himiyama, right? Like French, maybe? And then Coastal for Jean? No, because the Malian pick. Oh, I think the Malian pick actually might be a really big problem now for Scatbrained. And thank you, Dreg. Appreciate the kind words. If he didn't rebuild the keep again, he would be better. Sure, but it's like, I understand why he's doing that, because it won't necessarily decap the sacred site. Because I think he knew that there was a castle coming from the enemy. And remember, you build all these fortresses, but you only get gold gen if you have a sacred site you can walk to, and you can't walk to ones captured by the enemy. So like, you're kind of forced into this really silly situation where you have to do something greedy to even begin to unlock the pilgrims again. What you did? What you did? Man, I really need to set up a baby cam. You're going to be my moneymaker, you know? Like, some people have their cat, but, like, baby beats cat, man. The problem is, like, it only works for so long. The cat can work for years. I don't know if you keep your adorableness by the time you're 5, mate. That's immoral? Why is that immoral? Just making him part of the vibe. Wait, dude. If that's immoral, having your cat on camera is immoral. Just gonna drop the microphone on that one. Alright, we're just waiting for the next game to begin, by the way. We can see they haven't started yet. Hopefully, Mummy will be home soon. Let's see if he's got any wind. He'll be the younger streamer. Yeah, look at him. He's ready to go. He's like, oh, look at all these buttons. Can I push all the buttons? Can I push them? Yeah. You gonna push them? I'm not even trying to content farm my kid. It's just I have to keep picking him up or he gets cranky. Don't ya? You think you're cranky? Daddy hasn't had his Red Bull yet. I should fix that. Yeah, gummy bear time. All right, looks like we're going Himiyama. Interesting. Ooh. Should we change the category? I don't know if there's like a baby stream area. It would just be just chatting. Immoral just chatting. Is that what we call it? I gotta give it to him, folks. One and all, this actually might be Scatbrain's best hope. He dodged the Malian pick for his Jean. He heads into game number 4 on Himiyama. And let me actually update that draft to show. So this is going to be EGC's Himiyama. Is notably a little bit teensy tinier on the pond. But I'm not sure either side necessarily goes to that pond play, considering that it's Byzantines on the other side for Louis. I might be wrong, though. We've got a Limitane beginning here. Is my baby blonde? I don't know if I say he's blonde. He's more brown hair. But it's like, I think he's in between. So the thing is, Emma is, what was it, dirty blonde, I think is the term. Not ginge. You know, like the mixture of brown and blonde. Emma was about as like Albanian, borderline Albanian as it comes from the hair color though, when she was a kid. And I, when I was a baby, was blonde. Believe it or not. Like, I know, doesn't look it, but like once upon a time in my life, I was blonde to the point that I think my mum took a picture of me next to a banana. I was like, wow, look at that. So yeah, he'll probably end up like daddy. Dark brown, won't you, mate? Okay, let's see who's going to be in the green, who's going to be in the red in this one, though. in terms of win-lose, because Louis MT with a Limitane opening, this is very weird. This is very unorthodox for this Civ. Even though the spin will have value into Feudal Age, it slows your timing down quite a lot because of how expensive they are. And you've also now sacrificed your system scaling by doing this. So presumably... Yeah, he didn't even... Okay, that's wild. He didn't even rush the enemy spawn to see what was there. It's just about the deer shove. This is literally all he cares about. He will punt and find good fortune here, though. And you're also going to discover why trying to get Jean off of gold is really, really difficult. I love this guy. He's like, oh, actually, I'm being hit. Yeah, well, maybe we should pull it back. Doesn't get enough for a knight, though. So I guess he's going to be forced into archer beginning. And now Louis, does he stay here or does he walk for the deer? Because this is the thing. Louis MT is a great admirer of the deer shove. Like, maybe sometimes to a fault. Like, this type of game, I look at it a bit. It's like, is it really worth the deer shove afterwards? Is it even feasible? Because it'd be a long way to push deer. And a map like Himiyama is pretty obvious as well. But yeah, he's doing it. He already pulled one spear back. Second one's going to be on the way. So he leaves one there to be annoying. And to also get info. This guy's not really going to kill anyone, but it's going to tell him things. If Scatterbrain rushes to repair the mining camp, he wants knights or pro scouts. And then if he comes back on the gold, you're going to know how much has been leveraged. Like, how many knights are we likely looking at here? Yeah, blue eyes but changed. Yeah, Freya was born with blue eyes, but she's mostly kept them. Maybe more towards like a turquoisey slight green. But it's weird because I'm deep brown and Emma's green. Dishov's almost home. Grand Winery is Salumt. 1 sec, I'm going to have to pick up a cranky baby. Jesus. I'm starting to think Emma maybe didn't feed him just before she went out. Maybe. Okay, so with age up complete and the blocker on gold, I guess we're getting something a little bit more unorthodox. Jean usually plays pro scouts like 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10 here. And I love that from Louis. He's going to lame the deer. So yeah, no counter deer shove. He says, SB, if you actually want this food, either risk it or waste resources on pro scouts. It's a great start from him. Very different start as well. Like, most people have just fervently believed in the power of the system rush here, where you, by like 8 minutes in, have level 5 system. But Louis MT is playing a very budgeted build. Hasn't even moved out to stone the entire time. I just put my Red Bull back in because I just realized with him like this, I'm not going to be able to drink it. God damn it, baby. You ever realize that we wouldn't let babies get away with this much if they weren't so cute? Apparently he knows. We have got pro scouts on the way though, so Scatterbrain will not be denied in the end. Question is, what does Louis gain because of it? That's the important question to ask here. Because this looks like, is this a fast castle build? He's gathering... Wait, is he gathering deer? No, I'm just being deceived. It looked like 1 or 2 were on it. Okay, so no, it's just going to be standard. Fairly organic. We're probably going to be looking at, longbows here because of the melee Jean. Can usually feel pretty good. You can technically do javelins as well. Javelins feels better if you think it's going to go into castle for both because of the camels. Still in the meantime, it's going to be eating some pig. And the deer were not shoved in, actually, on the north side. I wonder if Louis was going for it and then noticed that he was revealed. Yeah, so instead he's just going to camp on the deer. Did he actually shove them on top of each other a little bit to make it easier to guard? It kind of looks like he might have. Love that as well. Just pulls one Limitane to chase away the scouts while the other distracts Jean. He has got a lot more spears, by the way. So Jean needs to be a little bit careful because HP is quite low. We'll get the cleave for 1 kill. Does that not enable your opponent a little here? Yeah, and I think he's going to go for it. It's only a single cleave left over. Scatterbrain, I think he's been too greedy here. Yeah, we'll have to run away. Has not picked up any of the safe deer, folks. Did not get any of the north side either. So this is pro scouts just for the sake of having a reason to build scouts. Because so far they've got nothing. I'm beginning to get a little bit worried for Scatbrain. And, well, more so still, Jean barely gets away. I think Louis knew the time of Divine Restoration had to be coming up soon, so didn't commit. Whoa. We'll get forced to use it early. Oh, God, that feels bad. Night count is reasonably decent. Jean's out of cleaves, though. And you have no heal for your knights anymore. And Jean herself needs to be really careful. Louis, I think he knows it. Almost pins her. Gold can also now be harassed. Scout's going to get taken out. This is so oppressive from Louis. I think this is the most aggressive, most impressively aggressive timing I've seen a Byzantine player have against Jean. You don't see this often in... No. Putain. Why no archers? Because I think he's worried about javelin follow-up maybe, but you wild man. Are you kidding me? It's gonna be Sipahi. Oh, that's even better. Yeah, it's classic. I think classic Jean French brain where you just like, oh, I got pro scouts. I should just build knights. Like, he won't just keep building Limitana. There'll be something else. So maybe I'll just out-micro him because early on, Jean is really good. Because as a single entity, she can brawl almost any other entity. Definitely infantry ones. What other words do I know in French? I know some French words. De français. Je m'appelle Taran. J'habite anglais. Or anglais. Alright, I'm not going to continue. I maybe know some other swear words in French as well. I think that's my favorite part about Clair Obscur. Clair Obscur doesn't have English swear words, despite the fact they all speak in English. But they always swear in French. Okay, so we did at least get a worker kill here from Scatbrain. Outpost is now up, but the berry's already been exhausted. He's playing Northside under both at the same time. Systems are also scaling fast. Scatbrain's getting out-ecoed now. It's a bit worrisome. Also, the Sipahi poses a serious threat to your own economy at home. Especially the tree line. And Ezra entirely agrees. Do you guys hear him there? What do you say? What do you say, Ezra? Okay, he doesn't say anything. He just tries to pull the microphone. Oh, and it's time to say bye to Ezra. Okay, one more time on camera, folks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah. Off he goes to mum. See, now here's the thing. Maybe I'm biased because they are my kids. But, you know, I feel like there's a lot of times I see kids, like babies, I'm like, oh, they're not really adorable. And then I see mine, I'm like, God damn, I have the cutest kids in the world. Okay, so full confession. There was, I'm not gonna say the person was, but there was a friend of Emma's who, she went and visited them, saw the new baby. And like, I can't remember the exact words, but somewhere along the line she came back as like, I mean, I thought our babies were kind of cute, but I didn't realize some other people's were so ugly. I don't think she used the word ugly, but like it was insinuated. Oh, and I couldn't help but break out laughing. Oh, it looks like we got castle coming, by the way. Louis in a really firm position this game now. Skybrain, this just looks rough. Spear plus knights, I mean, in theory, good against the Sipahi. Gonhorn Town down the way, and Skybrain doesn't really have an army he wants to scale. Also, Jean's overextended. Oh my god, he goes for the full surround! She somehow gets out. The Spearman escort, but she turns around again. Cleave's coming through. Decent damage, but maybe too much taken. Divine Restoration has to be pumped, but that slows her down. Remember, she can't move while animated. And Sipahi, they will get the final hit. So Jean down again. Louis MT, what did he lose for that? What, 2, maybe 3 spearmen max? Supply count continues to blow. He's going to turn around for the forward. Now, also remember, there is no reason to shield wall here. Your opponent doesn't have any range units to threaten you with. You just get maximum DPS instead. He's forced to retreat because he has other upgrades coming in behind this. Jean is once again trying to brawl. Once again being ignored. And once again, this is feeling like a poor man's Pro Scouts. He's got, what, 1.2, 1.3 deer stacks worth? Meanwhile, Louis got 1 deer stack and he didn't Pro Scouts. It's a pretty big difference. Wow. Okay, he just calls it. There you have it, folks. Skybrain, despite an incredible start to this series, he's not able to overcome the best player from China. It will be a rematch of a oh-so-frequent classic in the grand finals of Midweek Muster. As next up, we're going to have B versus Louis MT. Oh, and I forgot to update that wider bracket. I done like the finals picture, and then I didn't do that one. GG's to Scatterbrained. A valiant effort. A good start to the series, but not able to follow through in the end. Where's Poppy Paw? Hasn't been signing up. He lost more than what Scatter's paying to get it back. Sort of, but it's also like much deeper than that. Yes, there is a fair point that, you know, you lost a few too many units to kill her, but the point is it keeps Jean away from her timing, so she can't really take control of the game. It's worth it. I think he actually done great trades there with Limitane. Tricky as well, because remember, Limitane are actually more tanky than standard spearmen, so actually a little bit harder to kill. Okay, so I'm going to quickly update our bracket scene here. And I'll update the tile, because we've got B versus Louis MT. Up in just a few mins, because I think they're getting ready to draft now. And the B Dimu series ended up being 3-1. Apologies we couldn't catch that, but we've been over the details of why. It definitely wouldn't have been feasible to catch it beforehand today, especially with how ill it was this morning. And then we go doink. So there you go, guys. Picture painted. I almost forgot. I need to stick Louis through to the grand finals as well on the overlay. This matchup, by the way, tends to go, I'd say, on average about 6 games. Last week was ridiculous, though. It was a 4-0 stomp. So not even remotely close. And where is my image gone? Goodness gracious. There we go. Will I do Midweek Muster as a free-for-all? Hell no. Hell no. Why would you? There's no point doing that. So the whole value point of Midweek Muster is the accessibility through open scheduling is meant to be a big positive. How would you open schedule 8 people to turn up for a match, right? It's just a mess. Absolute mess. It wouldn't work. Missed opportunity, he says, and then I go free for all and my viewership halves. I don't know. I think people are... I think you need something very interesting happening in free-for-alls for people to care. There's multiple issues to consider. For a start, you've got the open scheduling issue. For another thing, you need substantially more funding to incentivize people to turn up. Because the only interesting type of free-for-all format is one where you have multiple matches scoring points. And you need a decent amount of matches to actually keep it interesting. So, yeah. It's not as if these aren't things I haven't considered when I'm thinking about formats of tournaments, etc. Yeah, it's very hard to justify. So, reminder, every map is going to be potentially used in the grand finals. I'm just updating everything now. Let me reset the match statistics, and then we'll stick in the names. So, B's going to start on the left side, Louis MT on the right, and then we have got, boom, draft underway. Game 1, of course, is going to be on Excavation, as it always is. Best of 7 format as well. A reminder that if we have more than 4 games, there will be a redraft. You found it Midweek Muster to be a way for people to develop tournament elo, and free for all isn't great for that. Yep, that's another one as well. Like, there's layers and layers to the cake. Yo, apparently, like, is it? I've heard that, like, was it? I think is the Steel Series land that just got announced using apparently open scheduling as well. Look at that, guys. We brought it back. Open scheduling dead, and now everyone is like, yo, this is pretty nice. I remember 1 or 2 players didn't like it, but I just kind of I was like, eh. For the majority, I think it's considered a drastic improvement. Just because, the issue is only so much can happen on a weekend. There's always days being not used, right? That's the smart idea around midweek muster. I was a little bit surprised though with the Steel Series, because based on their weekends where they're going to be doing them, I don't think there's any other tournaments going on. So they technically could have actually done weekend qualifiers. So yeah, bit weird. Oh, we need to do a tie? Oh, fine. Why would you want to tie with this shirt? Bruh. Need a new profile picture? I have no idea what that is, and I follow you for a while. Oh, it's a bird. There's a bird wearing a World War II flight cap. We have got someone who's been working on a new emote, but it's kind of been taking some time, so I don't know if it's continuing or not. But I think they are working in the background gradually. Also, I think... Was it Abra the other day? I think he offered to do some mock-ups. Can't remember. There was someone who said they could actually do some mock-ups. I think they said they're a graphical designer. I'm open to it. I've said I want to I basically want to try and rebuild the brand a little bit. Have a logo that is just kind of synonymous with us. I think this tie probably works. I need a tie? I don't know, man. I think, I love ties, but I feel like we rock zero tie very well as well. This is the type of shirt as well that you can actually just wear without a tie. Please use AI for your new logo. Oh, don't, dude. Someone will turn up on my Discord, it'll be war. They'll shame me and then try to sell me. I still can't believe that. I was like, so where's this guy going with this? And then just after a while, he's like, and yeah, here's my work. It's like, there it is. The shameless sell of yourself. I remember, I think the part I remember most about it is he borderline pretty much said that he was stuck making furry porn to get by. I was like, Jesus Christ. He sounded very unhappy about it. Ugh. There you go. We got a tie. You happy? We have the appropriate attire. Although the knot's a little bit small for the collar, to be honest with you. The tie pattern collar, yeah, it's very difficult to get that right as well, because that's the thing I was saying. This shirt, it's difficult to find ties that work with it because it's very unique. But the boys are setting up now. They should be applying a delay, so we'll have a few minutes until we're in game. What we can do is I might run some ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them once we're into game 1. Do we have a draft? We should have a draft for the first pick. Let me have a look. We do not have a draft made for the first pick yet. Or there we go. All right. Bro, why are you making me do push-ups on my birthday? That's just rude. And it's not even the people that subscribe. I mean, that's just silly. You get more bird feed when you're subscribed. Okay, if I've got time for push-ups, you guys have got time to sign up with Opera GX. Exclamation mark Opera GX. I want to see it in the chat right now. I want to see you guys clicking on the link and take advantage of this. They are sponsoring the channel for a second month. Go across, check it out. This is the sleek Opera GX UI. You can actually sleeve it a bunch of different ways. We've got the full Space Marine vibe in the background. A lot of customization available. Actually, you can dial back a lot of that customization to make it very efficient in terms of resource usage. But even if you don't do that, you've got nice things in here like the GX controls to minimize the amount of RAM, CPU usage, etc. So loads of cool things there. Big shout out to Opera GX for sponsoring us for a second month. Let's go big on that number. Make sure you download it so we can get them to sign up for a third month. That'd be cool. Makes you feel like you're in the future. It's got a really kind of gamey look, but it doesn't feel cringy gamey. You know what I mean? The other thing that someone's telling is really cool. Like, I rate it for the free VPN because most people only need a VPN to, like, sign in so they can check out Netflix in a different country or buy something cheap elsewhere. But the other really cool thing they do have is that they have the ability for you to transition what you're watching on your, what you got open on your mobile onto your PC seamlessly. Someone was telling me about the other day. I was like, oh, damn, I didn't even try that. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, wait. What do you mean scam? Bro, we ain't got the camera set up. Ugh. It looks like the meme browser, like if you want to make a meme browser. Have you not seen that stuff where they had like, I forget his name, there was a comedian that they sponsored, or rather they had like integrate with them. And it was a little bit of a troll week. Basically, whenever you'd open Opera GX, he'd be there screaming, Opera GX! Or some crap like that. It's the one that does, I can't remember his name. He done the let me in meme. Yeah, I also am disappointed you guys for making me do push-ups because like that just dirtied my tie. Respect the tie. All right, 1 second. I think we've got still have an AMD sponsorship. I'm talking with someone right now about them. They maybe want to integrate with the channel again in the coming week or two. So I should have more details on that soon. So they might be coming back again to sponsor us. We've been sponsored by AMD a few times, which is pretty cool. But yeah, maybe we could get them to come back again because they've got an upcoming campaign they want some awareness on. Additional codes. Thanks for reminding me, actually. I need to nudge them. Oh, my throat's a bit dry. Ooh, Eric Andre. That's the one. Yeah, he actually got sponsored by Opera GX. Or rather, they paid him to do a piece for them. It's pretty, like... I could see it getting annoying after a few times, but it's pretty smart as like an initial awareness thing. So the boys are just setting up now. I think probably Louis just wanted a minute or two to get a drink. The picks for game 1, it's going to be the Abastas. I knew it, man. Like, B's obsessed with this. If you've not seen B do Abastas on Excavation, the map with all of those Forgotten Ruins, you're in for a treat. He actually makes... he, funnily enough, actually makes the Abastas look good on this map. That, by the way, has been, I think, one of the most refreshing things is when we've been seeing this map, Pro Scouts hasn't really paid off much. There's a lot of diverse strats. That's really cool to see. Because it feels like even with the nerfs to Pro Scouts, it's somewhat hard to get people off of that meta a lot of the time. Sorry, I just had a message from one of my creators about an FPS integration they're doing. Because we have a very fast approaching deadline for YouTube integration. But things have dragged a bit in terms of getting feedback on the pieces. The X3D CPUs are fantastic. Oh, yes. So, don't know if you were most sponsoring the GPUs or CPUs. So most of our integrations were CPU, but we had a GPU one to talk about their new launcher ones. So like if you put exclamation mark PC, you'll find out that my PC is entirely AMD powered. It's the first time I've ever done a fully AMD powered PC. I've been using the CPUs for years, and I wasn't really expecting much from the GPUs, but I've been blown away, man. Like I have the last gen, the flagship last gen one, the 7900 XTX, and it's a beast. Absolute beast. Like, definitely worth it. Great bang for buck. Would happily go AMD again. Like, I've got a feeling that AMD is going to catch up to Nvidia big time. I think they kind of already have done a good job in the pricing they've been aiming for, but like next gen, I think is going to be the real big revelation. But yeah, on the CPU side, we don't have the X3D. But I've been hearing rumbling rumors on forums about a new X3D model on the horizon, so I actually might talk to them about maybe sending one of those out. Oh my god, the amount of things where I'm like, people come last and like, I need to change the date on this and change the date on this. Like, brother, you need to commit. Balls against the walls, baby. Sponsor the PC for a month of ads and keeps being praised. Great deal for them. Oh, yes. Like, yeah. In an ideal world, I'd love to actually get like a deeper partnership with some of these like companies we worked with. Like, I've had a blast with some of them. Like, Corsair came back and sent us a chair. Who else did we have? Crucial with like superstars, actually. I was blown away by Crucial. They were so easy to work with. Like the others, you know, it's almost like, you know, it's not that they're being hard. They want to see what the justification is for X, Y, Z. But I remember Crucial, the person was like, what do you need? Like this. And they just sent it. But then they sent extras, right? Remember, I got two of their biggest. Then I've got the box still. Yeah, I got like two of the biggest Gen 5s and then an extra Gen 4 as well. But I only asked for one Gen 5. So they sent me like over double what I'd asked for in terms of hard drive stuff, which is great. But let me quickly message these guys because I need to, because they're expecting one of our creators to do a stream today, and he's not going to do a stream today. It's going to be tomorrow. Let me also... Oh, ads are being ran. Okay, well. Like Crucial RAMs and SSDs? Yeah, we have a mix. So we have RAM, and then RAM is from Kingston. We have SSDs from Crucial. I haven't tried the Crucial RAMs, but I'd be interested to. Oh, one sec. Postpone till tomorrow. I should hopefully a specific time. And I spelled dolphin wrong. Nice. All right, that should be all the panic last things out of the way before we hop into grand finals. Perfect. Yo, I just realized actually we've been live 2 hours. Skybrain put up a really good fight, a lot longer than I think maybe people would expect it, considering like the accolades of the two players. What do you love in a sponsor, or what was the favorite sponsor experience? I think like a big part of it is understanding that it's a mutual value standpoint. A lot of sponsors just want to come in for a one-off and then leave. Whereas it's nice when you can find longer-term partnerships, because it means that I can show that I believe in you and you believe in me. And then my community can see that residual effect as well. That's why it's great to have OperaGX come back for a second month, because like, oh yeah, look, there's some continuity here. So like, the problem is nowadays a lot of partnerships are seasonal. You don't get as many long-term partnership deals as you once did in general content creation. So when you can find them, they are to be loved and coveted. So I think, you know, that is a very meaningful thing to me, is the understanding and implicated value on both sides. And also just actually like good communication. The amount of brands that I've even just worked with that then goes dark, I hate. Like, we've had it once where, like, you know, they were positive and then they didn't say anything for 3 months. And it's like, even though they eventually get back to you, at that stage, you're probably looking at different sponsors and other brands that might be a good fit. And it's like, then you start double thinking if it's worth it. So, like, yeah, good communication and an appreciation of the long-term value for both parties are big sells for me when I'm looking at brands to work with. And obviously, it needs to be someone I trust. Like, I've said this before, I don't just jump into sponsorships. I do my due diligence, and I make sure I've researched them amply. Because I don't want to be that guy that, like, endorsed a scam. And what is up, Genitizer? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub, and welcome back to the Swarm. All right, we got predictions up, right? I think they went up. I think I saw it earlier. Let's get ready to roll. Oh, are we the right way around? Yeah, we are. Wait, no, we're not. There we go. 1-0. We've got to stop me like this. In grand finals between B and Louis MT. It's happened again. This is, I think, our most consistent grand final showdown, but not so consistent is the presence of the Abbasids. That's right, B has been cooking, and he's come up with a crazy strategy for this particular map. We own Excavation, the map that has got a bunch of these Forgotten Ruins that generate stone. I think you can see where this is going. Abbasids, Stone Gen. It's a match made in heaven, isn't it? Now, Louis on the other side has gone for something else that enjoys its stone. It is, of course, going to be the Byzantines that can get into system spam. Louis MT is already kicking us off that Limitane opening. Yeah, so very big difference between the two. You can see B just ends up idling a villager here to capture and then garrison, while Louis is going to be a little bit more delayed, but have the spearmen rush up multiple Forgotten Ruins quicker. Now, the reason these are so important is that they are substantially better than the standard villager gathering. If you gather out of these, you get 60 stone a minute. If you gathered off of a stone outcropping, it's more like 35-ish. Do we not have Gamba? All right, I guess I will fix that. I'll only give you guys 2 minutes, though. So, if you have not seen B play this yet, he has a very creative approach. He doesn't rush the second TC necessarily. He lets it come in fully organically via the Stone Gen. So, opening-wise, you might see him adding a few military units. It might even lead him to then capture a second one of these Forgotten Ruins. We have seen he eventually likes to go free TC, but that's usually off the back of it just organically happening. It's not rushed. But this is going to be that Eco Wing build, yeah. I think there's a way you can play military wing here. It just doesn't really make as much sense against Byzantines per se, as they have like decent answers in the early game. How does the spawn look overall? A lot of forward spawning gold actually for Louis. Bit problematic. Berries is whoa. What is the diplomatic word for what I want to say here? Louis' spawn looks pretty bad. Yep, that'll do it. So he's got forward berry, 4 gold. He's got retracted berries, but past the tree line. Both tree lines leaning one side. There's a lot of exposure here against aggro. The good news is Abbasids aren't really likely to aggro this build. This is just raw greed. So I think this will still be pretty competitive. Meanwhile, B's spawn, I think, is a lot better. He's got berries on the forward, which he wants to gather first. The gold is kind of circulated around the back in a easily outpostable, defendable area. And then he has stone on the south side lean. Now, the stone's going to be important because if you want to be optimal with the Eco Wing, you can't just rely on passive Stone Gem because he only has one he's captured. But KB, why doesn't he capture 2? Has B become a noob? No, guys. It takes a very long time to capture with just, say, a scout. It's much more efficient to just accept you're going to need a little bit of stone. And look at the way he does it. He doesn't even end up in a situation where he has to hang around long. He's just going to go... Wait. Okay, maybe not. I was about to say, like, with the current math, I think he could justify doing it that way. Because it's... I'm trying to remember the number off the top of my head. I think it's like 245 stone or something. And he'd still have about another 60 to come in at this point. Because remember, he's going to get Eco Wing, then Fertile Crescent. And then he still needs to fix the wood. So yeah, it just turns out as a bit of a miss micro there. Mining camp now set up. Level 2 system on the way for Louis. You know what has got me excited, by the way, is how stacked the end of our week is going to be. Because, of course, we've got this matchup today, and then we're going to have B in another long-form series. So, grand finals here into a best of 9 in the Hims Cup tomorrow against his compadre, Anatand. Yeah, we keep him busy these weeks. I want to get even more sponsors to run even more of these kind of like weekday events, show matches, etc. Oh, by the way, on that front, goes without saying, really, at this point, you know, what really helps fuel us on these weekly show matches, these weeklies as well, is the hard work of a lot of the mods behind the scenes. So, you know, like Avali with this creation, excavation, Caillou comes to mind, Hussein as well, and countless others. Like, if you guys weren't making regular maps, I think, I don't know how everyone else feels, I think I would have got bored of the game by now. It's so necessary to keep the game fresh. So second TC in the goal. B, this is where I think he just leans for the A-job. Ooh, but that's an interesting thought. Is there a world in which Louis could play for Kira Siphons? He just entered the feudal age. Level 3 system is going long, good lord. And Stone Gen is pretty good. So yeah, he will amp system levels pretty fast here. The problem is going to be if your opponent just adds in one building, he's going to have the influence effect, right? Yeah, I think he just needs a building here, a house. And then he'll have the linking for the House of Wisdom, which will give him 5 fire armor. Which means Limitane won't be very good at rushing in, but Kira Siphons could still be very impactful. There's a lot of stone in this map. Oh, yes. Even if this wasn't infinite stone, which it can be if you keep ungarrisoning, by the way. In terms of raw stone on offer, between all the excavation sites, it's just shy of 3,000 stone. Because each one has 360 in it before a relic will spawn. So yeah, it's a lot of stone to work with. Honestly, I really hope they take this concept of Forgotten Ruins with the stone gen and apply it to other resource types on the map. So I guess, like, imagine if you just had like a little hunting lodge where a guy enters and he gets like a bow and an arrow and he shoots little deer nearby. Okay, maybe something less confusing than deer being there. Or you have a forester's hut where it's just a little spot which is growing trees and chopping them down. Same with gold. I guess, oh, you know what, gold? That would be really cool. You could just have like a little running river that guy is sieving gold at. Dude, they should hire me. Look at these ideas. Yeah, what point of interest do you guys want to see, by the way? I always talk a lot about my ideas, but I'm curious like what you guys would like to see cooked into the game next. It's really cool because it is risking your villagers, but it's offering something worth the risk. And I think that's what makes it so enticing of a concept. Okay, so B is gradually getting towards that third TC timing. In the meantime, he is going to be adding the Camel Archer plus the Horseman. Makes a lot of sense. Camel Archers do get double damage up against Limitane. He's also going to be effective against the Keshik for the debuff because, once again, Louis MT is doing this. He's going a creative turn. Like, last time it was by playing Sapai off the map. This time it's playing Keshiks, which feels like the most unorthodox of the three in general, but even against the Bastards, I'd say. What do I want for my birthday? $20,000 in funding for another tournament. So not much. By esports standards. Does gaming mouse affect the gameplay? For some players it will. Well, actually for like every player. You know, you have to find a mouse that fits for you. It's true of RTS gamers as much as it is for FPS gamers in my opinion. I think you can maybe like function better than an FPS player would between their best and worst depending on the mouse, but it definitely has an impact. Special market where you get better deals? That could be interesting. Make it like a Sacred Site sized one as well. Like a key objective to capture and work with. Yeah, honestly, I don't mind these elements that... I don't even know if I call it Warcraftifying the system. Like having almost those type of systems where you have shops or creep camps. I'm fine with it as well. I think Warcraft to this day is probably the best example of a game that emboldened or rather made relevant the rest of the map at all phases. Does that make sense? Like with a lot of RTSs, they run into this sticky issue if I can sit in my base and kind of wait. I like maps, I like games and map mechanics that say, you know, if you actually come and play, you're going to be rewarded. Doesn't necessarily need to decide the game, but it needs to be worth it. Keshiks, this does not feel worth it. The camels. Debuffing them quite a lot, actually. I think B's showing a little bit of respect backing up here because he's got more camels coming in. It's, I'd say, a fairly easy fight for him to win. It would just be more expensive. Louis. Oh, this is ugly, man. Keshiks, like, they're kind of capturing the camels. We'll get the kill there. But really, you need to be finishing off the camels first. The horsemen are just the meat. Does dive in, gets the second kill. So, micro improving for Louis here. What he's not improving, though, is the Keshik numbers. This is starting to look a bit weak. I thought Louis had something in mind behind this, but he really doesn't. I think he's just stuck. Think about it. He's got level 5 system, which has 25% economy in, but your opponent already has enough of an eco lead to offset that. Your Merc choice doesn't feel great. Like, Keshiks here is only going to be useful once your opponent is out of the base and you can flank. Before that, you have to deal with the all-in, and he has nothing for the all-in. He's switching now into archers, but you're doing that in the face of horsemen. Veterancy up as well. Like, this is the weird thing. I thought maybe just for Ranji. Like, that's the thing we have to remember. Louis is in age 3. But my worry here is you don't want to do Ghulams into camels. You don't really get much value out of the Keshiks now. And just to highlight this, like, this is something that Abbasids were very good at, to the point that camel archers had to be nerfed. They were very, very good at playing from an age behind and spamming mass camels to counter heavily armored units. That, by the way, is why Louis MT is going archers. Because he thinks if he goes Varangian here, he's not going to hit them. He goes Cataphracts, still same issue. Rough on the flanks here, though. B, he finds the Berry Gatherers. This is the scary thought, right? As you're switching more and more into a static comp and your opponent's remaining cavalry. Let's get those camel archers. Can easily put a dent in the hardened Limitane. Villagers will go for the repair. Fortification's coming in soon, so if you can just make this last a little bit longer, but the archers are now trying to snipe the villagers. Fortifications do complete. And B, I don't think there's much value left here. Still, he chooses to hang around. He's got more camels on the way. Because what's the rush? You're just getting more and more eco. Mangonel placement should be enough to scare B away, you'd think. Just hangs around like a nuisance. This is worrisome, though. Behind this, if he sees this, this one hasn't been fortified at all. And that would be enough torch power to bring it down. Camel archers are now fronting into vet archers. B, I think he's losing track a little. It looks like he wants to tech up, but he's just getting distracted, maybe not focusing on the units. Or maybe he just doesn't care. He looks to brute force. More Keshiks arrive, but they just look so pathetic, guys. Yeah, you go to Castle Age to get Feudal Age damage, right? Like that's a pretty depressing deal. Louis, in theory, should be able to win these trades with vet archers, but the numbers just don't work for him. Keshik front line's barely holding on. Horseman able to stab this away. Does B even go for an age up before this game is over? This is pretty wild. I wonder if in like hindsight, Louis maybe thinks back that something else than Keshiks would have been useful. The concept behind Keshiks here, I think, was to pin his opponent on his side of the map while he greedily teched up. But as we saw, it didn't really work out to the true degree he was hoping for. He didn't do any damage to B. So now you have this awkward situation where we talked about the Gulen being bad against the camels. They're going to be coming. Keshiks, it's not that they are bad one-to-one into the camel archers if you can reach them. The problem is just how stupidly tanky these ponies feel. And reminder, because this is Eco Wing, B doesn't have the conundrum if you went military wing. He's just building farms. He's already up to 25. Feel like you've seen a ton of B's games lately? Yeah, but the crazy thing is they're also different. I think that's the thing that blows my mind, is B plays more games than practically anyone else. I think him and Louis are most present pros in weekly tournaments, etc. And they both just have so many creative approaches. It's phenomenal. It's going to be military wings. So that's going to be the counter to the Keshiks. Going to have camels coming out. Meanwhile, also camels going in. Villagers, uh-oh. No wheelbarrow. Yeah, it's just about to complete. Looks like he will end up losing 2 more on the retreat, though. 2 relics home, a third on the way for Louis. Really needs that for the olive oil generation. He did go 2 TC after a long delay, so he's not going to fall further behind, but that's now info that B has. Louis' situation with food is a lot more worrisome. He doesn't have a single olive grove to his name, so no longevity. The horsemen just straight up go after the Keshiks. I love this. Speaking of Keshiks, nice find. Shivs are going to get brought out, though, so the veteran Keshik is going to fall. He's on the farms, though. Wait, hold on a sec. It's only a small group of Keshiks, but it's idling a lot of the eco area for B. He's just got so many camels. This is a crazy amount of camel archers he keeps bumping. I wish I just had a raw, easy count to look at for how many he's built so far this game. It feels like it must be easily over 20. And I think relics is a little bit weird on this map. It's hard to get more than 4 because of the nature of where you excavate them next to each other's bases. But 4 is still good enough for Louis. And I think he's got that final one coming out. Okay, no, he hasn't got a villager garrison inside yet. Still, 3 is good enough for this mercenary pump. Problem is, with the mercenary... Oh, I can't get over the mercenary choices, man. I'm still convinced Keshik Gulam contract needs to be changed a bit. It just doesn't feel as desirable as the alternatives. Change Keshik's with Sipahi. That would probably make sense. Although that would make, sadly, neutral trade post plays a lot weaker, but it honestly would make sense. The problem with Keshiks is they get countered by crossbows, and then Gulams do as well. So, you know, if you see your opponents going Keshiks... How to describe this? It's kind of like when you open Knights, and then I build Spearmen, and then you follow up Horsemen. It's not that it can't work per se, because, you know, you can counterplay the ranged in a way. But it does feel like you're already setting yourself up to run into a counter. And the thing with Keshik Gulam is that's to an extreme, because you go from a fast-moving, heavily armored unit to a slow-moving Koga. Speaking of those heavily armored units, he's going to be diving to the base here. Camel Riders have arrived. They're not attacking the Keshiks, though, so just kind of an A-click maneuver by B as he goes to that backline with the Camel Archers. But he's forwarding this now with Lancers. And that should be the answer to boot Louis out of the base. Yeah, front line is about to fall. Archers will be cleared. He does have more troops coming, though, and just start queuing up crossbows. It'll take some time for that to arrive. It looks like B is going to stick to just pumping camels, lancers. We're going full cavalry comp here. So expensive, though. I think the problem for Louis is he's kind of on the threshold of breaking through, and this is very deceptive. You're like, yes, I've got him. I can get through. And then you realize when you've exhausted your army on both sides, the more you try, the more you lose. Because defensive advantage. So calls it right, backs away. He doesn't have to freak out entirely about scaling at this point, because remember, he's 2 TC. Olive Groves is going to be a tricky bugger to Fred, but once that's sorted, a 15 villager lead can easily be offset by the bust from systems as the game goes deeper. Especially a race like this as well. Finds another group. Is Louis doing it? This is crazy. Earlier on, it just kind of looked like B was running him through, but Louis, he's shrinking the eco lead. He's finding that timing we talked about. We said that B should feel safe in his base for a long time. He's reached the point where he cannot. He can't just rely on those farms. He needs berries, he needs gold. He's starting to feel the punishment for it. He wants to have to back away due to the crossbows arriving. 3 sacred sites now locked in, and the Louis walls are on the way to lock B out of the Byzantine base. This is crazy. A complete swing around, if you ask me. Considering where Louis was at and how B was pressing him, I do wonder if, like, maybe B did maybe try to play Camel Archer spam a bit too long. Probably felt that he was going to find more eco kills, but Louis is just so good at dodging those attacks, minimizing the losses. I think key actually was that outpost there. Getting fortified when it did and getting the Mangonel placement changed the state at that point in the game. It gave Louis extra access to berries on both of these locations that he otherwise would have been missing. And think about what that would have done to the game. That would have forced Olive Groves earlier. That would have been enough for B to build the lead to kill. I will say the Camel Archers feels better now that your opponent's going crossbows, by the way. It's a bit weird. Your front line's getting countered, but the reality check is, like, backline-wise, is a bit less, cost-efficient, I guess, at taking you out. I think another thing about keeping Camel Archers is your opponent can't use the Gulams to build Mangonels either. Another thing that's worrying me is the lack of walls for B. It means he's stuck reacting to these Keshiks. Keshiks are, like, I stand by my statements, damn it. Until the day I die. They feel like the underwhelming contract, but the way they found value in this game is they are allowed to keep raiding. Louis back on the front of the base. B. He's definitely not going to fall too quickly here. The raw health count is insanely high on this comp. Camel Archer plus Knights. So he's at least shutting down the raids as well. Louis. What's the urgent rush in his mind? I mean, he's keeping his opponent away from Sacred Sites. He is also scaling Olive Groves behind this. So, you know, if he's able to keep pinning him, great. But the problem is he just threw away the military lead. And the cav count this large, I mean, a wooden wall is not going to hold them back long. He has at least got the Mangonel placements to assist. At least one of them anyway. Need more. Camels dive on the backside. They go straight after the crossbows and the Limitane. Nah, he's just chowing down right now. We still have Keshik's hitting the flanks, but I think B's starting to understand the damage is just chip-oriented. It's not enough to really threaten him here. Now, though, with this type of military mass, there is a threat down the center. Camels are at least going to go marching looking for targets. He does have the decap coming through. Wait, no? B? Okay, he comes back now. I think just leave one Camel Archer. Don't, like, overkill this at all. You don't really need to hard commit. B's economy is crazy. Welcome to a Bastard life. Remember, Eco Wing. You get the Golden Age for the 15%, then you get another 15% with the Agriculture. Allows you to compete, exceed even the Byzantines. Byzantines that, you know, obviously don't get extra food eco, but they get olive oil as an additional resource. And that's the thing about B's comp. It's leveraging food in a very efficient way. Camels are very food heavy. Lance is very food heavy. I do wonder if switching spears here can make a lot of sense now, but then again, Louis has been consistently having some archers in the comp. It's probably what's keeping B away from that play. Next play on the sheets, though, is going to be towards the relics. He hasn't captured enough, though. Yeah, there's only one relic available. I think B maybe totally forgot about the Forgotten Runes. There is a funky bug as well. I don't think they fixed it yet, where with Forgotten Runes, if you use the return to work, it ungarrisons your villages. So when you're being raided by Keshiks, what could have happened here is he could have accidentally ejected his rune workers. All right, ones if you think Lou's going to win this game, twos if you think B's going to take it. This one's a bit dicey to call. Lou's got a lot of stone to work with. Maybe goes like double, triple Mangonel placement on one side at a time. But B has got the correct reaction. Trebuchet's in the way, and instead Lou says, screw it, goes to the big keep. Behind this, look at the bulk. 40 olive groves online now. B on the other side is sitting on 50 standard farms. What's the best food source for Japan? Definitely berries. Berries and then farms. The reason I say definitely berries is it's very hard to get towards Shogunate early. This feels like a bit of a stalemate. So we have to start thinking who's stronger in Imperial Age. That's where Byzantines gets interesting, by the way. Because if they do get to the fourth age, Tower Elephants. I think Tower Elephants would be a very big problem for B to deal with. In theory, you'd think Camel Riders, maybe, could be the answer. It's tricky, though. We very rarely see that clash. Right now, a big clash in the center, though. Mangonel placements are clipping onto the fight here. Castle's also assisting B. Starting to feel a bit outnumbered. The front line is failing. The crossbows are doing a great job at clearing all lances. B says to hell with it, though. He's got 2.3k food income. There's plenty more where that came from. But the question is going to be whether it'll be quick enough here. Louis MT looking to roll him on the fight. The Camel Archers just aren't trading well enough here. They're just not doing effective DPS into this comp anymore. Crossbows just able to stand their ground. I mean, also those Mangonel placements were adding in a lot of burst damage into the front line. So B forced to retreat away. Lancer spam is going to continue here, but we've got the Limitana to answer. There's more Keshiks coming, which can hit the flanks. And they are now playing onto similar resources on the flanks. So Outpost Mango placement can make the world of difference here. Louis, although outshined on raw eco count, doesn't feel like it elsewhere. Yeah, it just feels like the trades are just too good here. Remember also, every time both of them lose an army, Louis can replace his much quicker. not just because they take less time on average to produce, it's this system effect. It's a crazy amplification, and one that B maybe can kind of shine a torch to once he has Golden Age 3, but he's still going to be eclipsed on the production scale. And this looks like it might be it. Louis, last time it was just free Keshix. You could believe you could shrug that off, but this feels unshruggable. Keshix reaching into the Mango. Good micro by Louis to dodge the big hits. And there just isn't enough pump. I think Camel Archers, this looks scary for a bit, but it's kind of a reminder that when you get into a raw meat game, unless you are in the hyper late with Imperial Academy, Golden Age 3, these guys just don't come out quick enough. It takes you a hell of a long time. Wait, did he not get... He didn't get Military Academy either. It wouldn't have mattered. The eco wouldn't have been able to support it. Louis, able to crush B's unthinkable, unsquashable Abbasid pick. It starts to make you wonder, could this finally be the week where Louis MT is no longer the bridesmaid? Because B has time and time again been his undoing in these grand finals. But Louis, he's starting this one off strong. Damn, that was crazy. Well played game one by Louis. He was everywhere? Agreed. The Camel Archers are back, I guess that's what we call that one. Abra's butt cheeks? I think it's just like unfamiliar territory after a while of them not being relevant. It felt like there were moments where B could have been like in firm control of that game. It's just always, I think one of the classic errors, the classic issues with ABBA, that even to this day people are still kind of like ironing out and figuring out the full degree, is when do I tech? Like, when is the time to age up? Because it just feels like such a weird civ to age up on, right? You're low elo? At least you went with the civ sucked instead of the player sucks. I full keck when someone comes in like, yo, bro, like, B just, like, oh my god, dude, like, he sucks more dick than, like, a professional porn star. It's like, bro, like, you couldn't beat B if he was blindfolded. Why are you flaming him? Like, you know, that full, like, slap his cheek and get his name out of your mouth. All right, so G2, we've got Enlightened Horizon. Poggies! Oh, I love this map. And it is going to be Ottomans versus House of Lancaster. Now, we saw a really interesting build from Louis a little bit earlier today. Ottomans should be favored here, but honestly, like, I think the execution by Louis in that game was marvelous. The fact that he even made Hobbler's work without the King's College. I'm going to tip my hat and say it's not just a draft win. All right, so we'll choose outcome. Louis MT for G1. And we'll start predictions. I'll give you guys 5 minutes for G2. I'm so generous. No, yeah, I'm not saying you would, rather. I'm saying there's loads of... Like, we've had people in the past, like, I think literally was... On Tuesday, someone came and was like, Nerd played so bad. I'm like, what are you on about, dude? It's like, I'm praising you for not being one of those people. Because I hate it. It's like, it's absolutely fine to, like, criticize and try and analyze why something does or doesn't work. I hate it when people just, like, straight up say someone sucks. Ads now? You know, here's another idea, Shmooly. I see a Prime Gaming icon next to your name. Where's the sub? Where's the sub? I tried, but it won't work. Why would I don't know why it wouldn't work. It should definitely work. Your card's locked. Did you use it somewhere else? I mean, it should only be locked if you used it somewhere else. That's why it's very important you come across to twitch.tv/killerpigeon at the start of each month and subscribe. Then there's no confusion. And then in return, you know I'm going to be that meme guy who's like offering you a deal. In return, you get over 100 hours of stream content every month. That's crazy. That's better value than Netflix. Because let's be real, most of us don't watch for 100 hours. Too busy gaming. Yo, what's up, Riley? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Smart lad. I see you. How are we doing on the route to getting 60% cut this month? Not bad. 50 out of 100. Keep it coming, guys. Unique subscribers help us unlock a bigger cut of the rev, which is nice. $21K on B? Those are rookie numbers around here. Where's the 100K? Oh, we didn't add a point on, did we? Because I'm a bit of a numpty. All right, we got on the right side? We have. One and all, I hope you are ready for fireworks here in game number 2 of our grand finals between Louis, MT, and B. Louis has shown us a ultra sick way to play House of Lancaster here on Alliant Horizon. And B has time and time again shown us the power of the Ottomans on this map. I am buzzing for this. I am ready for a late game bloodbath. I want to see if we can get there. Louis MT, a believer in Abbey of Kings, as we saw in his semifinals up against Scatterbrained. And he's opening the same way he did then. Now, question is, how long do you want to play this age? Because long Dark Age is very difficult against Ottomans. They have a lot of upsides because of the imams, the metas, loads of variant element of auras, which makes the Ottomans quite powerful. So I think for Louis, the goal here is going to be just to get your value in terms of Merchant Camp plus the Wolf Den and get the hell out of the age. And what is up? I do see you, King Lolander. Appreciate the Prime sub, mate, and welcome back to the Swarm. It's a good investment to subscribe to the channel. You know what I love about watching these two, actually, is... I was saying it at the start of the series when we were hyping it up. Even after all these weeks of watching them, and I think anyone who's been watching the YouTube channel, you can go back and have a look. They're always evolving. And you can say that's because of new maps, but I think that's just the style of the players. B is universally renowned for this. He always has different approaches game to game. It never feels like you play the same game against him twice. But I think Louis MT has really ramped up his diversity in the early game. Late game is a wild card for him, sure. You don't know what he's going to do, you just know he's going to be strong. But his early game presence has got so much more variability to it now than I think it's had historically. Really shows. B is going to be showing those spears on the enemy side. Micro battle in the beginning. Slight edge there for B on the timing. He's trying to make it a little bit better with a pull. But there's a third spear now, so... Wait, whoa, boy, whoa. That was greedy. It's going to be a difference of one strike. You can feel it. Louis. I just realized I made the Age of Empires 1 villager spawn noise, didn't I? Spear's going to have to keep running away. I like the way that B's doing this, by the way. You see what he's doing? Where he just pulls one that's injured heavily back and then stays the other. To compel his opponent to kind of like react to the full health one. LUMT is kind of getting a little bit more value out of a stand ground format here. North side looks like his Spearman did run it down. And we are creeping ever closer to that danger point. And I'm creeping ever closer to sub goals. What is up, Lirty? I see you with the sub. Thank you very much, mate. And welcome back. Oof, Louis, before he was playing into his side of the map, he needs to be a bit more careful now. As we're approaching B territory. Oh, that feels so bad. When you don't get that final hit, you know you're going to get forced to pull. And this is the thing, like, watch what's happening from B. He's waiting for the moment where Louis stops looking. He's going to turn around now, sees its value because he's able to get the 2 kills. It's just so elegantly played. I mean, Louis, it's not like he's falling miles behind, but it always feels like he's one spear weaker on the engagement. Not for the first time. B's actually the one now overextending. Louis is using it well against him, actually. He will get stabbed down in the end. Because what you can try to do sometimes there is you can just keep running and wait for the charge to run out to min-max damage, or you turn around for a free stab in return. and just accept death. Elsewhere, though, woo, accepting the moolah. B, he actually stole the wolf den. Well played. That's the crazy thing here. Is like he's been fighting with less spears. Louis been sending everything to these engagements. They just, even though he should have more, when we look at the screen each time, this is the case. What is happening? Dark Age, baby. It's mattering. Okay, so Louis, he's now going to go for his age up. He did have to gather on the gold, so it feels a little bit annoying to have to do this. But at least the merchant camp's padded for it. And now, this is interesting. Abbey of Kings is going to give an immediate value point to Louis MT with extra health from the Lord of Lancaster. But B also has a very powerful feudal age, courtesy of these two elements. Field work and metas. But you don't obviously need the vizier point to get metas. But the field work, so the healing, quite valuable if you can force Louis MT to stay away from yeoman. AoE 1 villagers was shh, not shh. Alright, alright. I've been checked. Wasn't there multiple different noises? I'm trying to remember. Shh. I mean, if we're talking classic iconic AoE noises, I think to this day it's always going to be Wololo. Red Bull was smart snatching that one up, you know? Beaking the second Wolf Den is actually a big deal. Because usually with a Civ, you tend to rush blacksmiths a bit quicker. And now you can actually afford the things out of them straight away. Might prove problematic for Louis, because you're already expecting archers to counter out your opening of spears. Means also your lord isn't going to feel that tanky. Preferably you want to be into yeoman yourself, but ever since the nerfs to yeoman costs, I think scaling a feudal yeoman is very tricky. It's not just the obtuse, I do it, ugh ugh. Need something else to embolden it, which is why we now see him go on the stone to gather for the manners. Oh, you guys are going for the Age of Mythology for your classic noises? I say they're like true bangers, but I feel like Wololo might still be the most, like, you know, and might be the most iconics. Just because they're like the OG ones, you know? Myth definitely has a lot though. Prostagma. Vulome. Metalis. Rogan. I like Rogan. You guys know I use it a lot personally. I don't think it is as iconic though. It's a good one. But I don't know if I put it like, if we had Wololo on S tier, I'd probably put Rogan on like A tier, you know? Like for AoE 4, if you had to choose one line to be the most iconic one, I mean, outside the obvious Wololo noises, it might be, it's probably Strayobora, isn't it? Incontinent is definitely underrated. Why doesn't Louis MT go castle to support the manners? Because he thinks he doesn't need them. If he's going to be forced to scale army early, he wants to then make the army better upon feudal. So he's just looking to use actual army instead of actual, like, outposts. Speaking of outposts, though, Louis MT, oi, oi, oi. Timing this a little bit greedy. Does get it up in the end. It's going to cost him archers, though. One goes down, and this is a dive with the Imam heal. So a little bit tricky, because Louis MT, he only has the outpost to try and snipe those Imams. With the ranged armor, not going to be able to do so. Nicely threaded by B. Keeps both of them alive. That's important, because the Imams cannot heal themselves. They require each other. They're two parts of the whole. Okay, we're not going to turn this into a love song. But good control. He has the merchant camp now. He knows what Louis' win condition is. It's mana spam into probably a tech up here. Love this from Louis, though. Look at the double down. 4 Lords of Lancaster. He knows he can't match the Aura's ranged armor or melee armor. But he can increase his effective HP by increasing his raw HP. Still has some things to answer for. Only has 1 mana online. And B on the other side is continuing to just trend in the same direction, but has got the undermesh now on the way. In fact, adding in a few Sapahi is quite nice. Because his thought process is that Louis will have to react with Yeoman at some point, which does make sense. This mass heal so OP. It's very hard to do. Like, go try it in your games, you'll see what I mean. If you're playing against a conscious opponent and they're scaling military, it is so hard to make work. And the Lords auto-upgrade with age. But obviously they're upgrading each other's healths by existing in the meantime. Yeah, 267 HP on these bad boys with 4 of them in range. I guess B could just age up now, no? It feels like he's trying to go for an all-in. And yeah, we have commitment. Siege engineering's on the way. If this is white tower, though, can you actually dive quick enough? Louis left room for it. It won't feel like a great white tower. Hey, there's a name I haven't seen in a while. What's up, Secundes? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Hope you're well. Welcome, welcome. Okay, yeah, he goes for it in a more greedy location. Yeah, I don't think he could have done it here anyway due to the mana. And it wouldn't have protected anything. He needs to secure the stone. Plus the deer. Problem is, B, he's waiting for rams. If he doesn't know about the white tower timing, does he try for 2? Because I think 2 makes you too slow here. Oh, I'm getting a bad feeling about this. The rams need to go. The problem is, because there's the Lords of Lancaster, you can't just send the ram in on its own. Yeah, this feels too late. White tower's going to complete. And B, I guess, like, you know, you're going to feel a need to try and pressure, but doesn't feel like you can actually get a substantial kill with this. Maybe threaten the food at least. White tower's revealed. Sipahi are going to dive deeper. Lords of Lancaster. There's the auto upgrade now to 298 HP. So it means like an extra 20 HP or so. They also then get an extra 2 damage on their greatsword swing. It's not a crazy amount of extra free stats. But it does blob quite nicely to make them much more unkillable. Now, he could be garrisoning in the white tower to try and just whittle away at these reinforcements. Like, oh, wait, did he always? That was cheeky. He tried to use the Earl's Guard to snipe the meta. Earl's Guard have very high base damage on their range shot. Okay, so for B, I think he sees it as a win that he stopped any additional mana spamming and forced white tower. So instead, now he's going to try to constrict the map, and he has got a tech coming behind. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if you entirely needed the rams, but at least it gave you a semi-dive point with the army occasionally. Because if you didn't have the rams, the white tower would have automatically attacked and killed everything. That's why you're going to be moving around the back. It's at least blocking out Berry and Gold, but we saw Louis still has a little bit of runway. It's about to disappear, though. 10 gold left over, and then Louis dry. And he's producing knights. B now pulling the trigger. Mehmed Imperial Armory is on the way. These knights have 280 HP, by the way. So the Lords of Lancaster almost providing royal bloodlines. Just sink that, let that sink in. Process that for a second. He's going to commit the flash. Should we switch this to melee armor? We should indeed. So it makes the Sipahi a lot more tanky, just not against spears. Frontline gets wiped. Louis, he still hasn't lost a Lord yet. So obnoxiously tanky. Yeah, this is going to be army wipe. I think B just wanted to buy some time while Mehmed Imperial Army came. The sad reality, though, is that he kept the imams here. So he could easily lose them before they can pick up relics. Does do the right thing. He pulls most of the army south side to let the religious boys get away. So we'll be able to start picking up relics swiftly here. I think Louis knew what was happening. Maybe he didn't realize the imams went north. Because I think it's worth pulling a single knight for that. Just to deny your opponent on the timing. Because you're going for the same timing here. Relics. Imams running look funny? Nah, why you gotta mark them, dude? Like, it's not easy to walk with a uniform that long. I don't know, I can't decide if this is comfortable or not comfortable. Like, the breeze must be really nice, but feels like it'd be very easy to trip over yourself, you know? Knight Souls Guard are arriving in the base. We do have crossbow spam now for being. Remember, with the blacksmiths, you just push them out quicker. Tricky part is, do you deal with the Lancers that would breach you or the Earls Guard that are tanking everything? It feels like the Earls Guard should be your primary target instead, though. Just kind of a split A-click there between different ones. I wonder, does Louis consider adding in additional manas? I guess not right now. It's a relic race after all. Yeah, if you go for mana spam here, you're going to give your opponent relics. And considering the lack of gold long-term on this map, that would be the deciding factor. So who do I like more for the castle now? This is the weird thing about White Tower. White Tower feels like it's momentum-based. You either use it to stop your opponent's momentum or use it to consolidate yours. He did technically stop B's momentum in some ways for a moment, but you're now seeing B push forward more aggressively. This is where White Tower feels weird. It's the quagmire landmark when you have to play it like this. Now, there are maps where White Tower can be justified, where you have, you know, a big 4K or 8K gold you've secured. But he doesn't. And he's only going to have, what, 2 relics at this pacing? Could he sneak a foot? Nah, that shouldn't be happening. There's no way, right? Oh, 1 archer or aggroed. Wait, is he really going to... Alright, this actually changes things a little, guys. 80 gold a minute might not sound like a lot, but when you have none in a corner, that's what you need for Yeoman Spearman upgrades. You've got to be kidding me. He actually sneaks it back. Timing perfect there. No Night Raid on the back. Only gets a single worker kill, but yeah, this getting home is the biggest of deals. So now Louis switching Spear Yeoman can actually justify the upgrades without having to resort to bad trade rates in a marketplace. Not only that, he's going to keep the door open for heavily armored. Snuck out into the 4K. And B just became very reluctant because that 1 or 2 knights on the flanks, right? Like, he backed up entirely and lost the relic race. Sacred Sight's at least going to give him better gold gen. I wonder if B just considers rushing Imperial. Feels dangerous because if your opponent's just spamming Yeoman on the high ground and then ambushes you with that pull of like 20 or 30, rushing him could just be the end of you, right? So probably feels like he needs to keep scaling more military instead. And actually gets denied on another relic. Probably unlikely we see Louis pull that back to his favor, as B has control in the area. And Louis is switching away from knights now anyway. Damn, I'm impressed by Louis, man. It's almost like he's giving us a preview, like, oh, you guys thought the weekend's gonna be close? Yo, hold my beer. And this would be no small feat either. You have to remember that Ottomans have been looking borderline unslayable in this matchup and on this map in most matchups rather. But then on top of that, if I had to choose one civ you'd ban away from B outside of the obvious of H'Uri Rus, this is the one. Is there any world in which he maybe plays for scale now? Because you know at this stage your opponent's probably spamming manas, and you have no way of breaking in and killing him for that. Nice denial as well. B just trying to remove additional food sources. At this stage, I think I could kind of see the idea for B going 2TC. I don't entirely like it, but I feel like you can't really like much here in this situation. B1, sorry, Dimmu won with KT against B's Ottomans. Yeah, I didn't catch that game, as sadly that was on our 1 day off. We have a week. But I was a little bit surprised to end up being 3-1 for those who didn't catch that. I might have to go back and look at that one later. Because I'm curious. I don't think that it's impossible for Knights Templar to beat Ottomans, by the way. It's definitely skill execution. But I think if both players are playing absolutely their best, I'd still edge Ottomans. It's just, you have to remember that you have Chevalier plus Archer versus Archer Sipahi. So although there's those auras for Ottomans, especially with the Archer efficiency of Knights Templar, you can see the way. Why is Roots and H3 such a high ban rate? What makes them OP? Buddy, we'd have to get a list. Even though it's predictable, Roos's fast castle build is still very good because Horse Archers are strong and there's no easy way of stopping them doing it. On top of that, probably the best pro scout Civ still in the game. Or definitely, like I say, top 2. HRE, on the other hand, it's marching drills, it's a 40% better economy, mind work variability. There's just so many good elements about HRE. They're too good. Every other Civ in the game needs a buff or HRE needs a nerf. And I try to avoid nerfs for Civs. But HRE has been long overdue on that. This is such a Louis thing to do at this stage. He really wants that long-term secure on the 8k gold. Can't buff Civs all the time? You actually can. It's just you get the ARPG effect of very big, stupid numbers. It's like, if you don't care about the numbers being very big and stupid, maybe in some ways it looks cooler because of it, then it's fine. Like, y'all ever play MapleStory? Alright, so I didn't know about this, but apparently MapleStory Classic is coming. Or is already here. So they're doing like a complete, like, what World of Warcraft done. Now, if you go play that, you're going to see numbers over mobs' heads of like, 10, 20, 30, 40 or whatever, right? If you play MapleStory normal, as in like the retail, you're looking at billions of damage on your screen. So like some games can make it work because of it. The problem is a lot of games, the issue they face is numbness to the numbers. You see a big number at first, you're like, oh, wow, endorphins. But then over time, you're like, okay, this number is irrelevant. It's like, wow, I done 1 billion damage and it took 1% of his health. Wahoo. MapleStory is played by the weird goth kids? I don't think that's true. I definitely wasn't a goth, and I got sucked into it. And Emma most definitely wasn't a goth. She's one of the sporty girls. So your stereotypes, mate, are ill-dated. The people... I actually love a statement like that. Do people usually war like this? Ah, I see you haven't watched a Louis game before. He started with the riskiest wars. It's kind of smart, actually. Think about it this way. If you sneak out and start here, by the time your opponent sees what you're doing, which is usually going to be towards your base, you've already walked the hardest part. And what's up, TJ? Appreciate the sub, mate. And welcome back to Swarm. This is wild, though. I mean, it's a cool idea by Louis, but he's still militarily quite weak. Scatter rely on choke points a lot here, but that's dangerous because of the spring play by B. Sacred Sight's now looking to be locked in, but we have got decap sneaking through. And you can see Louis understands that he's going to be beaten in direct fight at the moment. He needs to wait patiently here. Now, numbers do deceive a little bit. You have to remember that the Lords of Lancaster add substantial health into the formation. Mana count is up to 9, so economically, Louis MT is able to compete with what B is doing here. And the top part of the wall does not have a gap. It's nice and fully enclosed. And, oh, hello. Louis actually did walk some villagers out here, so B will be able to find a little bit of value up there. And the other problem now is, remember, Louis MT has got all this economy, 60 villagers on the high ground. There's nothing to really do here. The tree line's running out. The gold is gone. You don't really want more stone right now. So, weirdly enough, B doesn't actually have to move. He can just chill here. Because at this rate, he'll reach 200 pop first. And then you can start thinking about Imperial Age before Louis. So, yeah, very uncomfortable position China's #1 finds himself in. Villagers, one of them did sneak out to re-wall. The others do get massacred, though. I wonder what makes B think he needs to push in. It might just be his testing that Louis is actually able to keep up with him. So I think like the only way you really should lose from this position is just a hard commit, right? Potentially, anyway. Man goes from behind the tree lines. Might make B rather think twice about the dive. He's going to start backing up a bit. And now, within 10 of max pop, you can kind of just lean onto military schools generation and start saving here. Just line the pockets, right? Louis has been ridiculous with this, by the way. I've been keeping an eye on the minimap. Just had one villager going around looking for later flank points. Like somewhere you can raid down the line. Sink shot. The mango follow-ups might be better, though. Now, hold on a second. B. He may have squared up at the wrong time. The cavalry wasn't here. Frontline's already gone. Mangoes are now hitting well. Sink shot follow-up. Good onto the Janissaries. This is not looking like a break. He commits the Spartan. But just enough spearmen to hold him at bay. The Mango's still protected. He does have the military numbers. Can he maybe break through here? The Sapati are in. Mango count is falling. By God, he may have just done it. Despite the numbers looking like they favored Louis, that second wave seals it. B, starting to break in. It's going to reset now. Happy with the damage he's done. But I'm impressed, man. The Sapati, against that many spears, you wouldn't have expected him to perform that well. But it shows you the value of just double melee being able to attack compared to the spearman count. Now, with practically no gold, you just see Louis queue up 3 more mangoes. A play that feels like it is born out of desperation here, as he still lacks access to any outside gold source. It is just the 3 relics keeping Louis afloat. Not saving him from sinking for long here at this rate. Triple Sacred Site now in. And on the rematch, you can see that B has an overwhelming advantage going back towards 200. Louis almost out of wood? Oh, he definitely is. He's now taking risk. For 700 gold and B, it is the big boy toy. He just summoned the Great Bombard. And this is getting awkward. He'll be able to secure some wood. I think Louis just maybe wants to Takeshi Castle this. Just add wall, wall, wall. You want to create a maze for B to get lost in. Because Louis, the reason that fight on the defensive looked good at first is because B's cavalry was so far away. So if you can compartmentalize the map more, you might eventually still lose more villages, but you'll create big delays so that B's not fighting before military mass. Which, with the difference in terms of military population, you need every little bit of help you can get to swing the numbers your way. And here's the thing, like, if they both go Imperial, I still don't know if I'd say House of Lancaster feels that great here. You can keep your opponent off of the Janissaries, but Sapahis are going to feel even more valuable. The mechas still become impactful. If you can start spamming keeps, if you can reach Imp and spam keeps, I think LuMT could have it with just Ulsgaard. But those are some very big ifs. You need to gather 900 stone a pop to get a castle. You've got White Tower and Departure, which would give +2, but you want to get an extra 4 keeps. That's expensive. Then you need to find access to gold to be able to get to all these things. There's just a lot of ... dots when describing how Louis MT wins the game. Whereas for B, it's just more, yeah, Cam, keep doing what you're doing, and then just get tech advantage. We do have to sneak out again. Louis MT sending more villages north. B, all too aware, though. This map makes really interesting games. Agreed. You know, I like the idea of these type of maps. Like, I thought it'd be really cool to have these start close, but what you need is elsewhere type maps. I really do rate them highly. Some can feel a little bit clunky, like the, was it Anatolian Hills? The one with the river you had to cross. But there are a lot of cool things. And we do have... Woo. Okay, Yeoman sneak in. So finally, Louis able to spring to life. He gets some worker kills for the first time, what feels like forever. And wait, this Yeoman group is unanswered right now. It's got some knights now arriving. And most of his military is locked on the front line. So he needs to wait for reinforcements. The Yeoman could easily just target villages here. I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Yep, goes after them. Has enough for the one-hit kills also. B finally realizes what's happening, but he's trading out on the other side. Forces the castle drop. Great Bombard is here, but the mango count... Oh my god, what? What happened to the mango line? This guy had gold for what felt like a few seconds, and look at him go. 7 mangoes now to try and answer the one Great Bombard. I think B just needs age 4. This is getting weird now. Sipahi raid, not able to find their target courtesy to the keep. And Louis MT, we talked about the Earlsguard strategy. Guys, that's exactly where he's going. In fact, it is full melee blob with siege. This is actually a pretty wacky strat. So Earlsguard to kind of contest the Janissaries over time. You've got the Spearman to deal with the Cav. And then obviously Billman helps the Earlsguard even further. And then Mangoes also just seals the deal on the Jannies. It's a wacky comp. In some ways, this feels better than just being English and spamming men at arms with armorclad. Yeah, you get your debuff. You have to think of the Spearman as not just anti-cav, but they're also kind of like a support unit. Then you've got Lords of Lancaster. Like, this is the thing about the auras we talked about. Ottomans have the very obvious apparent aura advantage. But Lancaster is subtle with the debuff from Spears for -1 armor, and then the 20% health increase from Lords. It's a very odd dynamic, especially at this point in the game. You know, because you can argue things like the Billman loses some of its value when you go Imperial due to everyone having even more health. And yes, the Lords of Lancaster do give Mangoes health. In fact, if you have a look at Rams, when there's a Ram near Lords of Lancaster, 4 of them will give an extra 80 HP. Yeah, you basically get like siege works by having Lords here. Makes it harder for the Mangoes to trade out against the Lancastrian ones. He's trying right now, though. The Mangoes are actually just ignoring the enemies. Finally returns fire. Lancers are going to rip around the back, so it looks like you better splinter a few, but there's a lot of Mangoes here from Louis MT. And it's disintegrating that backline. Yeah, only really archers left over. Now, tech up has happened for B. He is an age ahead here, but he will not have much of an army to upgrade at this rate. And Louis, credit to him, is not far behind. Great Bombard might be worth chasing down here, but the timing is going to focus on the main army. Sipahi, a few of them are going to leak in, so more Mangoes to full. And it looks like both sides are going to lose the massive siege. He's even got a few of the Lords of Lancaster reaching over towards the Great Bombard. This game is still not over. This is ridiculous. However, Sipahi do find the gold workers. Oh god, and Louis, what he reinvests. That's shocking. Louis was about, what, collectively, I think 600 resources away from triggering Imperial Age. He doubles down on the Age. And what's even crazy to me is with your opponent now being an Imperial Age, he double downs on Mangoes. I guess he felt he couldn't get Berkshire up quick enough. Probably also the gold on the north side was freaking him out. But now you have huge gold issues in general. You're back to no direct vein access. Louis even gathering trees on the south side. He's just got all this economy and nowhere to really swing it with the way the map's played out. This guy is wild. It's just such a funky way to play Enlightened Horizon. You know, we've seen people lean into the corner quick. We've seen them lean towards the sacred side, center of the map. But basically clawing the edge of the map is a very unique way to play Enlightened Horizon. The sacred side timer is ticking down. We do have a lot of techs on the way in for B as well. Scythe Barnes is a big one. I believe we should have some university tech soon as well. Yeah, most notably biology would be the big one. Louis, because he hasn't aged up, that means it could turn into a double tech difference. Remember, university tech is kind of like going age 5, actually. Looks like the siege is going to be... Please, just kill the Mango first. We've almost got it, boys. Soon. Soon. I think this Great Bombard is kind of MVP just by wasting everyone's time here. And he can't even kill the village. Like, just the villagers, man. The villagers need to die. Oh, my God. That just feels cursed. Great Bombard is now looking to counter siege. B. He should have enough Sipahi, but a lot of them actually aren't here. Great Bombard. He's going to stand his ground, but that means villagers could be sacrificed as well. He's still trying to kill it melee. This is just so painful to watch. Great Bombard with 250 HP. Sipahi are going to throw away their lives, but it's worth it. Mangoes go down again. This Great Bombard is just not moving. Finally, he has the damage for the kill. But that felt like one hell of a meat grinder just for the single solo kill on Siege. Especially now that there's additional losses for you. Sapahi at this stage, remember, they hit for a pretty impressive 33 damage per strike into Siege. I.e., they kill you in 5 hits. What impresses me is the fact that Louis is somehow still keeping the meat blob going. You know, he does have manners. You can never underrate that. But an age behind this long is usually a death sentence, I feel like. Normally, when someone stays an age behind this long, they find a big edge, a big advantage. You know, they have to, because otherwise the game is over. But somehow Louis MT, while not finding like an overwhelming advantage here, has at least remained in the game long enough that he can now secure the 4th phase. And I wonder if we're being seeing, yep, Wingard. He doesn't want to Berkshire it. Okay, that's a bit surprising considering the reliance on Earlsguard. Remember, if you go Berkshire, Earlsguard get an extra 2 damage maximum possible off the keep spam. It's more likely that Louis just doesn't think he has enough stone to do that, though. Because he would need to add in an additional 4 castles to get the maximum damage. Wall's already up over here. So B, if he wants to get into the main base, he's going to need to bring the siege down. I think the Great Bombards are actually in the middle of the map. That Sacred Site timer is ticking, though. And I wouldn't be surprised if B goes for like a castle drop here. No rush on the stone so far. He's just relying on Outpost to give him an early warning. Look at the vision on this map. Yeah, reminder that B even went for the extra vision on scouts to make sure you can see everything. And that's a problematic position for Louis to be in. He's playing from behind with limited gold access. And he knows he's going to have to brute force towards the main objective, but like you have to now somehow do this, what? I don't want to say unseen, but somewhat surprisingly. The problem is this is B's vision. Look at the minimap. There is no secret angle to approach from right now. Any normal moves, pretty much obvious. Looks like B is just going to play for Sacred Site now. I mean, Louis, he done a good job of making this look competitive, but at this stage, what is his answer? You can't really afford to mass mangoes again, even with Scottish coming in. He has got some gold access up here. Like, in theory, if you wanted, you could reblob mangoes once. But your opponent's already deep in the Sapahi. Oh, yeah, you're in. Talking to that gold. It doesn't feel like it's going to last long. Okay, he has got stone walls. Oh, just in time. B does have siege engineering if he chooses, or, hear me out, I think I know a better way of getting through these walls. Like, call me crazy, but we might have the SWAT team to breach and enter. All right, remember, boys, once we breach the compound, if it looks like they don't have a weapon, that's what your secondary sidearm's for. You put them next to the body, you make sure you cloth it off so there's no fingerprints, and you say, it looks like a clean kill to me. All right, go, go, go! Run, run! Well, the good news for Louis is he clearly never wanted to spend on gold units. He just wanted more spears. It's an 82 spearman. But they've got -1 armor, and it's OP. Let's not oversell. You know, we're at risk of... If you buy into that, you might find yourself feeling a little bit like Jack visiting the Giants. Yeah, and I think the Roboticon is the big deal for me. He has a Culverin, but this one Roboticon is just holding him hostage. He can't turn. It's like, oh, yeah, you keep going, guys. I'll be there soon. Yeah, you got this. I'm almost there. Oh, my God. Archer's on the other side as well. B, he's sandwiched him. Roboticon's going to start shooting. Great Bombards are also catching up. Louis trying to buy time here. He has got Padded Jack on the way. Problem is, like, buying time doesn't work when there's a timer ticking against you. Sacred Sites are about to be down to under 2 minutes. And we'll never see Elite Army Tactics with the Laws of Lancaster. Which is unfortunate, because it does look pretty gigabusted mathematically. He's got a second wave coming in for the other sacred sites to me. Oh, no. I had to open my fat mouth, didn't I? Line it up, boys. Oh, no. That's just not fair. 1 cannon, 2 cannon, 3, and a gajillion. It's a totally balanced fight. Where there's 75 spears, I think he had a lot of them hiding at the gold. Like, right now, Louis MT is playing Lemmings more than he's playing Age of Empires 4. His army's looking like a Dota 2 creep wave. Okay, guys. Yep, like 5 of us are going to go out together. And then occasionally we might have a catapult with us. But, sir, why don't we just send the entire army in so that we can just overwhelm them? No, no, no. Nope. We, for years, have followed this order of 5 out at a time. We will stick to it. Anyway. We do at least finally have Earlsguard getting upgraded. Scottish should be enough to afford Earlsguard spam. It's just, once again, it's a case of timing. It's about to get worse. We've got the super bowstrings coming in a sec. So many Sabahi. And B, you're seeing, he knows he doesn't need a rushed engagement here. He's not on the clock. Louis is. And Louis is playing House of Lancaster basically without ranged, if you think about it. He's got siege, but not much of it. It is pretty much you playing HRE old school. And you're just losing to elite archers. Great Bombards now go into Dent on the Covrans. The Zabai is starting to leak through. Like, this is over. He's got 26 seconds on the clock, and he's got no sneak coming. So B is going to flex his Ottomans, as he always does on the line horizon, and come out the ambitious victor. Oh, God, I tell you what, though. Louis MT is starting to scare me. I think he, more than anyone else, is giving me flashbacks to the dirty, ultra late game English strats in a way that no one else has on Lancaster so far. Yeah, Spears, Earlsguard, I just need to survive. I'll win eventually, bro. Oy, 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 please. Have mercy. You know, originally I was like, oh, this will probably be a fairly quick day, especially after last week with B in his finals. It'll be a quick day and I can, like, go tuck my daughter in, spend a little bit of my birthday with them. That's not going to happen, is it? No. I'm getting this funny sensation. Probably 6 games in this series with a game length average of probably 45 to 50 minutes. Which means if you're not subbed, you've made a big mistake because you'd be able to dodge a lot of ads. So probably want to fix that. Oh, game 3 is going to be intriguing. I think we're about to see a stress test of whether Japanese archers are actually that good. He probably won't do it. We've got Japanese versus Delhi, which historically is probably Japan's worst or like second worst matchup. They've struggled with this one for a long, long time. So try Arabia, put it up on the board. Yeah, I'm not, I don't know. I'm a Japanese believer and I wanted to believe. I still remember when B was trying to experiment with like a 2TC build against Delhi. And I got inspired when he got a win. I don't know about this one, dog. And thank you. Appreciate all the birthday wishes. Welcome to the old club. I mean, like, how old do you think I am? You think I've only just been here? Just because I act like a kid. I mean, I am. I'm going to open the door, by the way. It's actually hot as hell in here. Be right back. Oh, can we run ads? No, already auto and ran ads. Can we get predictions up, please, while I quickly open a door so I don't die? Oh, I also still need to send another message. There's always one more message to send. I swear I've got serious work issues. It's like my birthday and I should really take a day off, and here I am working and I'm like doing this job and then I'm also doing like my influencer manager job as well. Like, bruh, I need to get a life. Well, let me message Marika. What is an influencer manager? You manage influencers. So I run an agency. We represent some amazing content creators. So we help source and negotiate their deals and then make sure that all the deliverables, contracts, etc. are sorted. Make sure they can get the best deals possible. And hopefully make both the brands and the creators happy so that we can keep doing more deals. I wear a lot of hats. I also help tournaments find sponsorships. And still freelance, commentate, and host. I do a lot of things, basically. You can tell I love gaming because I do a lot of jobs to try and get by. My 9-to-5 job? I mean, like, my 9-to-5 job is content creation and, like, esports commentary work. Really. I wouldn't say I have a traditional 9-to-5 job. In an unhealthy way, I don't really ever switch off. Like, yo, what's up, Neri? Thank you very much. The attempted bribe has been accepted. Thank you, thank you. But, like, to put it in a bluntly simple way, I kind of, like, and not even, like, arrogant that I work harder. I would say I, like, probably put more hours in to my jobs than anyone I know combined. Doesn't mean I'm working smart, though. Influencer manager is the person that ignores most people. You're thinking brand side. It's like, influencer manager might not be like, it depends. You have different names for it. But anyway, gambles up. Let's get ready to rock and roll. One and all, this matchup is a complete and utter nightmare for the Japanese. But it looks like Louis is up to the task. We hop into game number 3. The nightmare is the deli. B has got them in the green, but Louis MT is trying to show us a new way. It is a dark age, or maybe a golden age in a weird way for Japan. These dark age spearman plays have been all the rage. Almost every single Japanese game now includes them. And alongside that, we've seen a move away from Shinobi back towards the storehouse. Why? Because food is good. Japan has a very big issue with food. It's their biggest weakness, actually, when you think about it. It tends to be the thing that runs out. You either win the game with the first Mount Samurai, or you no food, no bueno. But with this play, you can very cost efficiently shove deer into your base to give you a lot more runway. And B, well, he does see it. And this is where you look to lane the deer. Now, this is a strategy that first worked really well for Japan, but has become very predictable as of late. In fact, if you get in a game against Japan and you're a pro-level player, the first instinct you have is, let's check to see if they're deer shoving. Nice ring roses. B, using the terrain against them. This is where the gold vein kind of helps you push deer, but it also works against you. It's a great laming. B does lose one of the sheep. We'll lose 2, actually. Louis, nicely microed there. But now you've got 2 deer. Oh, God. And if B finds the second deer stack, he can lame that as well. Which means, at that point, like, this play from Japan's not very good. You will still have Spearman into Delhi Ghazi, but unless you want to play out onto the map, it's going to feel really, really bad. And I don't know if you really ever want to play out onto the map against Delhi here. There is a theory that the new Yumi might make it worthwhile, so maybe do, like, Spear Yumi as a comp. And that way you could add in a few Samurai, makes you a bit more tanky against Archer Fire, but I think Ghazi deal with the Samurai very well, is the problem. Curious to see how he's going to try to approach this, because it definitely doesn't feel like a great start. B with 9 sheep. Meanwhile, Louis at least does have 15. And wait, did B just go home? He did. Yeah. When you see the enemy scout, though, do you just rear off, maybe? I'm a bit shocked. Yeah, I can't believe that. The deer were just out of range of where you would have seen them. So now, despite the lame on the easy deer, Louis is going to get the hard one all the way home. And B's rushing back. But if you get the deer to just here, consider it home, because you can just wall off and then secure the area. All right, guys, we might actually still have a game. Wait, did Neri just flame me? I just saw that. Smart and KP shouldn't be in the same sentence. I've seen you type. I wouldn't be so judgmental. Why am I catching strays? It's my birthday. I thought everyone's meant to be, like, nice to me and stuff. Like, did anyone bring cake? No one think to bring cake? You guys just think I'm like Terry from Brooklyn Nine-Nine with the yogurt, huh? Just can't have it. Any tips on pushing deer with spears? Sure, like 3 is the magic number. 3 makes it very easy because you just create a concave and then aggro the deer in. And spears can get very close to deer. The aggro range is quite interesting compared to other units. So it gives you a high degree of control on positioning. You see what he's doing here where Louis just moves one, then moves this one last. Like typically, if you want to be very careful about it, what you're looking to do is you move the outskirt spears first until the deer kind of overlap towards each other, and then you push the center spear in. And always look for terrain that you can use. Like once you've got these tree lines, you can be very brain dead. Because like where are the deer going to go if you run at them from this direction? There's only one way. And Kura is the only way. Folks, if you're opening with the Dark Age spears, you're not really going to be going Koka. I don't think there's... I'm trying to think there's any situation where you want to go Koka. Koka's value is that the unit won't be countered at first, but the problem is when you've built Spearmen, you've already told your opponent they need to build a counter to light infantry. Even if they built now into Samurai, you'd still think archers are good against Samurai. And under Begeisha also get countered by archers. So yeah, like, it kind of feels... I think the way I've described it before is it's almost like going... God, it's not even fair to say School of Cavalry, because School of Cavalry has good units. But like it's kind of like playing Byzantines and going Hippodrome and then opening up and following with 2 additional stables. Like, what are we doing? Used to jump haze your friends on their birthday? Yeah, but that's like some weird machoistic child law crap. What's up with hazing? He killed the deer? It's okay, though. Like, no, the deer are sleeping. Have you guys not seen that, like, cartoon where the animal gets home and it unzips its skin and hangs it up to sleep? It's just that. It's fine. It's totally safe. And then when you see the villagers gathering from the deer, that's just them donating their organs to a needy kid. Okay, so Ghazi on the way from B. And remember, Sacred Sites is going to be the focus point on both sides here. It looks like Louis actually is going into some samurai. Ooh, what? Yo, he's not just going into some. Is this mass samurai feudal? It is. He got a lot of deer home. He got 9 in total because 2 didn't get lamed over here. Oh, sorry, no. He got 1 in total from here. So 8 in total. It's still respectable. It ends up being 2,800 food. Plus, he's got the farms to gradually transition. And on the sheep game, he's at 21. I think this is Horseman Samurai. Not just because I see it on the... But it makes sense comp-wise. So the Horseman kind of just buffer the shots in the Ghazi. And then if your opponent's going Archers, you catch that. Because Samurai, we said, can kind of get kited and killed by Archer. But even though the Samurai struggle a bit because Ghazi get bonus damage against them, when you layer in Horseman, the fight becomes a little bit more dented. And also, it's just a simple A-click combination for Louis. How strong Samurai compared to English men-at-arms? Usually considered a bit weaker. The problem is, although they are stat-wise better, they cost slightly more, and then also usually you don't have the income that English do to sustain it. That's why this is a very different, rarer situation. With the Deer Shove and the Kura, you have a little bit of runway. The big problem with English men-at-arms compared to Japanese men-at-arms in feudal is English can just add in farms very organically. 1 cluster, 2 cluster, 3 cluster, 4. For Japan, the idea of building 20, 30 samurai before the Deer Shove meta came in, that felt like a death sentence for Dark Age and Feudal Age. You just couldn't justify it. Because like when you look at the raw stats, they're better in Feudal Age. They cost slightly more, but they get deflective armor and they get an extra melee tech. And then eventually get katana bannerman. It's like there is a lot of plus sides. But it's a lot harder to justify compared to English men-at-arms in Feudal. Only 6 sheep left over. He has got good deer spawns, though, so it's not too much of a threat. Obviously, the boars are irrelevant for him. Samurai now moving out. B is going to switch over to spears. I don't know, man. This is like looking pretty good for Louis. We've got the right timing. Daimyo's on the way. If he ever gets to Daimyo 2, it's kind of curtains. Because in Feudal Age, that'll mean buffed up horsemen and buffed up samurai. And remember, if you buff up the Horseman with Uma Bannerman double melee tech, you're basically hitting as hard as Gazi for less. Another thing to keep in mind about feudal men-at-arms for English, when you force them back into their base, they have the aura to defend with, whereas Japan won't. So I think this strategy for Japan is all about momentum. If you can't keep strangleholding your opponent, it's going to start falling off, and at that point, your only instinct is to go Castle Age, which is a good point in the game for this unit comp. You know, you get a Adachi tech, that's +6 damage. And also, once you're vetted up, you can deal with Gazi really well. I think that's the other fear B has. Like, this is a classic counter to Delhi if you think about it. We used to see it with mass HRE men-at-arms. Saves that mass feudal heavily armored units makes you freak out as Delhi. You think the Ghazi are the kings, but they have limitations. And because you usually scale archers, spears, etc., these are all things that just are going to perform worse if your opponent's ever able to sneak a tech up. Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on you to remain present. Presence. I only managed to lock in one Sacred Site north side. Louis is going to be approaching the base. Samurai. Almost in already. The Horseman actually could just sneak under the tree line. I think Louis is being a little bit respectful, doesn't want to overextend. He's just going to hang around and torch a little here. And we're almost at 20 feudal samurai. Main thing about English men-at-arms is that they produce a lot faster. Excuse me, that is true, but also remember the counteraction to that point for Japan is they only pay 75 wood per racks. So you may produce a men-at-arms in 15 seconds, but I can build 2 Raxes for the same price. Ergo, my production rate is every 10 seconds by that logic, right? So I don't think the production rate is as crazily important as you're thinking. It's definitely a small detail, but like the bigger ones are the ease of farm transitions, the attack speed aura, and the slightly cheaper costs. Because like, remember, if your farm transition's even better, then the fact that percentage-wise more of your cost is into food than gold is even nicer for English. Why not go castle now? I think he just wants to secure the map. You don't want to give your opponent anything because there's a risk of starving him out. And also at this stage, you know, what's B going to do? You can see that he can't rush an age out because he's threatened. So adding in more samurai doesn't feel bad. We are now getting castle around the corner. 23 samurai is a solid number. He'll look to float to over 30. He can even just straight up add in mount samurai because now B's not really going to have any answer to that. Yeah, because this is the thing. You see mass samurai, you don't want to be producing spears. Although you think Ghazi can answer Mount Samurai. Yeah, but only if they heavily outnumber. Here we go, floating gate now on the way. I love that we're seeing Katana Bannerman in Feudal Age, by the way. It's just rare. If you think about the feudal choices, Bannerman-wise, in recent weeks, maybe Yumi's #1 and then Uma Bannerman, and then Katana's last. Katana's never really been that high of a priority for people in feudal. Pretty sure Delhi wins this, they can still produce faster. But the quality of your army is substantially worse. The only upside you have right now is that Louis is not standing outside your base. He's not really that far away either. They beat him on the tech up. B now has to react with his own tech up. And by the time he's ready to age up, there's going to be almost 30 samurai diving the primary TC. This is scary, folks. B, I think he knows what's coming as well. There's no easy way to convince Louis away from this all-in timing. If the samurai are at home, you could counter-raid and try to dive him first, but instead, he's going to have to fall back into the base and pray that his army doesn't melt too quickly here. Louis, he's waiting for melee tech 3. Also doesn't have ranged armor 2 yet. Don't really need it that much against mass archers. They already are reduced down to 1 damage. B forced to reinvest again. More Ghazi coming. Has at least got the pro scouts play behind. Even actually litters onto the deer with the villagers. Horsemen are going to be rotating there. He will get early warning of the villagers out in that area. Louis just being very respectful. You see, he's just not rushing the timing here. He's looking for a sign of lack of production to tell him there's attack. Horsemen are getting countered out by the spears, so good reaction by B. Relics are also being picked up by Louis behind this. And he pulls the trigger. House of Learning on the south side of the base. And look at what he does. He drags the army away from it. Is Louis going to fall for it, though? Like, this should be a bit suspicious. He's now forcing him to leave the base. And there we go. Second wave heads south. Hasn't got a scout. He's just on the edge of revealing it here. B's like, hey, this way. Over here. Come kill me. And it is actually working. Samurai have leaped onto the farms, though. Or onto the deer on the back. A lot of guards to counteract that small group. I think Louis, this is crazy. He's flooding all the wrong places. Like the one place that would just end this game. And he's just taking him for a lap. B, if he can actually save up, get 1 or 2 war elephants out, the samurai are not going to be having a good time against that. And yeah, I think Louis finally realized the true extent that he's been baited. It's sad for him because he checked every angle of the base bar 1. And that 1 is going to be where B gets the age up. That's crazy. B, it's immediate lances. Okay, so no war elephant to begin with, but that's because of a lack of gold here. Remember, he has no sacred site control. And he still has problems. Finally queues up an elephant. I think he had to sell. Yeah, he sold food to make that happen. Mountain Samurai are now arriving though. I think despite this sick play by B getting to the next stage, he still has a huge problem here. There is zero pressure into Louis. He's picking all relics from the map. You have no sacred sites. You have low control over your own base here. And veterancy still feels like so far away, even though it's just a minute for archers and Ghazi. I mean, 1, he hasn't queued up the Ghazi, but 2, a minute feels like a lifetime in this position. Elephant's going to come out to play. So B, do you just turn in and fight in the choke point? Because right now, there we go. Because he was just running away. It felt a little bit pointless. The pathing and the scholar pull. Good reactions, though. Louis is going to surround. And the... How do you even get in there? Did he really just teach that elephant to jump a wall? Actually, look at the size of it. I think you can just casually walk over the wall. Knees are a bit hard to lift, though. This is getting ridiculous, though. I think, despite the valiant effort of B getting an age up like this, just look at the state of things. He's losing the relic game. The eco lead is building. Louis has just been seeping over into the eco pockets. Those eco pockets are not going to last much longer anyway. Why didn't he just torch every building? Because idling his opponent out is just as effective as killing the buildings. If he can't gather, he can't build. And build faster. Build much faster. Oh my god. Oh, Louis MT, that pathing. I mean, this is still enough to burn through, actually. I don't think you can keep the wall up. Yeah, B knows it as well, so he leaves the area. Has still got the gold to the south side he can pivot back onto. But there is a horseman waiting in the area. He's got 2 war elephants. But Onam... Oh, no. You know, in some ways, guys, Onimusha is actually a better counter to elephants than crossbows. You pay more, but you're actually much better at attacking into the enemy base to snipe them. Because crossbows arrive really slow, and they can't kite as easily. But Onimusha, like, how do you ever catch them? Now, it's a bit dangerous into Ghazi mass, but... The Ghazi would have to dive through mass samurai of both the foot and horseback variety. That's painful. To add to the positives for Louis, by the way, did we get... Yeah, we did get level 2. So he can actually afford to go for an Uma Bannerman to buff all that cav. Second time we see Japan clap Delhi. Is this matchup now Japan favored? It's looking really good with this Dark Age shove. I think the Dark Age shove fixed a lot of problems that Japan had. Similar to how Pro Scouts fixed a lot of all the dragon issues. This cheap Rax, which just felt really bad. I'll be real with you. Like, Dark Age Rax spam felt like a meme until people made it about Deer Shove. I feel like the Deer Shove is the only true reason why this feels so good for Japan. This feels even better. Find some of the gold on the north side. All right, at this point, if I'm Louis, I'm just all chat typing, I've got 5 relics, bro. Let's go next. Not over for Delhi yet. Are you sure? We shouldn't really be delusional about this, though. This is a small percentile recovery arc. B has a lot of problems to solve. He doesn't have permanent food. He doesn't have great gold access as this game goes on. He's taking very big risks right now. And this might just be the chomper. The Mountain Samurai are back around, waiting on the economy. Louis? Yeah, we'll be able to protect a few. And no, Louis didn't Yorishiro his TC. It's just the worker kills. It's added up. I think B's call into crossbows is very logical here. It counts pretty much everything Louis is doing. The problem is the game hasn't become linear right now, so his crossbows, if they can find a big fight, great. Well, not right now. They'd want to wait a little bit until the number's bigger. But for Louis, you can see he's still in raiding phase. And until B can find his way into things like castles, that's not going to change. In fact, I think that's what B's cooking. Smart call. Very risky, but in this position, like, what else do you do? Because you know, the longer this game goes, the more villages you're losing. At least if he gets castles up, he can protect his corner and then just play for farms. He has, like, no raiders left, by the way. Only 8 Ghazi. Elephant? Oh my god. Alright, let's not walk into the elephants. That's like being a sentry in World War II. You're like, man, I really want to go to the coffee shop. And I can save like 5 minutes if we walk through the minefield. Let's save time. Might be out of time here, though. The elephant's not even turning around. You see how effective the Onimusha are. Tickling away at this. He's hesitant to stand his ground. He's got the choke point now, but it just feels like too little too late. Onimusha count too high already. He's getting rolled. He has to break away, which means he's sacrificing skulls and crossbows. And although it's no Adachi tech on those samurai, they still hit hard enough. Yeah, and the Onimusha are just sweeping through what remains. Game 3, now Louis to lord over his opponent. And I am starting to wonder if the Japanese groove with Dark Age is a bit too strong of a dance for Delhi to catch up with. Because now, as someone said, for the second time, we're seeing this. It's Japanese taking out the Delhi. Historically, one of their hardest matchups in Age of Empires 4. Wow. Okay, I'm impressed. Dark Age, Deershov changed everything for Japan. That is crazy. All right, well played. So, Louis MT now in the lead. And by the way, because we do have this current scoreline, after the next game, we will definitely be seeing a redraft. This is a best of 7, not best of 5. We ain't doing those rookie numbers. Alright, sorry, I was getting spammed by something. Okay, so next game, where are we going? With this draft remaining? So Dry Arabia already done. Coastal still in. Louis has got Malians for Coastal, which feels pretty good. B could answer with what, like IU or China? Yeah, B having China is still really good for his draft at this stage. If you go Coastal. China into the other civs. I think French can actually beat China on the right map. And, oh, we actually can get Chinese Shushi. So this is Is it sunken lands? No, it's actually coastal. Okay, that's... Shoot, he had French. Maybe he was aware of the Chinese pick. So this is traditionally a pro scouts race. Let me mark it up. So we've got Chinese versus Shushi. Shushi can be favored in this matchup if it turns into the classic rush scouts and then rush castle into knights. Yo, what's up, J2 Shots? Appreciate the prime sub. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you, thank you. Remember, guys, you got this prime subs. It literally costs you nothing extra to subscribe to the channel, and you get to dodge ads on over 100 hours of content. It's a win-win. Or if you like dodging ads, another way that you can do it is Opera GX. We also provide that. Exclamation mark, Opera GX. Blobbing Feudal Samurai are a pretty good unit in timing attacks like this. Agreed. Like this strategy is very reminiscent of the old HRE strategy before Ghazi got introduced. That's the thing, though. Ghazi is meant to be the answer to the feudal men-at-arms. Because it used to be HRE would just blob men-at-arms to up to 30 and 40, and then go castle. And you just lost the game as Delhi. If you guys remember the old days, that was like Delhi's hardest counter, alongside China. i5 3600 just replaced my RAM, 2x 8 gigs. But when I tried to stream H, you get frame drops. I mean, it sounds like because you're on a 3600, you're probably like on a very, like, what? That's the 3rd gen. That's a very old CPU to be trying to stream AoE 4 with. I think I just say upgrade on Horizon, man. Like, for real. 3600 is like, dude, I had a 3800, was the i7 whatever, back when I was in university, which was like 2012. That's a pretty old CPU. That's your problem. CPUs, I don't know what your GPU is as well. Like, it sounds like you've got quite a dated setup, though. All right. Is it ever worth going Ming Dynasty's China in like hyper late game? Nah, dude, it's like Yuan. Maybe if you play Siege, you could justify it. I think that might be the only time. But let's get ready to rock and roll. And in we go. That's right, one and all. Welcome back to our grand final showdown where Louis MT is leading against B. And this, folks, is no small feat. If you're familiar with the midweek musters, you know just how much of a boogeyman this boy in the green is. B is currently on a 5-win streak, I believe it is. He's been unstoppable. Last week, he 4-0'd his opponent, who was none other than Louis MT. So a much better week for Louis. And a little bit surprised. I mean, I'm not going to say he'd phoned it in, but I thought he might try to hide more strategies, considering Louis MT is going to be playing this weekend, just 2 days from now, in the semi-finals of an S-tier tournament. So we hop into Coastal Cliffs for game number 4. It's going to be Shushi for Louis MT as a response to B's Chinese. China feels like a very good civ on this map, though, because of, this type of spawn. Now, Pro Scouts is the most obvious discussion point in this matchup. But there is an alternate build for China where you just go for the ball. With a play like this, with a bargain placement here, you secure gold, you secure sacred sites later, but you secure 2 deer stacks almost worth of food with a double ball pull. So curious if B goes for that. Especially if Louis MT is going to be rushing Pro Scouts unguarded. It feels like the type of play you could just have for free. And crazy as well when you consider the maths of it. Pro Scouts is going to cost you 450 resources. Going Barbican would only cost you 150 more. It would get you a better gathering rate. And then it also would get you a faster producing TC. Now, there is, of course, the other time of walking over. You probably want wheelbarrow, but it definitely feels very desirable here. Is the prize pool sponsored or I pay from my pocket? So we are officially sponsored by World's Edge. We're an official Microsoft tournament. But, you know, if you guys want to help out, we do have the coffee and Patreon links. And we put that money into additional show matches, tournaments, etc. Because reminded people, just because it says that it's like Microsoft sponsored, that means they cover the prize pool. There's a lot more cost that goes into running a 30-week esports league or circuit than just prize pool. It's like when people see ESL like does $1 million LAN, and they hear that like the developers covering the prize pool cost. Like, wow, look at that. That's like all the costs. It's like, oh, buddy. Now, obviously, we don't have a LAN environment, but yeah, we have to have admins. We have to have graphic editors, etc. And as we scale into other things like getting our hands on, maybe having co-casters in the future, that'll have a cost as well. So we have got a meditation garden coming in. It's not a good one. That's actually horrible to look at. He's getting 18 food, 25 stone, 25 gold. This is one of my kind of scratchy head moments with Sushi on this map. I don't think Sushi give good meditation gardens 80% of the time. The resource dispersion just doesn't really stack that high. Sometimes you do luck out, but it's rare. Like, usually this is the best you see. Just standard berries, gold, and a tree line. And looks like we are going to be getting pro scouts out of Louis. B's macro, has he started taxing? No, he can still go pro scouts. He's got, what, 2 on gold? 3. Yeah, so it should be a pro scout mirror. Don't think any of these units are easy to understand without knowing about. I think like there's a lot of units that are. Archers, spears, and horsemen are pretty like understandable to anyone who's played a game that has a medieval focus or whatnot, right? Heavily armored units. Like I think AoE4 has a lot of easy accessibility in terms of the units and how they look. Like definitely compared to a lot of RTSs out there. Think StarCraft, for example. StarCraft is amazing, but if you don't know StarCraft, where do I even begin? What is this alien thing? I think that, by the way, is why a lot of people who like historical RTSs do not like sci-fi RTSs. They go from familiarity to confusion, maybe, I guess is the word. Okay, so Louis a little bit quicker on his pro scout timing, no? Yeah, because I believe we had a priority on the timing of pro scouts itself, whereas B just delays it, which is fine because with supervision it only takes 25 seconds. So he's rushing scouts out ahead of Louis to contest the enemy side. Upsides for Louis taking his own deer does mean he's going to get a better food gathering rate sooner. These are the type of games where I wish I had a fast forward. So something I'm really enjoying is the refreshing branch of different strategies. Like feudal in from both is intriguing, but like let's say someone goes 2TC, someone goes pro scouts, or someone goes pro scouts, someone goes fast castle, someone goes pro scouts, someone goes all in. It's so much nicer, and I'm kind of hoping that like when the meta settles, the meta will be diversity still. But it's so nice when you don't have a defining meta decided yet, because once people lock on the meta, oh my dear god, do you guys remember season 9 pro scouts? It was so cool for like a week or two. And then you just prayed that someone would try 2TC or FC without pro scouts. You knew they wouldn't because it was so inefficient. But yeah, shout out to the devs for getting the ample nerfs there in the end. I do hope that if we do find ourselves gridlocking with a optimal meta soon, there is a quick response with patches. Tempest Rising is pretty sick. Yeah, I think, like, I enjoy Tempest Rising, but I will say, like, Tempest Rising probably needed a bit more differentiation between some of their units, at least. Some you can tell apart, but, like, the infantry blobs in particular. I think a lot of games struggle with that. That's why Stormgate went back to the graphic design to rejig their looks so that you could tell units apart in a big blob. It's hard to do, man. In RTSs in particular, it's very hard to do. And that's why I'm not a fan of people like, I want more zoom out on, like, broadcast. I want more zoom in. We play around, like, here or here on our zoom in. So you can actually see what you're watching. Great for getting more mobile users to watch, but also, like, even for desktop. And Louis is getting blocked hard here, huh? Triple Scout has to pull back due to meeting Horseman. Meanwhile, B just yoinks away from the south side. This is a fantastic start to the game number 4 for B. And of course, you know, you'd expect someone like this. It was his first pick. Mind you, it's both of their first picks. What happened to Deadlock? The problem with Deadlock is Deadlock was super hyped, and then it maybe just kind of like ran its course of the hype dying out because the development was a little bit slower all of a sudden. But that's to be expected. Like, it's not at 1.0, it's not even close. I think Deadlock will see another resurgence in maybe 6 months to a year. The question is whether it's going to keep it, because I think although Deadlock is an incredible game and I love it, I think it has humongous spectator sports issues to resolve. It is a very confusing game to watch. My take is that Deadlock shouldn't be watched from the third person perspective. It should be like overhead cameras and fixed camera locations in the environment, which is a pull away from the in-game experience, but it makes it consumable. Because like Overwatch has, Overwatch came up because this is the thing I remember telling Overwatch, like talking to one of the guys at Twitch, like this is what Overwatch needed to do. They needed to sponsor Twitch to build a multi-stream system where you could have multiple streams on one broadcast and someone could click on one of them to just watch a POV. And then alongside that, push the idea heavily that you'd have points of interest throughout the course of a map that were camera angles you switch between. If you don't do that, the game becomes like crazy. I saw a Reddit post the other day where someone's like, I think the thing that's keeping like AoE4 from that next level is we don't watch player perspectives. No, it's actually a good thing we don't do that. It would be cool if there was an input overlay where we could see where they're clicking, etc. But if you saw their POV switching all the time, you would stop watching Age of Empires 4 Esports straight away. Especially if you were switching really between two. It is cool as a feature to show off for 10 or 20 seconds, but it is horrible to watch all the time. Why do MOBAs to this day still do so well on viewership? Because they stick a camera in the sky, and that is your universal anchor. All right, so it looks like we're anchoring the cavalry, by the way. Tech up's coming on both sides expected. We did get something a little bit unexpected here. Shaolin Monastery, instead of going for Mount Lu Academy. Mount Lu usually a bit more popular because it gives you more food than your Chinese opponent. And in fairness, Louis, considering he lost on that initial deer haul, it feels like he would have been benefiting a lot more and maybe needs Mount Lu Academy. For the time being, though, he is going to be favored in the clash. He's got a better time on his lancers, but also Shushi have got Dali horses down the line as an edge. MOBAs zoom out on the map? No, there's a very big difference between the quality of what's happening on the screen with MOBAs and how you can read them. The readability of MOBAs on average is substantially above RTSs for individual units and what they do. In a MOBA, if a unit uses an ability, you can very much tell they use an ability. But if you're fully zoomed out and Jean uses Divine Restoration and you're not on a POV, you're like, what just happened? Okay, what is happening here, though? I've seen B lose like this. If you guys remember, Mahodo versus B. Mahodo was able to lead the series, the best Polish player. In this matchup, because B done a similar thing. Feels like he's maybe jumping the gun to take the fights because he wants to make it about relics, but he's yet to play for them himself. And great micro, Louis peels away all the injured. And if he now wins the relic race, he's going to need an additional monastery. That would make sense to add in just 1 or 2 monks to top this off. POV is watchable in a lot of cases anyway. Several tournaments have allowed players to stream their games, so you can watch POVs. I think that's just more the community that they built up, though. You can say that, you can counteract that the other way. It's oh yeah, if Anatan makes it into the finals, do you watch his POV or do you watch EGC's? At that point, you're just talking scale of your community, I think. So that's what's the term I'm looking for? Where you just is it confirmation bias? Yeah, you're just looking for confirmation bias with that statement. You have to be careful with it. Normally, when people are really hooked to that, it's because they want to see if they can do the same, or they like the aura of it at first. But what you'll find more than not is, for example, why do people watch Beastie's view over EGC's view? A big part might be A, is reactions, but the other big part is B, they are part of that community. Never underestimate, on a platform like Twitch in particular, the value of community building. I know so many big streamers where, I know people who watch them that don't even watch them for the streamer anymore. They watch them because the people they know as part of that community in the chat are there. Is a good metric to tell who's winning? The fact that the B switch crossbows is not a great look. It's usually you're getting the relics necessary as free already garrisoned. There's a lot of heavily injured knights still at home though, right? Yeah, so that needs to be fixed. But once this is fixed, Louis is in a good position. He needs to make sure he doesn't lose too many knights in the meantime now that crossbows are arriving there. Because B's going to try to make this a macro game. You see he drops the Barbican, secures the gold, has stone here as well. 2TC would probably be a little bit greedy. But the scary thought for Louis is now, because he didn't get as many deer, he should, in theory at least, have to go for farms first. Kadril, more people watch his stream rather than procasting? Exactly. And it's not to say Kadril's bad. Kadril's great at what he does. But like how, you know, he's competing with all these casters, this production level or whatever. The watch party is what really seals it. Like, people anchor to their communities. I mean, Jesus, like look no further than Gataga coming and watching AO4. He brings his community in. They don't then go, wow. You know, like, EGC's broadcast quality is better. Liam T. Has he got a problem here? He still hasn't healed these. He's 5 nights down. These numbers are a lie. He's behind on military now. Oh my god, B! He catches him! Blue MT, his knights are out trying to raid here. They never found the target. Wallow's going to come through. That'll slow things down, but B, a hit home. He takes some chip damage in response. So it's not as clean of a cut as B was looking for, but it's still an eco lead. That was insane. I can't believe that. What was that, 4 or 5 worker kills? Could have easily turned into 10 there. There's a small route left for them to retreat through. If that had been closed, they would have wrapped back around, and it would have been all dead. Good reaction by Louis to get that wall low defensively to buy time for the Knights to arrive. But still, I'm scared about these numbers. Finally, we do have Shamans, the thing that was missing, or rather Monks. They're going to be healing it up. So we are going to have a true 20 now. B doesn't. Remember, he never played for relics. He ignored them. In fact, Louis MT, correct if I'm wrong, but I believe he has the 5th relic on the way home. Oh no, it's over here. Yeah, he just got sniped. He's flowing a lot of food, by the way. What's awkward is, like, you know, in some ways it's annoying because you have to use food against this comp that Louis done. Like, Nesta Bees and Springles is useless. But with this surplus, you can definitely afford it, and the crossbow count continues to scale. Now, that does enable Louis with mass relics to go into Nesta Bees. So, game definitely not over. You watch EGC, though, even if Dimu stream for KPMM, I watch Dimu. But, like, curiously, why is that? This is what I mean, where you get into the minds of it. It's like, it's probably because you're a part of Dimu's community a lot longer. B? The crossbows are now here. This fight should get much harder for Louis. If he keeps trying to, like, skirt it, just, like, poke and prod, it's not going to feel great here. The Monks are working overtime, though, to top off those health bars. Been in Dimu's community longer? There you go. That's the point, right? Like, sometimes the value of being first is insanely stronger. You have to... So, for, like, first to not be stronger... putting it simply, for first to not be stronger, you have to either A, offer up substantially more value, or B, screw up really badly. Like, MySpace, Facebook comparison, you know? But, like, it is interesting. Like, that's what I mean about why it's so obvious the community value is so strong. Because, like, technically, like, the fair argument is if you watch a player over the tournament stream, you're missing out on 50% of what's happening. Right? But if you treat it as a baseline number logic, then it makes sense to always watch those tournaments. But that's not how people work. Oh, he's working overtime to try and block this ball. That outpost is making it difficult, though. Louis still reluctant to switch. I think this is the stage where Nesta Beast could make sense. But so far, the outpost is kind of carrying it. He does at least now have 1 or 2 monks, so he can maybe top off injured boys. But there's just no brakes on the go train here. He's chugga-chugga-choo-chooing in. Just so difficult against the fire armor, though. Louis. Is he going to do it again? Okay, it does cost him more workers. And I think Louis is just brute forcing it now. Okay, we've got to dive in. Horsemen are in the mixer as well. They're trying to wrap around the back to draw aggro from the crossbows. And we do have Dully horses, remember. So these studded retreats are B trying to minimize the impact of that melee tech. But Louis MT with the numbers. Can he break through? It doesn't look like it. The crossbow count from B. He's at stand ground point. Yeah, and the Sacred Site also now just working against Louis. Can't get everything around. And he calls it. GG comes in. On a thinner map like this, the crossbows can be the kings. Man, but you just see how crazy this matchup is, folks. It's all about Knight spam. Usually the player who has to shrug away from Knights first loses. But we're proving that there are exceptions. I think like on maps like Carmel, you'll probably see Knight spam always win out because it's just so empty and you feel secluded. But Coastal Cliffs, just a little bit thinner. And I think B played that timing phenomenally. Down the center, a lot earlier and comfortably, where most people will be uncomfortable with those expos. Yeah, nicely done by B. All right, that means we are into redraft territory coming up next. But yeah, to like the point of the discussion, I mean, like another perfect example, right, is like if tournament games and full perspective and esports, blah, blah, blah is all that mattered, right? Like if we, for example, let's say we had semifinals going on, right? And I've seen this plenty of times. I check like the graphs to like monitor what's happening. Let's say I'm like, you know, casting them and then BC comes online and like 100 viewers disappear. Or you just stop seeing growth, which is also a tell sign, right? It shows you like people are community anchored. It is a thing. That's why, like, in a weird way, so content creation has two arcs, I think, where one is you, and we'll get the new draft up because they're doing it now. One is you pursue new game launches to grow your audience and build your core, which makes sense. The other, I think is a bit weird. Okay, so, like, stick with me. The other one is survival. I've heard esports casting described this way, and it like he's kind of right. So I talked to one guy in StarCraft, and he's like, it's just a survival game. It doesn't matter if you're like doing the best casting you've done. More than anything, you're waiting for the person who came before you to kind of die. Sounds mean, but makes sense. Because they already have the rapport, etc. It's like, how do you get through otherwise? Dota 2 is going through this right now, where like, I know some recent posts, people are like, it's all the same people. It's like, yeah, and until like some of them retire, you're not going to see new people. That's kind of to a certain degree why we saw new people before. So like content creation works this way as well, where like if people have their anchored community to go to, they're probably going to go to that over you, unless you're doing something crazily different. So like in that regards, your two pivots are you either survive through until the other bigger creator dies, or you find an entirely like new niche or growth pattern. And like you can actually see that in AoE4 if you think about it. Like think about how big Show was with the game streaming it when it first came out. Think about how I'm trying to think like by comparison, Beastie and Dumu's size was when Grubby was streaming a lot. Right? Like, I think Beastie definitely, he was already doing well, but it helped him more that then Grubby was out of the way. And then also, I think he put in more hours when Dumu didn't have as many hours to commit, and then you saw more growth there, right? So it's like, once again, it's the idea of surviving your competition. And like, you know, I consider some of these people friends, but like you are also competing in a way, right? Same with like people I've casted with. Like I don't get bitter with them like we need to fight, bro. But like there is an element of like, yes, we are also competing. KP here waiting for BC to die. Yep, just like 12 subathons to go, then it's gonna happen, right, Kappa? So which map are we going to? It is gonna be Lakeside. Order of the Dragon up against. Wait, didn't he get Ottomans again? No, Ottomans actually got picked by Louis. Oh, yeah, sorry. I just looked on the other side of the screen. Damn. All right. Ottomans is like, I don't know if Ottomans, the armor values on meta are as good against Order of the Dragon. Some unit types, yes. Maybe not so much melee. The wavy background here, that is the work of Caillou. Oh, wait, no, I know what that is. So the wavy background is because they recently, on loading screens, because it's usually flag load-in, they added a wave effect to the flags. But Caillou uses pictures of the maps for the loading background, hence why you're getting that effect. All right, did I miss the YouTube comment? Ideally, you can have casting control plus line of sight with both fogs. Yeah, and I've already given feedback of that to the devs. Like, the ideal world, like, I love StarCraft 2's observing for that. In StarCraft 2, you can see both players, like, fog of war. So you can see, like, as they trend towards each other, you're like, oh, and they're going to see each other soon, sort of thing. Those are really, really good. EGC last year was pretty much the same rotation cast again and again. Only now that some dropped out have we seen new faces. Exactly. And it's just the way it works. Like, you know, and it is also an element of who you know, right? So, like, when EGC got started, they started with Drongo, and Drongo brought in Lidicor. And then, like, I think Lidicor eventually mentioned me to Pesty was the thing. But before that, Pesty, like, I mean, I'll just be unfiltered about it. Pesty basically hadn't responded to my messages when I reached out being interested. Even though, like, from an objective standpoint, like, my experience as a caster, you'd think would put me at the top of the pile. You do need to get, like, you need to survive and maybe get recommendations. And what's up, Yellow BYQ? Thank you very much for the bits, mate. Thank you, thank you. That'll go into my birthday fund. Buy myself a cake. Then cry in a corner about how all the other content creators are bigger than me. And I'll never make it. But at least I'll have the cake. That'll be a damn tasty cake. YouTube comments, what is I thought you had class? Yo, I think of everyone. Pesty L. It's not really an L. It's just like, think about it from his perspective. He probably gets a lot of community messages through and doesn't have time to read them all. A lot of us are like that. Like, I was feeling really bad for it. Like, big shout out to Hussein. I won't say this context, but like, he's been testing something for me. He's like, did you have a chance to try it? Yeah, I'm like, bro, I've been like non-stop. I'm so sorry. It's like, you know, same logic as to why people hire casters based on a highlight reel that's 3 minutes long. We talked about this the other day. So it's a stupid way to hire when you think about it from the quality standpoint. It doesn't tell you they're a good caster. It tells you they can edit 3 minutes of content together. But if you only have a very finite amount of time to look and scout new casters, it is your only optimal way of scouting new casters. Yo, what is up, Capital GG? Sorry for cutting off the laugh. I see you coming back, smart lad. Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub, and welcome back to the Swarm. Yo, what's up, Chaos Coyote? Oh, thank you, man. It helped you trying to get affiliated? Yes, nice. Good one, legend. Yo, make sure you're multi-stream, by the way. Don't fall for the trick of just, like, hyper-focusing Twitch. Biggest piece of feedback I always give to people. Explore all the venues, and you'll find your niche a lot quicker. But hope you had fun with Diplomacy is not an option. Really cool game. Do you miss the Dota 2 casting? Absolutely. I would love to be able to go back and do Dota 2 casting while still doing AV4 casting. I just don't even know where to begin because I think Dota 2 is stuck in a shrinking circle. Development has been off for quite a while. The game hasn't updated regularly enough, and esports is already struggling enough with the declining amount of like tournaments technically. Like, just because you hear a TO say they're going to support Dota 2 up until like 2028 or whatever, that doesn't give you context, right? It's like if I said, guys, I am, you know, like if we hit 1 million subscribers, I'm going to donate to, you know, cancer research. I haven't said how much I'm going to donate. I could be donating $1. Always got to look for those asterisks. It's like on Stream Elements when they offer you $50,000 if you can, in additional goals for a Raid Shadow Legends integration. And then it's not even possible for you to get $1,000 with the things they set. But let's rock it up. For the second time in this series, my favorite Civ is making an appearance. That's right. Draft reset, and this BO7 has turned into a BO3. Louis MT with the Ottomans on Lakeside going up against B on the Order of the Dragon. One and all, it's the 0-0 matchup. But most importantly, a Civ that both these players love like their own kid. Well, actually, Louis doesn't have a kid, but B does. Like their own cat, maybe? I think Louis probably got a cat. I don't know. Ottomans is, I think in the eyes of these two, if not high A tier, almost just an S tier. And Ottomans on a water map is definitely a curious sight. They do have some small edges in terms of the dock efficiency, but usually we see Ottomans on water maps where it's land focused and you can aggress. So for example, if there's like a map like Canal, if you guys remember that map, Ottomans are great because spear spam. This map is impossible to Dark Age rush the dock on because you'd have to build probably a transport ship to even begin. It's just not possible to get around the short side here. So yeah, instead, Louis MT's goal is going to lie a little bit deeper. A little bit curious, actually, because in terms of remaining maps, let me double check what we had here, because this Ottoman pick could have actually been valuable elsewhere. We had Sunken Lands, and I believe Himiyama. Ottomans could have made sense on Himiyama, no? And again, like, we've seen Ottos look pretty good here. even before they started to become meta on other maps, back when Lakeside was in rotation at the start of the year, Ottomans found some decent success. Like, I'd say back in those days, these were 2 of the top 4 picks on this map. What bones do Ottomans have in water? I'm glad you asked. Have you guys ever heard of the Grand Galley? Okay, no, I'm not going to go there. Everyone ever on a broadcast who's tried to who has said the words Grand Galley, you immediately know they've got an agenda to swing. Like, I don't think I've once been convinced that like Grand Galleys in a broadcast is like, yeah, that's the reason he picked it. Okay, so Minaret Redress are coming in. Did we get predictions up? We did. And it looks like it is going to be Louis MT with favorability here. I'm curious about this one. I think the meta value is a little bit lower against all of the Dragon units because they're usually higher base damage, ergo +1 armor, +2 armor, less effective. And yes, Ottoman's docks are 90 wood. Military schools are the pricey thing, but yeah, stables, archer ranges, blacksmiths, all of it are cheaper. But yeah, like, I would like to be able to get back and do some more dirt too. I think I've said this, like, I think I'm doing a good job on our content creation. I'm doing a great job with our influencers on the agency side. I do feel like the arm I'm letting myself down with at the moment is esports freelance work and sourcing it. But it's because, like, I've gone through periods where, like, esports is just so cruel to try and find work in. Like, you can have all the skills and the entire, like, CV and whatever. It just doesn't matter. Esports is weird in that when it rains, it pours. It's the easiest way to define it. Why? Because at the end of the day, you're talking about an industry that is, in terms of hiring practices, decided to play certain people's preferences. And also, if your flavor of the week is easier to remain flavor of the week. Otherwise, you have to convince people to put caramel nutmeg back on the menu. It might be actually weirdly that caramel nutmeg is the best flavor ever, but you've somehow got to get someone to consume caramel nutmeg. Alright, so who's consuming here on the water side? Louis MT was forced to make an expensive investment here. And he's going to go all the way. So open Springald, follows up Archer Ship. Good response. B's already there with his own Springald. Normally, water is I think I'd say it's maximum defined by 5 boats tops. Because there is a point where you just look at what you're fighting over, which is 1 deep water fish on each side, and go, what are we doing? And instead play for land. Every industry is doomed right now. Sure, but like at the heart of it, esports is one of the biggest problems. Excuse my throat. Because esports started off as a marketing tool for game developers, tried to develop into its own ecosystem, and sadly, time and time again, people have come through and taken advantage of that ecosystem to put it in a position where profitability is a giant question mark. The biggest way you profit in esports is sponsors. But when you have things like Overwatch League, where they clearly bought 90% of their viewers as bots to bait people into investing in them, there's no surprise that it's now much harder than it feels like it's ever been to convince people to invest into esports. Demos from both sides here. Hello. That's a cheeky move by B. Could even connect onto the fishing boats here. Demo ship. Not able to get the fishing boat kills, though, so they get inside. Oh, wait. But greed from Louis. He comes out early. So this is the archer ship. It's going to go into arrow slits. This makes a lot more sense now. It looks like he's trending towards castle. So B does win the water and has got men-at-arms on the way. And this is going to be an outpost rush. Okay. On the tree line. This is ironically the same land move that Louis made in his semi-finals up against Scatterbrained. Ergo, this game had a lot more water play. And in fairness, the play that B's making is only a single villager compared to, I think it was 6, actually pulled by the Chinese in Louis' game. And what is up, Packer? Appreciate the sub, mate. Thank you very much. But yeah, if you guys think about it, esports leagues is just like a contradiction. There are some systems where they have worked out. Very rarely. But the majority is like, all you're doing is gatekeeping a system that has thrived in its early years due to the opposite of being gatekept. God, my throat's really stuffy right now. Yeah, I know. I really need to start doing like a vlog or podcast series diving into these things. But like esports in its best times achieved its best times because of accessibility. It's always been the case. I can't think of a single example where things growth got better because of closing off the ecosystem. But yeah, like another big thing that people don't realize, they think that these big leagues in traditional sports make all their money from sponsorships. Actually, a lot of them make it from broadcast rights. But because of the way that like gaming esports ecosystems are set up, they're either closed-looped and controlled by the developers and they do pay for it, or you have environments like this where, shout out to Microsoft for actually providing some funding, there's plenty of scenes that don't. But like, I can't say, yo, Lash, if you want to cast in German, you need to pay me like $200 a month. Or like, yo, Marine Lord, you want to cast in French, you need to pay $500 a month. You can't do that. So it creates a very tricky environment to be profitable in. Yeah, anyway, focusing on the game a bit more because we are starting to ramp up into the aggression point. The men-at-arms are here to contest this. We have got the double outpost commitment from B. And Louis is going to reach the age up. Remember, he's got the back gold. Unfortunately for him, it has already been blocked out. And B is just suffocating in this game to the point that he feels confident he can go for Regnants. Does lose the outpost, scout rather. Outpost is going to be fine there for vision though. I think overall, like B's in a very suffocating position. Love that. That's sick. Easy to forget, but Louis, he actually doesn't need to build siege engineering. He just needs to build a ram. And the rarest thing is about to come out that Imperial Armory. There is a battering ram coming out in 35 seconds. So I think B's goal isn't to just win the game this play. It is to slow Louis down enough that Regnitz wins 5 or 10 minutes from now. You just don't really anticipate Regnitz because it's such a rare play for Order of the Dragon. Because it usually costs them control of the map. Third outpost? Bruh. At what point do we stop? Well, you could get a throne on placement. Maybe that's the thought process. The knight's going to come in, though. The timing. Oh, no. Yeah, that's going to be a dead villager. Greedy idea. I mean, if he gets that up, he basically contains the knights. None of them should be able to get out without taking damage. I don't really know if it was worth the triple down, though. I guess the thought process was to delay the march towards relics, because at this stage, Louis is suspicious. Like, why else would you commit this much to outposts? Louis. He does see it. The Spimmer not going to be there. Second prelate as well. Very difficult now to try and contest this. Nice brace also. Gets the kill on the scout. Crossbow now arrives. I actually like the way that B's done this, where he didn't even try to hang around with the prelate. He just goes for more. Meanwhile, that men-at-arms never got killed, right? Or was there a second one? No, he just never got killed. He's been chilling. He just hid near the boats. And it meant he couldn't be killed. Oh, and by the way, on that whole talk about Esports League, yeah, we're going back to that again. The reason why you would want a league where you buy in Cloud9 and 100 Thieves and whatever is logically on paper that should generate more viewership. And that's what sells. You know, like, maybe the crude reality of it is, if I'm doing show matches, I am incentivized to inviting the known players more. Because people will turn up for their name. So it's easier to make something profitable. That's why, you know, and yeah, well, I'll say I do that. Hold my hands up, show matches like hymns, right? But we also do try to balance it here where we have the open formatting of things like KPMM. Okay, it seems like that third tower not going up is big, but think about this. B is going to have 4 relics with Regnants. I don't think he cares. The outpost, it's annoying that it didn't go up because it would have contained Louis longer, but like, what has Louis now achieved? Congrats, you cleared the outpost, you have your gold. Now your opponent has infinite gold. He has fishing, he has full control there as well. There's really not much looking up right now for Louis MT. How much do I know about lost returns? Do you think that what they're doing is the future of esports? Yes. And there's like proof of the pudding towards people believing this. I've heard rumors of certain environments you would never fathom esports orgs being involved in, and they're doing it because they need to generate viewership to guarantee sponsors. So a perfect example is I have heard rumors of maybe a certain sandbox game getting esports orgs participating, signing content creators. And we're talking a sandbox game that has no competitive element. And it probably won't get a competitive element. They just want the viewership. So, like, Lost Returns is a logical future. It just makes sense because, you know, I think the best way I've heard it said is Aatrox went over this on one of his videos. He talked about when he worked in video, he went to sponsor, I think it was Cloud9 at the time. And they wanted over, I think it's like $500,000 for a year from NVIDIA. And he knew Doublelift, if you know LOL, you know who that is, directly. He's a very big streamer. And he just went to him directly and sponsored him for like a fraction of the price. And he got what felt like infinitely more viewership because Cloud9 would like post a meme piece of content with their players and maybe generate 5k views. Whereas Doublelift would put a video up and get over 200k. So yeah. You're going to see, probably in the next 2 years, I think there's probably bare minimum 4 other big, actually probably like 4 to 8 other big, well-known esports orgs that will either close up or fold in with other esports orgs. Content is king. And sadly, teams for years have piggybacked off of using the broadcast big numbers to justify their existence. And brands aren't buying in anymore. That's also another contradiction wave that's always been awkward in esports. You could sponsor an official league for like X amount of money. Let's say like, you know, like let's say you're Razer and you sponsor it for like 200k. But then SteelSeries could be sponsoring a team. So you can't stop SteelSeries, like you can't stop the team's brands from showing on the broadcast. It's so weird. Like imagine if Coca-Cola pays for branding rights on, you know, the esports league. Well, sorry, the league of like football, right? But then a team goes and gets Pepsi. Like, I'm pretty sure legally that's not allowed. That was meant to be the good thing about leagues. Like, for example, like the Blizzard Call of Duty League and all that kind of stuff, is they're meant to share rev with the teams. But guys, that's another bait. Rev share. That means after I spend all of our expenses, I can then share what's left. I can inflate those. Yeah, oh no, look at this. Our marketing spend is also part of our expenses. Oh no, my paid for holiday is also part of my expenses. LouisMT's attempts to get on the map may prove too slow and expensive at this rate. B, getting the full wall up. He's very strong at this stage. The Gilda crossbow are not really contested. Sapai will eventually be able to deal with that, but it's 12 spearmen as well. Yeah, so his only hope is siege. I don't know if people like me mixing in these wider esports conversations in the middle of this game. But we did have like the calming moments between things actually happening. It's clear that B's going for an all-in Sacred Site win condition, which is quite popular in Lakeside. LouisMT is going to try to delay and prep for that big assault. If he can get a decap to buy some time, great. And then the organic production of Sprinkles is meant to be his win condition, but I would be a little bit worried. With B having so much gold, he can contest you quite well. In fact, he might even look to just rush up into Imperial. I think, honestly, in this type of matchup, you could even justify L's back. Happens all the time in football with bookies on the shirts. Exactly. But you see how it's much harder to sell to a sponsor because that happens, right? Sports benefits from just having so much blow is like whatever. It's almost like a small penny in the pond. The esports numbers are different. Very different. Also, another big issue that esports orgs have compared to traditional sports is like, how many of you guys, like raise your hand in chat. Joke's on you when you've done that. We couldn't see you. One's in chat if you support a local football team, local sports team, and you support them. That's your team. Right? There's going to be probably a lot of people that have that. You know, like maybe you're a Manchester United fan or Barcelona or whatever. And there might be a player that you follow on there, but you also follow the team. Okay, two's in chat if you like have an esports org you die by. Right? Three's in chat if you only support a certain esports org because they have the player you like. Because a lot more people tend to lean player than team. Yeah, there's people here in the second part and changing their answer. Right? How many of you right now like Gentle Mates because they've got Marine Lord? If they didn't have Marine Lord, would you care what Gentle Mates they do? So that's another thing that Esports Orgs has that's problematic. People don't really support the teams. There's some exceptions, but a lot more people follow players. A lot of people in LoL will follow Faker wherever he goes. The Org is just secondary. You know, like, look at EG in Dota 2. When Arteezy wasn't on the team anymore, did the people stay with EG or follow Arteezy? They follow Arteezy. Most exceptions come with streamer communities. Exactly. But what you do there is you give them ownership stakes, like 100 Thieves as well. So you keep them around. That's why ownership stakes became a really big part of esports orgs in the last few years. It's because when they didn't do it, what they found is people musical chaired. See, look at this dive point though. Focusing on the game a lot, we do have the spy count up to almost 30. The sprint count is decent. If you can force choke point fights, it can be really good, but you need to be careful against these Guild Crossbowmen because they can quite easily snipe out the spring odds. And the Mango Wallops as well. I mean, B just has a substantial military lead here. It's getting a bit worrisome for Louis. The clock's still ticking. He has moved fishing across as well, which is getting a little bit whack. And his sprint on placement outpost is just so hard to kill with Torch. Remember, he also doesn't have villagers here, so the Mango damage is adding up against those Springolds. It's just so much melee blob. And this is a tricky thing. It's not as if your opponent has triple line melee here to like penetrate through. It's piece by piece. And the flood point, not really feeling like it's there for Louis. Down to just 12 supply overall, about 5 left in the fight. Springolds are falling, and he is breaking in the face of the big boy dragons. Was at least able to pause the timer, but expensive for Louis. Look at the difference! It's 9 military to 86! Oh my god. Doesn't make sense to support a team or country-based stuff. Look at gameplay and support. But that's my point. You support players, not orgs. Now, team orgs maybe can hold you on a little bit longer because there's multiple players on the team that you like, but like for a lot of people, they follow personality. So that comes back to the point as to why esports orgs are diversifying into content creators and big names that also get ownership stakes. You have to keep them around. This is wild though, guys. B's got the 5th relic. Wait, what? Wait, did Louis never pick it up? I just didn't even think to look. I just assumed he would because it's infinite gold, but no. B snuck it across. It's a 5 relic game. Oh, that is wild. I think he's garrisoning it on the front line, maybe? Yeah, he parked it in. Oh, the grandest of heists. Alright, B's vibing. Relic by boat, most definitely. I think this game is over. I don't know, man. Like, Louis MT, it hasn't really felt like there was a grand plan here. That opening just really screwed with his timings. That was the masterful element of that outpost rush on the tree line for B. It just completely blocked Louis' clear timing to intercept relics. Like, what B done was very greedy. Regnitz is, I want to say, 80% of the time not viable because of the opening strats. You just don't have enough force on the map to justify it. The B with that outpost rush changed everything. What happens to the boat with the relic goes down? It goes to the closest shoreline. So if like it sunk here, like here, it would go over here. Oh wow, he even actually garrisoned one in the dock. That's just for efficiency sake though. You're not really using the attack speed on the boats. Alright. Well, if you're already capped on units, you might as well build more defenses. Like, this is getting ridiculous. We have 5 outposts and now cast on the front line. He's gathering more and more stone. He has 2 different stone outcroppings being tapped. 3, actually. And Louis MT makes the only move left to him. The Great Bombard. A weaker version, of course. Gonna be difficult to siege through quick enough with just the 1. In AoE, the player's kind of the team. Exactly, but like even outside of that on team sports, what I said is there might be some teams where you support multiples, But usually, actually, in the first place, you're attracted to a team because maybe of one individual. And then it's like, it's Stockholm Syndrome. Habits pick up. Like, how many people would have watched Optic because of Scump and then heard the things that Dashy said on the mic and be like, yo, this guy's pretty funny, right? It's a thing. But if you don't reach that conversion point, you're kind of screwed. And even then, like, if that player leaves as well, they're gonna, like, the fans are gonna leave you. It's very hard to build a legacy around an org. The ones that do it successfully, do it reliably to sustain, are the ones that utilize them in content and are able to offer some level of brand recognition that benefits the content creator to keep them around. Or rev share. And to that point, also, that's why you don't see many teams sponsoring esports. Honestly, like, little tip for you guys, by the way. If AoE4 ever gets picked up for EWC, you will see 10 new orgs enter the scene. That's the interesting exception. Like, I've been watching fighting game players I've never heard of get picked up by orgs because of its presence at a big tournament. Like, we just saw new StarCraft players getting picked up. Like, what was it? Sentinels, I think, picked up Showtime? Well, it's Showtime in this game. Louis MT, only 40 seconds on the clock. I'm afraid it doesn't look like it's going to be enough time here. He has one shot at this, and it's 130 military bio to 60. I don't know why he marched that way. What? B, chill. You don't need to come to him. He's coming to you. You have a sacred site. That felt unnecessary. Let's go dive on. I love the way that B's doing. He's like, I only need an edge. I don't need the whole damn thing. Please do stack up from the big mango hit coming in. Spirals are getting good penetration, but nowhere near good enough. The villagers even get pulled. He doesn't care. Tosses them away to buy a few more seconds. Or the dragon, a firm reminder, still a solid civ on this map. And B, still as scary as he's ever been in the Midweek Masters. He'll take the lead in this best of 7. There's still so much more to come between these two. Oh, he said 6 games. I'm sensing potentially 7 here. This game felt like one of the more dominant ones. B, just from a very early point, essentially parking himself in cruise mode and cruising through to a win on pants. Woo-wee! Damn, that was an interesting one. To outpost pave the way to Regnants, I guess. All right. What elo is this? This is basically top. Louis NT is a top 4 player. B is a top 8. So creme de la creme. In fact, for reference against like top players, like was it B beat Beastie when they faced off in the group stage 3-2. Louis MT beat Marine Lord 3-2 in the group stage for the S tier tournament that happened recently. So that should give you your perspective on how good these two are. Very good. So, up next, we are going to be seeing Himiyama. French versus Ayabids. I mean, Ayu feels pretty good in this matchup. Probably going to be looking at the Dervish opening. Feels quite popular against the French Cav civs. Just because they're doing melee, it's very hard to actually snipe the camels. So, Ayu... I mean, we could just end in 6 then because of this. I think Lou's going to have to be a bit creative. Maybe we see him do his Spearman opening and do the deer shove. That would also then give you like maybe a bit of a blocker towards Desert Raider timings. But you can, of course, get kited. So it's not just a clean, guaranteed, I've done it, I've solved. Possible finals for Elite Classic 3 if they didn't meet too early? Exactly. Who do you think is going to win Elite Classic? I think the obvious one is Marine Lord. I think Marine Lord or Louis. It's just Beastie hasn't been able to practice as much as Marine Lord, right? And that can hurt. So I don't know if he's able to actually get enough practice in. I think he's scrimming at the moment. So like maybe he's able to surprise, but is a tough cookie to crack. Like, by his own admission, he was like, yeah, Marine Lord's been grinding nonstop. Like, every time I heard, like, someone mention Marine Lord, like, yeah, he's been nonstop grinding in practice. But, like, for my own bias, I want Louis to win. And the reason I want Louis to win is I want players to stop fearing that they need to hide what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, dude's just been confidently coming into Midweek Masters. Same with B, right? And they just don't care. They just roll. Trying to learn any tips. For a start, find a civ that you enjoy. I think that's like, try the civs out and then figure out which one you like and then hone in on how to improve. Because enjoyment comes first. And then the obvious things is like, number one is make sure you're always producing more workers. If you really want to sweat improve, one of the biggest things I recommend to people is when you're playing, every set amount of seconds to pass, every X seconds, ask yourself what you're doing. And if your answer is blank, then you need to figure out why it's blank and fix it. That's the biggest thing that people forget to do, is if they really want to make conscious improvement, they need to understand that the actions need to be questioned regularly and they need to be able to come up with answers. Because if you can't, like, if you're like, oh yeah, I'm like shoving the deer right now. Okay, you have an answer. But if you're like, I don't know, like I'm just kind of walking around with a knight. Okay, what could that knight be doing instead? What, like, could I be raiding with him, you know? But step one to me is always enjoyment, really. Like, if you enjoy yourself, you'll go a lot further. Because otherwise you'll burn out. You have to find something you enjoy with the game, or like it's pointless going, how do I improve? How do I be the best? You'll burn out before you get there. All right. Let's get ready to crumble with these two. I need to flip the score around. B's on match point. One and all, this man is unstoppable. B is on the verge of making it 6 KPMMs in a row. That's right, that's our Midweek Muster Series, our esports circuit. He's already the most decorated player to participate in the Midweek Musters. Last week, he annihilated Louis 4-0. This week, Louis put up more of a fight, but this matchup has big question marks over it. Ibid's into French feels like a solid one here. We've been seeing these dervish desert raider timings annihilate the openings of both French and Jean alike. So curious to see how Louis wants to try and approach this, because Louis has actually really impressed me in this matchup against other players. Where most players would still try to play French Knights, he usually plays towards these kind of Guildhall arbitrary timings where you have to remain more defensive. Difficult map to do that on though. Himiyama doesn't really leave much room for just staying in your base often, considering the deers on the flanks and the tiny tree lines. Let's see what he's going to be cooking with. B, Logistics Wing makes a lot of sense here. It's a very popular one. I'm curious if there's maybe a Growth Wing plan. The reason why Logistic Wing is really good at the moment is people have been leveraging it phenomenally well to shove deer stacks in, but then you also play blocker to the Night Spam because of the heavy debuff. And how did you guys predict, by the way? 70% for Louis. Now, be honest, one's in chat if that's just because you want a 7-game series. I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't hold it against you. But we have got Conundrum Step 1 arriving. It is going to be the Loggy win. BC gets the views that he does because he's a top player and usually comes in top 2 at the most tournaments. Yeah. Well, actually, it's more like the focus on content, though. Like, consistency with content is very important. I think there's maybe an argument to be made that, like, because his brand has been built on him being a top contender, yes, it's definitely important he remains top. Whether that means being top 5 or top 1, top 2, though, like, that's the debate. I think you can remain, like, in the top 5, top 8, and still maintain his numbers. Because the problem is, like, if you think about it, you know, Marine Lord doesn't stream anywhere near as much as Beastie, so he's not building up that number 1 spot. You know, B doesn't stream. Louis MT does, but it's on a different platform. You know, the main one would be Dumu if he starts making top 3 finishes. Could maybe, like, start to reel the numbers back. But the other thing that people have to understand is also time of the day. Beastie basically uses primetime hours. And part of that is because, like, you could argue he's built around it, but the Grubby built on it before him, and then also the demographic AoE4 built on it before that. Because unlike Age of Empires 2, where the numbers are more deceptive because AoE 2 and AoE 1 had a very good representation in Asia, Age of Empires 4 is insanely biased towards European and American viewership. Which is a good place to be, by the way, because also from a sponsorship standpoint and spend standpoint, those people do spend more. That's why the meme with Beastie's subathon was like, okay, is Def Gun actually like maybe based in a country like Turkey where the subs are worth nothing? Because I think like subs in Turkey are worth like 10 cents or something. And like I was quite mind blown when I found out that Def Gun is actually an American. I was like, okay, that was a big spend. AOT is biased towards which regions? I think AOE2 has a bigger representation in South America and SEA. Which is, if you think about it from like an income perspective, just makes sense. AOE4 was a full price game and AOE2 is just very efficient, like cost efficient by comparison. Also, if you remember back in the days, like AOE2 was just on PCs by default, etc. You know, you just share a disc around. Whereas for people in Europe and NA, like we over the years have had a lot more disposable income to go buy a Nintendo 64 and buy like a 60 euros cartridge in 1999. That's not money shaming, it's just realistic income, right? That's also why free to play games do very, very well in those regions. Don't insult my soul like that. That's hard-earned 10 cents. It's true, but at the same time, you know I'm right. Like, that's why, like, I always find a bit chuckly on subathons. I'm like, if they have just one person in there who's, like, the cheapest, like, they can be, they'll still make decent money, but it's also like, oof, congrats. Enjoy your 30 days of streaming now. So we do have the deer shelf that we were expecting here from B. He's going pro scouts, though. That does surprise me a bit, but not too much. I think we've seen B do this once already. Logi into pro scouts, a little bit different. We usually see culture wing the other way, where you get advancement for the quicker tech up. But B's been evolving it, man. It's really cool to see. Lou on the other side is going to begin archers and go pro scouts himself also. $43.9, so more like €1. Okay, sorry. So so 50 cents then. Because remember, Twitch keeps half. Unless you have enough subs, in which case you get 60 cents or 70 cents. Yes, it's fair to say, like, yeah, despite that, from sponsorship standpoint and spend standpoint, people who have, like, NA demographic of 50% are loving life. Because Americans. Alright, so this is a really annoying time for Louis. He doesn't actually have enough archers to kill the Dervish. And the Desert Raider will win that fight, so Louis kind of has to play a little bit of game of dodge deer. He has to choose right or just get blocked. And quite simply, we are going to be discount replicating that scene. You chose poorly. So we'll now switch over. B should be able to snatch a lot away here, though. This could end up being like 2.5 to 3 deer stacks in favor of B. Which might sour some people's heavy Louis predictions. We do now have him adding in Knights. This is likely what? To target the economy? Because Knights isn't going to feel great for a direct fight into Camels. Like for that, you might as well just build Spears Archers. But I think what Louis is worried about is that B will eventually try to tech. So by going Knights, that gives Louis raiding. Raiding will keep B more honest to the age because he doesn't want to get caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Keeps catching him here. Steel Tower timing is looking good. I think one weakness I normally see from Ibeards is that they are absolutely atrocious at Blacksmith Feudal. It's very hard to kind of justify it because of the way you scale Desert Raiders. It's a very expensive unit for a start. Very slow to scale as well. Normally, by the time you get to a point where Blacksmith looks good, most Ibeard players are just looking at Castle Age instead. I think players have gotten better at it in recent months. Because in fairness, like your 7 base damage, it is a big increase in DPS. On a unit that, especially with this build, is hard to ever kill. You're seeing Louis already struggling a bit. Has got a slight eco lead, as is courtesy of the French, with their fast execution TC, but not enough to overwhelm yet. What you're looking for is the threshold where you can insta-kill a Desert Raider. So archers do 5 base. Without Steel Arrow, that means that you would need 24 archers. With it, it decreases to, I think it's like 20. But you want slight overkill, because remember, if you're mathing for 120 HP exactly, you're not equating the slight difference that like a 1 tick of healing would make. That could just save a dervish. So Louis was actually able to get back out here. Props to him for that, by the way. I wouldn't have expected him to be able to skewer those deer. They did get a little bit split, so B still gets a slight edge here, just not as big as he maybe was looking for. He's trying to go big on the numbers, though, adding in an additional horseman. Horsemen are going to be interesting here. You'd think it's bad because the spears, but that's where the dervish heal does come in pretty clutch, and he's going to look to sneak the goodies. Okay, is there a risk Louis overextending? It feels like it. The problem is, you know, B can't see what we can, that there's only like 1 or 2 extra spears coming. So it's not worth the risk to him. On top of that, that first knight has crept around the back, and it is going to be first blood drawn on the workers. Yeah, found one on the gold, so nicely played there. Also got some really important information. He can see that B isn't rushing age 3 necessarily. Because he checks the gold and you can see, oh, okay, he's got lots of Desert Raiders. This income doesn't make sense yet. But he has to understand from that there's something being held in reserve. You guys only spent 1,200 euros on your PC? What the hell? Just get a brand to send you pieces, Kappa. Oof, I tell you. Getting some sponsors to build that PC was a big money saver, actually. Especially when I see the grievous prices of GPUs at the moment again. Dodged a bullet. Meanwhile, Lumti's looking to fire a bullet here. This is all in. Nothing held in reserve. No knight scaling. He's trying to catch B teching. I think you have to catch him teching as well, no? Like, if he just keeps scaling army and mirrors you, the dervish heal could easily just end up being the huge difference here. Positioning is going to be difficult in the fight for B. He needs to be careful not to overextend, but this is the thing about Ayabid doing this compared to Ottomans. Ottomans can't really afford one mistake, but Ayabids can afford a mistake. Because if one dervish dies, the other heals itself and everyone's still. Play AoE on a notebook. I'm talking to a brand about maybe seeing like how good AoE4 could run on a laptop, so we might have an interesting sponsor soon. I haven't really laptop gamed in several years. I bought a laptop back when I was in uni, and that was kind of it. That thing was useful years later, though. I still remember in my work breaks playing through Jedi Outcast 2. What a banger. Ugh. Still haven't played Jedi Outcast 1, though. Is there a scale point where B just can't win? If we rush for PopCap, maybe. Is 35 archers currently? You'd think Louis could just try to tech up soon and just vet archers, but remember that does take a minute and he's against Cav. So for that to work, he'd have to be hiding in his base, which just feels like you're giving over full control. And looks like B's getting ready to pull that trigger. He's going to lose another worker on the tree line. Horseman now with a backstab, but not able to really do much here. And it's also going to cost him some Desert Raiders. Yeah, you see how the Archer Mass has actually reached that critical fold. If the Desert Raiders come too close, dead. And yes, Jedi Outcast 2 was Kyle Katarn. I believe both of them were, if I'm not mistaken, though. Like I said, I haven't played one. Banger of a game, though. I originally experienced that on GameCube. Any GameCube enjoyers? I feel bad for people who didn't have a GameCube because you missed out on Super Mario Sunshine. I love that game. Even though the level design was actually quite bad. In hindsight. Okay, so... what is with these gamers? CSO? Well, actually, first it's me and Micah, then it's CSO, and then it's B. Everyone's believing in the Desert Raiders. Wait, GameCube was your first console? Holy crap, you jumped on it at like a weird point. GameCube felt like one of the worst performing ones for Nintendo financially. Most people just didn't buy onto Tiny Disc, lol. I started much earlier. We had like Sega Mega Drive, which was also called the Genesis. My first Nintendo was a Nintendo 64. Oh, and the Game Boy Color. Oh, kids nowadays. Oh no, it is my birthday. I am clearly getting old. So the funny thing is I never really bothered with Melee on GameCube. I had a friend who I played it with. I never bought it myself. Smash Bros. 64 is still goated in my eyes. Now, a lot of time being wasted here by Louis, but what's he doing with it? B's teching up. Louis still not ready. He's starting to stockpile a little. Archer count is getting ridiculous, by the way. This Desert Raider strategy could just fall flat entirely. Naruto Ninja Storm. I never played that. Okay, one of my favorite games that's super underrated, and it is so expensive to buy these days, or it used to be. I think it's called Lost Kingdom on GameCube. It was a game where it was like ARPG, and you had a deck of cards, and the cards had abilities in different forms you used, like summons or one-off slashes, things like that. That game was a banger. Oh, also, Pokemon Coliseum, the only game where you got to steal other people's Pokemons, and we're a good guy for it. Okay, so B with the tech up is rushing relics. That's not going to work well. One dervish gone already. And the second one's been seen. Okay, so all gatherings on relics is going to be blocked. Straight away. Drakensang. I think I remember Drakensang. That was like the hack and slash ARPG game, right? I think I played the one on PS2. Oh, I had so many games for PlayStation 2. Holy crap. Yo, you know what's an underrated game? Seek and Destroy. It was a game where you played as a tank, and the tanks like had personalities and talked to each other. But it was full pimp my tank. You could be a tank with jet wings flying around shooting people. I remember I sold and bought that game like twice more. It was that good. Okay, is this going to be a good hit from B though? I mean, this is looking pretty underwhelming, guys. Is anyone else sensing a game number 7? I guess he just like was looking to fish a big raid to punish the tech up, but that's failed. And Veterancy is going to come in before the next clash now. Because he doesn't want to fight. It's just way too much infantry. Has prep Ghoulims behind, so there might be hope for B still. I mean, the entire French army is countered by Ghoulims. Still, I don't think 2 Ghoulims is going to counter, 90 units. So he needs a lot more. Okay, you know what I still never got round to finishing? Because my friend wanted it back too soon. And I'm gutted they still haven't transferred it across on the Switch. Zelda Wind Waker. I think that is like, of the time when I played them, at different times, my favorite Zelda still. Arbitrary now coming from Louis. I guess it makes sense. Scale point's going to be good as well because your opponent's going Ghoulims, not just Camel Lancers. But he went for Guildhall as well, so it feels even better. I don't know, man. This should be over? If B can get the Goon count good enough before the Arbitrary arrive, there's a chance for him. But it just feels like Louis is a step ahead. Warlord to slow down a dive. The retreat's a bit weird from Louis. Needs the Spearman to turn and burn. And the Horsemen are just melting against this. The Desert Raiders aren't trading against the right unit. He does spring the trap, though. The Ghoulims and Lancers arrive. They're going to push this away. Spear count is going down fast. Horseman's starting to break through. B, can he be the miracle worker? Only a few Horsemen left over. Second wave of Spearmen come through, though. Okay, that's going to be all anti-range units going down. Arbitrary are now countering the Ghoulims. This is what makes it worse. The Spears quickly clear the Horsemen, and the Arbitrary, there's only a few of them, but they deal with the Ghoulims. So at this point, Louis MT is tossing away all the archers to get rid of the Desert Raiders. so the other trade comp can win the game. And it's working. Better than expected, actually. Overwhelming military lead remains. In fact, it is now doubled up from a double up to a quadra up in favor of Louis. Guildhall is still ticking in behind this. He's got farms coming as well, so it's not like he's running out of food first. Meanwhile, for B, he's being forced into farms already. Did someone say a 7-game series? Because I'm sensing a 7-game series right now. B hasn't been able to raid. That's directly his problem here. This Desert Raider strategy, this mass calf strategy, it was about raiding by the looks of it. But Louis just didn't overreact. He took his time with this. Understood that he isn't outscaled until he's stuck at 200 pop with no room left. And Louis now just denying relics behind this as well. When B is running quite low on gold, only 1,300 remaining. He's still not switching off those Desert Raiders. I guess you could build Manganiques to counter the other tray. Maybe that's the way for B. But we've got some dicey maneuvers right now. Where was he going? Yeah, he was trying to fish the shoreline? Alright, that's definitely overly ambitious. You know what? Speaking of ARPGs, I mean, it was more hack and slash. But you know what, like, guys, underrated hack and slash game? But like ARPG combat, I guess. Spartan Total Warrior. One of my favorite hack and slash games, and it was actually made by a strategy game developer. I still love that to this day. What are we doing? Where are you going? He's like, well, I can't go home right now. There seems to be an entire invasion force in our base. I guess I'll wait. Louis gathering berries right next to B's base. This is just an insult at this stage. Like, these are delicious. Why don't you come over here and eat these? Like, you're tricking me, aren't you? You're just going to garrison and shoot me. Maybe. Why don't you come find out? Okay, so dervishes are going to have a secondary must to fall back into. I'm scrambling my brain trying to figure out, like, what B's recovery arc is here. I guess if he just baits the Spearman to charge far enough away, the Desert Raiders can slowly kill them off. And then, you know, you change the difference in military size between the two of you. But that's such a slow plan against Guildhall. And Louis, I think he's had enough of this crap. He's diving all the way through. And dervishes aren't picking up the relics. Louis' army is not, like, insanely large on this dive. But it should be good enough. He's able to one-hit onto the Desert Raiders. There's a lot of weird pathing happening right now, but he's breaking through. And there's more troops coming. Yeah, I think B's just processing the loss at this stage. I mean, it was an interesting idea. I think his opening was good, but he just wasn't maybe expecting Louis to stick to his guns in feudal this long. I think that's what mattered. It's a masterclass lesson in why sometimes panic rushing an age in reaction is a big negative. Why doesn't B produce horsemen? I mean, he could, but like you'd be waiting 2 minutes for one to come out. He only has 71 food income. He just doesn't have food. Spamming horsemen in Castle Age is very difficult. Not many civs that can easily do it. But you know what? It ain't easy to do this. Surely it isn't. Surely we don't see full 7 series finals so often. Oh, we do between these two. It feels like 6 or 7 games. Last week was a rarity with 4-0. As Louis has just reminded us. Chugga chugga choo choo, mother duckers. We're still going. Game number 7. What up? That's what we live for. Ah, I like today. It's a good day. It's a birthday. Of course it is. By the way, guys, you want to know what would be a present to me? Not just you guys remembering to turn up Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays for more of this content, but also do something free. !Opera GX. They're working with us again throughout May. It's a browser. It's secure. It uses the Chromium system just like all the other ones with Chrome, so you don't have to worry about that. But it also has some useful things. There's a nice little hide your porn feature, which I'm sure none of us need, where you can basically bind a button to change all your tabs to different tabs. Just watching kittens, bro. But outside of that, some other very helpful things that exist is, of course, the nice little game chart built in, as well as efficiency. I know someone earlier saying they were on a very old CPU. You, sir, would definitely benefit from OpGX to make sure that you can minimize the CPU usage so you can maximize the frames in-game. Yeah. Signing up with that, creating a free account, it does support the channel because I know not everyone can afford subs like the wonderful Flesrud. So for those that cannot, it's a very easy way of helping raise some more money for the channel. Thank you, thank you. All right. Hide your porn box. See, I knew that one would sell out to you guys. Yo, you know where it's really useful? You know when you need to consult a build order, but you don't want your friends to see that you like are looking at that build order, right? And they walk over to your PC. You can set it up to mash one button and it will just change over to something else, right? Like, you know what you could have? You could create a Google Doc that has your thesis on why Desert Raiders are OP. And it's like a full blob. And then what you're really watching is the build order, the very simple build order. Like, it's a build order that I would have put out. And you're like, whoa, okay, now you know you're desperate. But you need it. But you don't want your friends to see it. So when they walk over the PC, just smash over. And it's like, whoa, this guy's like advanced. Like full dissertation mode for AoE 4. What a smart guy. Opera GX lets you do that. Other ones won't. They'll still see the other tabs on other ones. Do you know the GameCube logo is a cube within a cube and a G within a G? Yeah, I remember seeing that. It's like, whoa, what? Game Boy Color, but the one where it was a color, not the display? Yep, I think I had one of those. I think I maybe had the yellow one because I had the Pikachu edition because I got Pokemon Pikachu. Whoop, whoop. Ever played Green Army Man game on Nintendo 64? No, I played them on PS1 and PS2. So I had the Army Men RTS, which was really cool. But I also played like Army Men Air Attack, Army Men 3D. We had Army Men Land, Sea, and Air, Sarge's Heroes. There's a lot of Army Men games. And actually, like, credit to them, they were pretty damn good. I was impressed. They were actually pretty good quality. By the way, we do have another Chinese sushi matchup. So Sunken Lands makes a lot of sense for this map. Let's pay out. So it was Louis MT. Sushi should be a little bit better in this matchup, though. Then again, we just watched it a bit earlier, and it was actually a win for China. But that map was much tighter, much thinner. So, like, I would say on a more open map like Sunken Lands, I'd lean a bit towards Sushi. Even though gold can be a limitation, it's not as much on Carmel. So they have a decent amount of safe gold, but then also with how open the map is, like he who has slightly better lancers should be in theory favored because crossbows is harder to play. What we'll do is we'll start predictions now, so you have 30 seconds once we're in game. I'm going to run a minute and a half of ads now, by the way. Fate Apocrypha is a thing? Wait, wasn't Fate Apocrypha... Fate Apocrypha was pretty good, no? Oh, wait, no, I think I haven't seen that one still. What was the one, I forget its name, there was the Fate game where it had Shakespeare in it. That one was like nowhere near as good as the primaries, but I was kind of interestingly entertained by that one. It had some like silly turns about it, because like Shakespeare is just a doofus. In the best ways. What's the score? It is 3-3. We've got deciding game. All the way, baby. Chugga chugga choo choo. Apocrypha? I don't think it was Apocrypha that was that one that I just described. Because I just looked at the front like picture of it and it doesn't look right. Oh, wait, maybe? Oh, it might have been. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it was. If it had Shakespeare, it is. And it had the zombie, right? The zombie girl. You're right, it is the one. Yeah, because it had Vlad the Impaler, who didn't like being called Dracula. I think. That one had its good moments. Like, definitely nowhere near as good as the original ones. Like, dude. Like, I still think Fate Stay, like, was it Zero? I forget the one that was before the primary. The one that was the prequel. The prequel one is the best one. And makes sense when you realize who wrote it. Yeah, Zero is like the best one, I think. Zero made you feel something, man. I'd recommend to people, if they ever go and watch it, watch Zero first and then come for the next one. Even though it was released later, like, it'll make you feel more. But they're good bangers. Anyway, weave mode off. That's right, one and all. Weeb mode off. We don't need to animate that hard because we're not in Japanese this time. We're in Chinese. Deciding game between B and LuYMT. And it is going to be the truest of mirrors possible here. Chinese up against Shushi. Yeah, I think these two are probably the closest to matching, like even more so than French and Jean, which sounds weird considering French and Jean are like almost the entirely same civ except for this hero unit. But that matchup, I think, has a lot more snowballiness to it early on because of the impact of Jean, one way or the other. For Shushi and Chinese, they both try to replicate a lot of what each other do, even into the Castle Age. So curious to see who's going to come out ahead, because on a map like Sunken Lands, let me update that, we're not on Himiyama anymore, I would actually lean towards Iobit to take this one. If you're stuck in Lancer spam, usually China looks better when they can transition crossbows. In fact, we saw B do that so elegantly, so well on Coastal Cliffs, but that was a thinner map. Look how wide and exposed this is. How do you get to crossbows, let alone get to the enemy base with this map design? That's a big challenge. And what is up, Grim? Thank you very much. I appreciate the sub, mate. And welcome back to Swarm. Don't see any great Meditation Garden drops. You don't tend to get any outrageous ones here from what I've seen. It's tame. Like, this isn't too bad. 50 stone plus the gold means you'd have hand cannon slick defenses. You could just go for the standard berries. It's not great here either. Yeah, like, you don't get anything crazy from what I've seen on Sunken Lands. You don't really need it, though. You could run out into the corner for this 76 food, but it's going to be likely a Pro Scouts v Pro Scouts matchup. In fact, I'd say usually in this matchup, it feels like Shushi are even more likely to go Pro Scouts than China. People say on Reddit we have free Arabias on rank because they're so open. Yeah, but like I always, what have I told you guys about people who complain on Reddit? They're probably in the minority. The reality is like a lot of those people probably like Mountain Pass who are complaining about that. Because to say this is like Dry Arabia isn't exactly accurate. This map makes you feel a lot more exposed a lot quicker than Dry Arabia. I'd say Dry Arabia is a lot more defensive than this. Especially the tree lines, because you always get guaranteed tree lines spawning behind you. So you have less natural defenses. And also the smaller gold veins tend to force you out the base a little bit quicker. Fairness, P got a really good spawn in his. Behind the base. Remember Dry Arabia having board, deer, and berries in one spot? Yeah, but you've never changed your account name to mate.marinelord. So, like, what do you know? Field Academy coming in as expected for Louis. We do have, what, 4 on gold? Yeah. It is definitely looking like Pro Scouts. It wouldn't be enough food for a Barbican timing. I mean, he could technically walk over an outpost and then Barbican follow up, but, like, you wouldn't gather this much gold with that type of gold. Yeah. This is why I'm really hoping some of the unique map designs we've seen get, like, put in. I really would love to see the developers just adopt Excavation, because it's actually a map that uses the Forgotten Ruins well. Because there was that jungle-type map that they created with Forgotten Ruins on the expansion, but it's not really playable in 1v1. It doesn't make sense for competitive, so you can't use it as a showcase of how good those points of interest can be. If you haven't noticed recently, guys, I'm a very big points of interest nerd, but, like, in fairness, they are, I think, the most refreshing thing we've had in years. So this matchup, by the way, I will warn you guys, it tends to be a little bit slow in the first 2 or 3 minutes of Feudal Age, but it ramps up real quick because it's a night race. You know, when you watch, like, French on French, and you're like, oh, man, it's just tedious. Look, they're clicking each other. But when you pay a bit more attention, the finite element, not finite, the minuscule elements that make a big difference, like positioning on knights, the pullback, the micro, like, that makes a difference at this level. You get the same thing with Chinese versus Shushi. It just is even more volatile because with French mirrors, I at least have, nobility. I walk away and heal. Getting that heal is much harder in this matchup. Man, you guys just reminded me I need to get back on the anime train, actually. I got loads to catch up on. I've heard solo leveling is incredible. I heard there's a new season of Rise of Shield Hero, but I don't know if that got any better. I know I need to watch the new seasons of the time I was reincarnated as a slime. I was thinking of taking Emma down educational lane with anime. Showing her the bangers, like Code Geass. Still, honestly, probably the best mech anime ever made. I have not watched Arcane Season 2. We need to do that. We've been taking ages to finish Doom Patrol because Emma's terrible with it. The last, like, 3 times she tried to watch it, she fell asleep. Like, so Doom Patrol, if you guys haven't seen it, really great for, like, the first 2 seasons. And then it becomes too meta-ized. And what I mean by that is that it's trying to create metas. Like, we literally just watched an episode that is a musical. And I remember... I looked across at Emma halfway through and went, this is too much musical. And she's like, yeah. Gurren Lagann is great, but I swear, even though it's if you guys are ever looking for the purest form in media of escalation episode to episode, Gurren Lagann has you. But I will always say that Kill la Kill is better from that studio. Kill la Kill is probably that studio's best work ever. Like, when someone first showed me a clip of that, I was like, that is just pure perversion. But nope, they actually made sense of it all. In the weirdest possible way. All I'll say to you guys is that clothes are trying to take over the world. Go enjoy it. Because we are going to enjoy this. We've got PG. Yes, unlike some of these animes, we are PG. So, this is quite a powerful opening for Shushi. Louis won't have the cleanest answers to this, because he's gone into spears and a few horsemen. And now, if you upgrade into the 3rd age, like, your comp is already better. So Louis seeing this, I wonder, does he just bypass? Leave the age now? Because your opponent doing this slows down his tech timing, so technically you could get your lancers out sooner. Does come at a sacrifice, though, and that would be the deer. Oh, we still need to watch the new season of Wheel of Time as well. Wheel of Time's been a mixed bag. These PG are really cutting into the forces Louis pumped out. The crazy thing is that despite B making this expensive investment into 5 of them, which is pretty damn pricey, it's like 600 resources, he's still going to beat him to the tech bull. Because remember, you get a 15% discount at Shushi. Kind of crazy. And what is up, Bajraf? I see you with the Prime sub. Smart lad. Thank you. Welcome to Swarm. Wheel of Time's lost potential. I think, like, I get the book readers being like, oh, it's terrible. But, like, as someone who didn't read the books, I think it's decent. It's very hard to line up to books' potential sometimes. There are ones where they obviously drop the ball. Like, do we need to talk about the Rings of Power? Because that is... I didn't... Like, I heard about Season 2, and I didn't want to watch it. Season 1 was kind of intriguing at points, at least, but Season 2 is like, you've lost me. I'm praying that the Warhammer shows get us back on track. Okay, so tech up's complete. We do have lancers from both sides, but this is scary. Look at what B done. I think this is key. If you actually want to have an overwhelming edge of Shushi, Mount Lu Academy is incredible. Regional inspection allows you to just vomit out so many more knights than your opponent. And also, the extra food goes a long way after the Pro Scouts off. Pro Scouts off that B should have won because of the PG anyway. Wait, was Rings of Power Season 2 really better than Season 1? Okay, I'm surprised. Wasn't people's issue with Season 1 more its pacing than anything else? I mean, I think some of the characters were badly represented. Like, Gladriel just didn't really fit the bill. Like, I think I stayed away from Season 2 because I heard about them trying to make you sympathize with orcs. I'm like, I don't, like... Bruh, like, I get in real world, I was trying to understand people and their, like, logics. But, like, you don't need to anime Gugu the orcs into good people. Like, I think early 2000s, something that a lot of media misunderstood is why the Joker from Batman Arkham Knight worked so well. You were made to relate to what he was about, but at no point were you told what he's about is good. And the problem is a lot of shows, like, they take the idea that no one thinks they're the bad guy too far. Yes, it's true. No one thinks they're the bad guy. They think they're right. But you can portray people's personality, logic, and the objectives, and then we as individuals can decide whether they're good or bad. Without turning a giant, ugly-ass orc into a father for a family that he needs to baby feed. Like, come on. All right, anyway, Lancer spam from both sides. B, I mean, he's keeping the edge here. Where's the switch? Because we talked about crossbows being a no-no, but B's doing something kind of crazy, like adding in the spears like this. Barbican's coming through from Louis. That's going to secure the 4k gold. And we do still have the boars in the corner, but that's something you don't really want to have to run out for because of the Lancer spam on both sides. Man, the amount of talk that I've like sprung into action in the chat is crazy. Yeah, no spoilers in Andor 2. I haven't watched it yet. It's on the list. Can't compare Dark Knight to some anime? We're not. We're comparing Dark Knight to an Amazon-funded TV show that had millions put into it. Which was based off the literature of one of the greatest fictional universes ever perceived. Okay, looks like we got Lancer sneak in. B. Uh-oh. Not guarded here. Louis. Great reactions, B. Barely any distance between the reaction from the reveal. So should minimize casualties. That could still be probably 2 workers going down here. And some other time to be achieved. Elsewhere on the map, we don't have any counter dice from B. He's a little bit limited on options. Has got his own cycle around the back, so we might still see a strike in. No Dali horses yet, though. Shouldn't really matter much against villagers. They just move too much. All right, you guys want a fairer comparison for like how to write a villain versus like how not to write your villains? Fine. We'll compare like the orcs in Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power to Kilgrave in Jessica Jones. Ain't nobody telling me that ain't one of the like best written villains in comic history. David Tennant nailed that. At first, I thought it was because of my bias for Doctor Who, but it really wasn't. Springhorse now from Louis. Okay, makes sense. So he mirrors the spears, but like the siege advantage is big. Remember, he has Clock Tower. This is something that B can't easily mirror. Like, he's actually progressing this towards the rest of the weak point for Chushi. You still are doing this on an extremely open map, though. David Tennant demolishes every roll? I wouldn't say, like, absolutely every roll, but yes, he has a good hit rate. But I think Kilgrave in Jessica Jones was on par with Doctor Who. That's how damn good he was. He made me care about a character I should not have cared about. All right, one's if you think B's going to win this. Two's if you think Louis is going to take it. Wheel Time Season 3 was also excellent and big improvement. Interesting. Well, that's the newest one, right? I lost track of the seasons. I haven't watched the newest one, but the one before, I was like, okay, this is getting on track now. I think something that's like a struggle to deal with is like Wheel of Time. I think the writers were conscious of the fact they need to world build, but they weren't quite sure how to world build. That's something that people misunderstand about Lord of the Rings all the time. It's a world building exercise. It's not a story exercise. But like most film writers and TV writers and etc. are not world builders. They are story writers. This sounds like it's similar, but it's absolutely not. And oftentimes, actually, world builders fail because they don't know how to tell a good story. So you're in this weird twist of the expectation of building an entire world, but you know if you just focus too much on that, no one cares about anything in it. Does that sound like as much of a mind duck as it did coming off of my lips there? Man, I kind of like, even on the Grand Finals, we're kind of having this like downtime when nothing's happening, we're having these type of talks. But back to the action, we have got Spear Blob approaching the base. B's playing for relics, but it's quite delayed. Louis already got free home. Why is it classified as high res? I think it's the deer count. Deer count is higher than a standard map. There's 30 deer here. Standard map will have 24. But yeah, everything else about the map is statistically lower. And oh my god. Some of this even lower. This is Big B. Gets hit on the gold. Louis MT finds that critical hit to the back. You got, what was that, 4 worker kills? More to come. There's no reaction B. A little bit slow to pull away there. Big wallop. That forces the entire army home. And remember, Louis is escalating an eco lead behind this. This is crazy. B's at a point where if he could fight directly, he should win. But he's not able to find that fight. He's reluctant to dive into a Chinese base, understandably. Especially with Springle defense. And he can't force Louis to come out. Because Louis already got key objective. He's got the relics. He's still got a decent amount of food to work with. He is having to take risks now. But likely we'll see him lean, to the east side, which is already kind of wallable. And I don't really need to introduce you guys to Louis MT's walls because he's one of the most prolific and successful wallers in Age of Empires 4 history at this point. Some anime watchable out there that is also kind of lost on us made shows nowadays. Yeah, like, I mean, anime, but it earned a big blow and some of them aren't, like, justified. I think anime's biggest negative is that, like, Japanese stories still try to sexualize their characters unnecessarily. It's the biggest weakness of anime. And it's also why, like, a lot of people still don't take it mainstream. It's just, there was a time where it was necessary to get, like, the pages sold, right? But, like, it's not necessary anymore. I think that, like that, especially things like 7 Deadly Sins, a perfect example. Shout out to my boy Nahaz. I remember he tweeted about this. He wanted to watch it with his daughter, but he couldn't. Because the main character is groping like a girl every other episode. He's like, I can't, like, this is meant to be amazing, but I can't watch it with my kid. So yeah, like, sometimes anime just gets its own way unnecessarily. Food Wars done this, where, like, it over-sexualized the first episodes, and then it dialed it back to a point where it's, like, kind of still there. But it's good. And then for no reason, like, seasons later, came back on itself and went full, like, kiddie sexualized weirdness. Okay, I'm now paranoid that's going to get demonetized. That statement. But yeah, the point is, like, there's loads of examples where animes don't justify what they do with nudity and sexualization. And Louis Walls, man. He's done it again. Look at the like we have this short conversation for about a minute about animes doing whatever, and then just look at the minimap. It's just ridiculously Louis. Hasn't built them all yet, but he's definitely getting them up. We're edging into the later phase of the game, and you have to start thinking maybe China just comes out ahead because of economy at that stage. I mean, you can see it in the eco count on top, but also just the efficiency of certain plays. You know, you going off into Imperial, there's unique techs in there like ancient techniques, which give a clear edge. I mean, B does at least have Mount Lu Academy, which is the eco-leaning landmark, so that will offset some of the pressure. No second TC, though. God, I'm starting to feel bad now. This game looked like it was going to be linear, and now it's getting kind of wacky. I don't know, I think these conversations, like, let me know what people think in the comments. Early mid-game in particular, if there's not, like, crazy amounts of stuff happening. Especially because, like, we've seen this matchup already this series, right? Even though it's playing different. It's nice to actually have these conversation breakers. Just exploring almost like podcasty vibe conversation. I think it's especially important when you're like doing a solo cast. You know, we're not going to be talking about aliens, but I don't know, maybe aliens is better. We are talking about anime at this stage. But now we're at the point where we can focus on the game. Because we're getting towards Bloodbath point. Neither player has made a farm transition yet. Louis is doing his right now. B doesn't know. He's blocking food because he's assumed with this type of walling that Louis was going to play for the corner. So B just got kind of hook, line, and sinkered on the wrong side of the map. There's nothing here. In a YouTube video, you'd quit? I mean, you can have your opinions in the comments, no? That's what we always say. Like, when we do predictions, like, 1s or 2s you think people are going to win. YouTubers, feel free to join in as well. B. Does he sense it now? Because something has to be feeling off here, right? Like, your opponent would have came for that food by now. He's prepping the nest of bees. He's ahead of Louis on that count, and you need to be, by the way. Clock Tower's going to be better. And you should be, because you can actually mass produce. Your opponent has to slow produce. This is more casting in the finals. I feel like we've been pretty good throughout this series, no? Just when there's downtime, like they're just rushing towards Pro Scouts, for example, there's limited to cover. And we could go with the same factors we did in the Coastal Cliffs matchup. The variables haven't, like, drastically changed, other than, like, crossbow's much harder to justify. Melee blob makes more sense. Louis got a big melee blob, but 55? This is old school China. It just needs a few more nest of bees and we're going back to 2022. And it looks like we are going to have B trying to sneak out the flank. So he's looking to play under those berries, the boars. He's dodging this farm transition like the plague. The problem with that, guys, is at this rate, Louis B clash, B has no remax. He won't be able to afford it. He'll have no food income because he's going for temporary resources. I'm sure B has to be aware of this by now because he still hasn't seen his opponent on their eastern corner. Sorry, for a moment I thought I hit 2x speed. I hadn't. We don't have, well, we're live. We don't have that. Remember, with this Imperial Official, he moves super fast because of the Mount Lu Academy tech. 1.69 movement speed. You want to know why it's 69? Because screw you if you think you can catch him. Oy, Lancers, though. Oh, that's so painful. A fifth of B's economy is now idled out. And that's a long walk home. Probably has to pull a few Lancers to address this. Yeah, he knows as well. He can't really afford downtime, but look at the pressure point. Louis, he understands what's happening here. Presses up. B down to 60 food income right now. He's got a huge gap in his economy. Nesabees try to catch the siege clump of the Chinese, but it's very tanky with the clock tower effect. And there maybe is a slight exposure point here. Spring's going to march up. B has got the repair crew. He needs to use it fast, though, but it feels like an overwhelm. On the flank, the spearmen reaching around now. Lance is not able to pull away quick enough anymore. It looks like it's going to turn into a bit of a massacre here. This is also reaching the gold. He's just brute forcing him with meat here. 40 spearmen's all he needs. Spring will count. Nestabee's looking good enough. Villagers getting caught up in the mess. And an overwhelming lead. And a win streak that inevitably had to come to an end. Finally! It is Louis MT's time to shine. Midweek muster. He has only tasted victory once in its history in the All-Stars across Christmas. He has played Bridesmaid a total of 6 times in these weeklies. Could it finally be his time? Army maybe overextends. The Lancers remaining will take out the Springolds. The walls are still up for Louis. And the eco lead is suffocating. B knows it. He needs an attack now. Going to TC would not work. He does not have farms. Considering how willing Louis was and how big he was on spear count, B has to know the farms are already online. At this point, he just doesn't know where to go, though. It's the classic wall issue. Like, how quick can 15 Lancers really get through? How quick will the reaction be? He's going to cut the Spearman wave. If B somehow wins this series, he is a miracle worker. He's still got the boar. East side corner can now be accessed. But guys, like, let's call a spade a spade. It's double eco. And Louis has got the relic edge as well. He does not have castles. He has got 14 Lancers, but oh my, look at Louis' queue. Oh, what a crazy game. I mean, props to Louis. Like, this has been, it feels like, on the schedule for quite some time. Because in B's infamous run with the KPMMs, It has been 5 wins in a row, and 3 of those 5 have been Louis second place. The one before that was second place to Marine Lord. He's been constantly on the verge of tasting victory in 2025 with KPMM. Unable to do it. Now, B is not going to throw in the towel here. We have to remember this is just starting game. But if you had to put a percentage odds on his chance of winning this, you're under 5%, I think, at this stage. Oof. And Spring was also out of position now. Is terrible. I mean, wanted to leave them somewhere where they could feel a bit present and threatening, but that's going to be -5 Spring for nothing. Full idle time on the farms, or rather the food in this corner, and that's it. It's happened. He's done it. Louis MT, for the first time ever in midweek muster standards, will be your champion. That's right. B's never-ending streak, it felt like, ends here. But still, these two, I mean, they've been remarkable. Really big shout out to Louis MT, who is in the top 4 for EGC's tournament, and B, who finished in the top 6. These guys have been some of the most consistent players in the midweek masters. I'm going to show you the stats, actually. Here we go. So we go across. Look at this. B has played in 25 of these, and Louis has played in 19 of them. They have been here time and time again. And why I want to praise this is some players look and they go, I need to hide my strategies. I need to grind because the big tournament's coming. These guys treated this as practice. They treat it as experimentation for new ideas, and they thrived. I love that. I hope more people feel comfortable doing that with the midweek musters. But thank you to everyone who's watching, and thank you for the continued support. We are now 6 away from being done with midweek muster. That's crazy. I can't believe how long it's been going. Appreciate all the support, and I'll see you all in the next chapter. All right. B is still the GOAT of KPMM. Exactly. But the interesting part is Louis MT actually has enough to, I think, would it be mirror? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, B's at 8. So he needs one more to be unbeatable on count, I think. Actually, that's not true. If Puppy Paw comes back now, he could also try to beat this because he has 5 previously. So most likely it's between Puppy Paw or B. Beastie could try to re-enter. He had that run of 3 wins in a row, but then stopped. And there are still 7 to play for. So he could yoink it at the end as well. I think Marine Law could just about yoink it also. Need a KPMM Season 2? We'll have to see what the future holds. I mean, if you guys want to see more tournaments, remember, the best thing you can do is keep supporting these. Make sure you upvote the Reddit threads. Make sure you join the Discord. Make sure you're following notifications turned on and tuning in Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And who knows what the future could hold. Maybe more KPMMs, maybe more bigger tournaments, maybe weekend tournaments. I think I said it before, like, to a certain degree, it's in the hands of the community. Like, if people turn up and they watch these, the numbers go up. It makes it feasible for me to invest more time because we're like more money for time invested. But it also makes it more feasible to get things like sponsors to come in. Like we've got Hymns Cup tomorrow because for those who don't know, we have got another. Oh god, I'm on me. I don't want to be on me. Look at that ugly mug. Where did I have it stored? Let's go full cam. I'll add an image. We have got Hymns Cup tomorrow. For those that don't know, we have been running show matches on Fridays. In fact, I need to check with the boys, but this is going to be our one this week. We've got B versus Anatam. We're going to be featuring the maps that appeared, the new maps that appeared in the last 2, as well as a bold-themed rotation of maps in general. Let me double check, because I'm going to message them now about the time and make sure they're good for it so I can announce it now. My goal would be 3 p.m. UK time, because we've been kind of like doing that so far, and it has worked out quite nicely. But let me just double confirm with them. Because they should both be around. But I'll post out on the Discord the time anyway. And obviously, if you've got notification turned on, you know when I go live. But that series will probably be happening at around 3 p.m. UK time. So convert for your local. Basically, like it should start an hour after today's. And then after that, we might have some good midweek muster round of 32 matchups. They'll be happening. What was the rotation we done? So we did change the maps again, as we do every week. And the ones coming up this week are going to be... We've added Kawasan in and Regions. So we shaked it up a bit. We kept Excavation in because that was a really fun one. And we've still got Coastal Cliffs, Dry Arabia, and Light Horizon, and Lakeside. And then next week, I think we're going to start bringing in the bold maps. I'm really eager to bring them in because I think they've been really good in Hims Cup. Thanks for the stream. Oh, thank you everyone who tuned in. We had a good one. This is it's been one of the higher days in a while. I think we were going like a little bit lower. I don't know if people were just burnt out or maybe focused on the subathon or whatever it is. But glad we've got more people tuning in again. Reminder, we've still got these through into June. So I think our final one might actually be early July. And then I'm hoping by then we maybe have a picture on whether we'll look to renew these or go bigger, go different. I appreciate everyone who's been supporting me on my birthday as we do content. I should probably learn to, like, you know, take a break every once in a while. But it's been fun. But I think that's going to be it for today. I'm just waiting a sec to see if we get a response out of B and Anatand. Yeah, Anno says it's fine. I think, yeah, in that case, it's going to be 15 my time. So 3 p.m. UK time, whatever that is in your zone, we're going to have that Hims Cup best of 9 between B and Anatand. And B and Anatand tends to be like an absolute firework fiesta between those two. I think the way I describe it is like there's certain players, when they match up, it's like watching... It's less a show match for competitive. It almost feels like you're watching a show match for the dramatic display of it. They're definitely trying to beat each other, but the way they're trying to beat each other is absolutely wild. So yeah, I'm really excited for that one. Did I say thank you to Bajraf for the Prime sub? I think I did. But yeah, we'll have the him stuff up for you guys to click on again. Outside that, did we have any other plans? I'm trying to remember. Was there another game that reached out? I think we're done for the game ones at the moment. If you guys didn't check out Diplomacy is Not an Option, the link is down there. They've got 55% off right now. I had a lot of fun with that game. But hopefully we'll have a few more sponsors coming in for next month. In terms of sponsors we got, final reminder for this stream, exclamation Opera GX. Be sure to check them out. Every time that number goes up on new users, it is actually a free way that you guys can support the channel. You just have to download and create an account. All free to do. And it's Chromium browser, so fully trustworthy. And to be honest, I mean, if you want another positive to swing in their corner, they sponsor gaming content creators, which I've not seen any of the other browsers do. That's pretty good. But that in mind, I think my daughter might already be in bed, so I might have missed her on my birthday. I spent the time on my Twitch and YouTube kiddies instead. But really good day. I think overall we're probably looking at 650 average viewers between YouTube and Twitch. You guys are incredible. Keep spreading the word. Like I said, make sure you join the Discord as well. Make sure you're following all those things so you know when things go up. Some of these will end up on the YouTube side. We're uploading 1 to 2 videos a day at the moment. If you want to watch the VODs, always watch them on YouTube. It does support the channel. Twitch doesn't give ad revenue on VODs for some reason. And if you've got Prime subs and whatever, hop across on Twitch. Guys, YouTube, I'm going to end it now. For Twitches, we're going to find someone to raid. And then we're going to cruise on through to go spend the evening with some family.